smart, dropping bombs on your news. Mic drop, then alarms, now they press snooze. Mainstream spinning, but I won't play that game. A nuclear flow, burning at you for motivational flame. Megan Fox crushing all the talking heads as they spoon feed their paid piggies. Gotta keep them misled with blazing Lego vision. I see all the signs exposed in the agenda amidst these epic rhymes. Intellectual assault on the mainstream, not in the current of the mainstream. Medium sports will never be silenced. They won't extend, fighting appliance. Pretend intellectual assault on the mainstream, never ride in the current of the lame stream. Bro, I can burn water, but I'm spitting facts. Top shelf, sorting mass facts, reporting news, and not like you make it. I'm award winning, and I don't have to fake it. Megan Fox, an authentic voice, giving the masses a hard-hitting choice. That umbrella guy, hammering his song, while Megan Fox rights those wrongs. Now we hit the end of this tune, declaring what it isn't even new. Making dinner and still chopping rhymes like granite. In my area code, please, you're not even on my plan. Yeah, you're outclassed and you never knew. By the time I press singulars of proof, breaking stories while you're chasing hunches. I'm a news titan, never pulling punches.
Hey guys, how are you? Welcome back to the show. I'm Megan Fox. I'm finally home and I'm finally live, and bringing to the show right now is Steve Carbone, Reality Steve. So glad to have you here. How are you, sir?
Thanks for having me on, Megan. A lot of fun. Thanks for coming on my podcast this week.
Yeah, so that was a great show. I listened to it back, and then I heard your show from today. Was it today?
Yeah.
Yeah, today's show. I'm glad that conversation had an effect on you, because you know what? I think we could all do better. I think we could all do better to make sure we check our facts before we go forward with stuff. That's why we're always complaining about fake news, right? Because the fake news is always telling fake stories. And I try not to do that. And, you know, we got to check our facts when it comes to people making allegations, because who knows? It could be another Laura Owens. Might be true, might not be. I think your instinct is right on when you're like, okay, I'm getting these stories about some guys and what they might have done, but nobody wants to give me any specifics. So why go forward?
Yeah, it's what you said is just, I mean, it's just logical thinking. I mean, you don't just automatically believe someone, male or female, who comes forward with any sort of allegation, you know. And I was texting to Dave about this, and I said, maybe we should change the phrase to believe women or believe all women and just change it to listen to women. Because I think for a long time, women weren't being listened to. Their stories were being ignored. Now it's just, how about we listen to them and then we determine whether or not we believe it? Because if it's just believe all women, okay, well then Laura Owens would have been believed after her son's story came out in September. And clearly, maybe there were people that believed her, or there were plenty of people that believed her when the story came out. They thought Clayton was involved in another hookup that went bad. And then, obviously, we've seen all the evidence since then. So, okay, now we have all the evidence. I don't believe her. So it just makes logical sense to just, like, because if you just say believe women, and we have to believe women at first, again, this isn't any shot at women or men. Believe men, believe women. It's just, how about we believe evidence and facts?
Evidence. Believe evidence. Believe evidence. That's the name of my book. Believe evidence. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to say we believe evidence. We want to see the evidence, and we want to support victims. All victims. We want to believe victims.
Yeah.
And in some of these cases, some of them are not victims. And so that we should know that before we go forward with anything. All right. So I know you don't have a whole lot of time, so I want to get straight to it, but I do want to let you guys know that Hay Bales, that has worked on that Padlet for so long, you know, the Padlet timeline that we've all been using. I just want to let you know that there is some news there. They have been suspended from their Padlet account. So the entire Laura Owens timeline is missing right now. It has been taken down. Padlet did not give them any indication of why. They did not get a message or anything. It's just gone. So they are fighting it. They're appealing it. And so I'll let you know how that goes and what happens after that. But what we're going to do tonight is we're going to start rewatching the Laura Owens v. Echard trial and comment on it as we go. Steve was there. Steve Carbone was there on the ground. He was at the media truck. We were reporting right there. What did that feel like for you, Steve?
It's the first time I'd ever been to any sort of court. I might have been one of those, like Dave mentioned, where it was like a DMV/court. I think I might have had to appear over 30 years ago for some traffic citation, like a court like that looked like the court that we were in, very small. But I've never actually witnessed a trial and been there, and it was pretty fascinating, to say the least. Even though I was in the overflow room, could hear clearly. Well, I want to say could hear clearly, but when Deandra decided to step in front of where they were sitting for about her first 10 minutes of cross-examination of Laura, it was really tough to hear her questions. We could kind of get her questions based on Laura's answers. We kind of knew what the question was, but then our guy who was in our room with us apparently had relayed a message to the judge, hey, can we get a microphone for Deandra? And then sometimes she even stepped away from that microphone. So you listen to it on the live stream, there are times where Deandra is kind of cutting in and out. The sound wasn't great, but as I said, we could kind of tell what was going on and what she was grilling Laura on. That was probably my favorite part of the trial. And actually, and Woodnick going after Medchill.
Yes, I'm happy. I'm hoping that we will get to Laura Owens' cross tonight, and then tomorrow I'm planning on doing the second part if we don't finish it tonight. Tug may drop by. My sister Stephanie may drop by as the night goes on. And thanks to Shizzy Wiznut, by the way, for fixing the audio on the court stream that we're going to watch. Now, Deandra does walk away from the microphone a couple of times, and that's just par for the course. They're not used to being recorded, and for the media, and so it's a constant. It's a learning process, let's say.
Yeah.
And I think we did the best we could, and certainly Scott in Scottsdale, who was running the camera, and Lauren Knighty, thanks for all their hard work, because without them, we wouldn't have had this, and we wouldn't have had this excellent view into the courtroom. All right. Yeah. So we're just going to start watching this, and, stop me anytime, Steve, if you have anything to add or any observations that you have. I'm thinking we'll probably get through half of it tonight before I decide we gotta call it a night. But let's begin, shall we? Those of you who missed it, this is the trial of Owens v. Echard. Laura Owens, of course, accused Clayton Echard of fathering twins with her. And, that the twins never appeared. They're either vanishing or magical. I don't know, but they never appeared. And we all know that there are two other men for sure who came forward saying she did the same thing to them. So finally, we got a day in court. We still don't have a ruling, but we do have our day in court. So here we go. I may try to boost the volume too. Let's see. So here comes the judge. Where is she? There she is. All right.
Where's the court reporter? The woman in the red?
This is the time set.
Yeah, the woman in the red with the red hair.
FC 2023-052-114. Appearances, please. Beginning first with Petitioner's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Gingras on behalf of Laura Owens. Ms. Owens is present with me in court today, along with her mother and our medical expert, Dr. Michael Mitchell.
Good morning to you all. And from the respondent.
Good morning, Judge. Greg Woodnick, I'm here from Clayton Echard. Also with me is my co-counsel, Angelina and Isabel Ranney.
Good morning to all of you. Is that by chance our expert, maybe? Oh, no, I wasn't talking to the media. You're fine. I was talking to Layla. All right. So, counsels, I know we discussed in chambers whether the rule is going to be invoked or not. What did we decide?
We're not invoking it. We're good.
Okay. All right. So then, as I told the parties, that extends your time.
That was the witnesses, the rule to exclude witnesses during the trial. So if they invoked the rule, then Greg and Mike would have had to wait in the hallway, or anyone testifying would have to go wait in the hallway. But they both waived it.
By 5 minutes. Each party will be given 50 minutes. We will take a 10-minute break roughly halfway through. I allow 10 minutes for technical difficulties.
I'm with you, Alex.
Everybody, are either counsel using a laptop that makes it on Wi-Fi? All right, so that won't be an issue then this morning. And then the additional 10 minutes has now been absorbed into the party's time. Counsel, I know that you wish to make a record before we begin. Did you wish to make that now?
I do, Your Honor, as quickly as I possibly can.
Okay.
So we object to Mr. Michael Maricini being called as a witness. There are two bases for this objection. The first is non-disclosure. I raised this before in a motion in limine.
Yeah, and the court denied it.
He's doing this. She's already ruled on this. This was so irrelevant. Why is he doing this?
It's such a waste of time. And this was after, by the way, we have to let the audience know, after he called 911 to have him arrested, which did not go the way he wanted it to go. I believe that Sergeant McNair was like, no, he's here under subpoena.
Yeah.
So he sent the Phoenix police away. But here he goes again, trying to exclude Mike Maricini.
Would remember. I don't think the court had all the facts at that time, and I don't know that I had an opportunity to present them. So I just want to briefly explain what the basis is for the non-disclosure objection. I got involved in this case on March 25th, 2024. 2 days after that, Mr. Woodnick served a second supplemental disclosure statement. That was the first time that Mr. Maricini was identified as a witness. The entire disclosure was a single sentence long, and I'll read it. This witness is expected to testify about his prior interactions with the petitioner for 2 alleged pregnancies during their relationship and the subsequent litigation. That was the entirety of the disclosure as to Mr. Maricini. As I would in any case, Your Honor, once I got a copy of the file, I started to investigate, and I reached out to the contact person listed for Mr. Maricini, who was a lawyer in California named Randy Sue Pollock. I spoke to Ms. Pollock. She expressed extreme surprise. She had never heard of this case. She had never heard of Mr. Woodnick. She had no idea why I was calling her. I told her that her client had been listed as a witness and that I wanted to know if he was going to come to trial or not. He was. I may want to speak to him. I may want to depose him. She said that she would get back to me and let me know. She sent me an email the next day, dated April 19th, which I have a copy of, and I'll put it into the record if Your Honor would allow. She said to me in writing, "My client will not be testifying," referring to Mr. Maricini. I thought, great, one less person, one less time issue to deal with. That remained my understanding.
He changed
until,
his mind.
The morning of April 30th, when I received a new disclosure from Mr.
Yeah, it's
Woodnick
not illegal to
that
change your
totally
mind.
changed the landscape. This was the first time that I had heard that there was an issue of fake medical records with Mr. Maricini and my client in California some 8 years ago. That's why I literally within an hour of seeing that information, I filed an emergency motion for a court hearing. The court unfortunately took 2.5 weeks and then denied that. So I was not given an opportunity to explain the problem. Here we are, Your Honor, the morning of trial. I still don't know what Mr. Maricini would say. That is a complete violation of Rule 49. The whole purpose of the disclosure rules is to avoid surprise. And yet here we are, surprised, waiting to see what he's going to say. That's improper. The second issue, Your Honor, deals with this California court restraining order. I think you have a copy of it. It's one of our trial exhibits. We have a court order from the state of California that prohibits Mr. Maricini from being 100 yards of Ms. Owens. He's in violation of it right now. There is no exception for court appearances. She is so terrified that she may not be able to sit here during this trial.
She's so terrified.
Under the full faith and credit.
Steve, you saw her during the trial. You were watching her face during trial. Was there ever a time, Steve, where you could say, boy, that girl looks terrified?
No, other than when she was getting cross-examined and obliterated by Deandra. You know, what he just said there, I didn't realize this. I didn't know this. He said this whole thing about he's not allowed to be within 100 yards of her, and that includes any sort of subpoena. I mean, is that a thing?
No.
Is he making that up?
Yeah, he's making that up.
Okay,
He's just making it up. Let me tell you something. A California judge has no jurisdiction in a Maricopa County courtroom. Okay. You know who does? Judge Mata. So if Judge Mata says it's okay, it's okay. And nobody in California can do jack shit about it in Maricopa County.
So it might actually say in the order of protection in California, he's not allowed within 100 yards of her, and that includes any sort of court subpoenas.
Yeah,
But
it might, although I don't think it does, but it could. It could say that, and then in Arizona, it wouldn't make a difference because the judge, if she says yes, he can come into my courtroom with because I trust my security to handle any problems.
Yeah.
Then that's the law. That's it. The judge said so. So what is a California judge going to do? Sue Arizona because Laura Owens got her fifis hurt in court one day?
Yeah.
This is just stupid. It's really, really stupid. And yeah, I agree with Brandis here who said Dingus wasted time on purpose so Mike and Greg wouldn't get to testify. And, perhaps if he hadn't done this, he would have had time to cross-examine Clayton, which he did not. He ran out of time.
Yeah. I mean,
he really did not use his time wisely and decided to argue motions that had already been denied.
Yeah, it was a waste.
Total waste.
Clause of the U.S. Constitution and also under federal law, this court is required to enforce that order as it is written. You can't change it. You can't modify it. You can't discard it. And yet here we are. So for those two reasons, I would ask the court to exclude Mr. Maricini.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do it in 30 seconds, Judge. Number one, you already ruled on this. And number two, there's a lack of transparency in the comments because number one, Your Honor already saw Mr. Maricini's correspondence to Mr. Gingras as to why he didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah, so how dare he say he didn't know how to communicate with him when we literally have email proof that he was emailing him and talking to him directly. And also, I really need a little button from my cousin Vinny that says, everything that guy just said is bullshit. That's all he really needed to get up and say here.
And not only did Mike Maricini converse over email with Gingras, Gingras put Maricini on blast. Like Gingras was basically bullying him and calling him names in his correspondence with him. So Maricini's like, I'm not going to help you out. I don't want to talk to you. Look what you did on social media about me.
Right. Like, why would I help you in any way? They told him exactly what they needed to tell him, the substance of his testimony. They don't need to go into detail. Laura should know she was there. It's not a surprise to her.
And number two, Mr. Maricini is here and is available. And certainly Mr. Gingras could have walked out in the hallway and talked to him, but instead he called 911.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just very, very briefly, the whole point here is I wanted to talk to Mr. Maricini. I wanted to interview him either informally, which I would do in any case, or depose him if he wouldn't participate. I couldn't do that because I didn't have contact information from him and his attorney told me he wasn't coming. So somebody,
there's emailing him, talking to him directly. Come on.
He lied to me. I don't know who it was, but I don't care. The disclosure rules require him to disclose everything to me so that I'm not surprised. That was not done. He shouldn't be allowed to testify.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
The court did previously rule on this. My ruling will stand, but I appreciate the record. So at this point, counsel, on your client's behalf, how many people will be testifying and are they in the courtroom right now?
We have 3 and they are all here.
I love how fast she goes through. I love it.
It was just, I already ruled on this. All right, let's move on. How many witnesses do you have? Like, it literally took her 3 seconds. It was awesome.
It's so cute how sweet she is, though. She's all, well, I already ruled on this and my ruling will stand. I really wanted to hear this.
Denied. Sit down.
Or maybe this. Schrader. This is Judge Schrader.
Don't get brazen with me.
She's such a nice lady. And finding out, did you meet her dad in the overflow room?
I was at the first intermission at the 10-minute break. It was the first time I had heard that he was in there. And then I knew which one he was, but I never spoke to him, no.
I think it's so cute that her dad was there watching this. Like, how fun for him.
Yeah.
His daughter's involved in this like high profile like, I bet they never considered that could happen in a family court case where there's like an ABC bachelor and there's, all this crap and media vans and breadsticks and salad in the parking lot. I mean, it was so funny.
And scones.
and cold brew. It was so good.
Have the expert available virtually. Okay. And then counsel, from your perspective, which witnesses are you calling and are they all here?
We have Mr. Echard and Dr. Dean by phone.
All right. All right, so what we're going to do at this time is we're going to swear everybody in. That gives the parties a little bit more time. So I'm going to have anyone who is being called. I can't see.
Fast forward this.
Thank
They're
you.
swearing him in.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
And
Apparently it doesn't
council
matter.
may or may not choose to make an
Right.
opening statement.
Right. You know, and I don't know why we even do this. We should just skip right past it anyway, because if you lie under oath, nothing happens. Yeah. I don't know why we go through this exercise in futility.
Okay, when you're
Your
ready.
Honor, the file notwithstanding, I'm actually a fan of keeping things simple. I believe that simple is better. That means
Okay.
focusing on what matters and filtering out what does not matter. We're here on a petition to establish paternity. Unless I'm missing something, the only possible outcomes of that petition are that paternity is established or it is not. There's no baby in this case. There's nothing to establish. Our position is that the petition is moot, that the court can simply deny it, dismiss it, use whatever verbiage you want to. The only remaining issue is, I guess, this issue of Mr. Echard's request for a judgment of non-paternity. My position is he bears the burden of proving that. There's absolutely no evidence to support that. And Ms. Owens, at the end of the day, she was pregnant, Your Honor. The fact that she was pregnant negates everything else that you're about to hear. Whether she lied to an ex-boyfriend 8 years ago has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant last year. Nothing. It does affect credibility, but as you're about to hear from our medical expert, there's objective proof of pregnancy that does not require relying on her.
Yeah, we know she has no credibility, though.
Her
Thanks
own
for
lawyer,
pointing that out.
her own lawyer in his opening statement is admitting, yeah, she might have some credibility issues. Like,
It affects her credibility.
Last time I checked.
This is the same guy, Steve, who thinks he can sue us for calling her a liar.
Yeah.
And what is a non-credible person?
Yeah.
A liar.
Liar.
I mean,
She lied.
come on, David. Stop being such an ass and quit threatening everyone with defamation. You know damn well you can't win.
What if this has gotten back to Gingras and he is in Europe right now on a yacht with Wi-Fi and he's watching us right now? Let's wave to him. Hey, David.
No, hi, David. Hi.
We know you're trying to somehow get into this, even though he's talking about how great Europe is, yet he still cannot stop himself from tweeting.
I'll tell you what, David, I'll make you a deal. If you send me $100 super chat, I'll let you come on the show.
Yeah.
You want to come on the show? Send me $100. Actually, just Venmo it to me because Google will take 60% of it or whatever, and that's never fun. So send me a Venmo, and I'll send you a link. And here's my Venmo for you. Let's see. Tips accepted. Here they are. Send me $100 on Venmo, David, and you can come on the show and you can give us your commentary as we go. That'll be hilarious, right, Steve? We want to talk to him, don't we?
Oh, we'd love to, even though we never would.
I know. Well, he might. He loves the media attention, but he says I'm not a journalist, so he won't talk to me because I'm not a journalist. I'm a troll. I'm like Hunter Biden calling himself an artist, apparently. That's what he said. But the invitation is open, David, for the low price of $100 American dollars. Don't send me any of that foreign shit. Venmo me $100 a Benjamin, and we'll talk.
Yeah,
That's simple. So we would like the court to dismiss, deny the petition. There's no basis for fees. There's no fee request in front of you right now. So I guess you could offer some guidance on what the court would do in the future, but there's no sanctions request to grant. There's no fee motion.
Counsel, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Generally, no, but today, yes. Judge, we stand by our pretrial statement.
Today,
that was
yes.
verified by Mr. Echard. I'll remind the court not only has the establishment of paternity matter, which was filed woefully inappropriately, as you'll hear today, and as you know from prior pleadings in this matter, but we've got the collateral protective order proceedings, orders of protection related to that Your Honor indicated we already watched or we're watching the videos related. That's all before the court today, and Your Honor has authority to make the findings today that the petition was filed in bad faith, that there was pervasive fraud on this court in multiple proceedings, and that attorney's fees and sanctions can be ordered in this matter.
Pervasive
All right, so now
fraud.
we'll begin.
I like that.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I was going to call.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So as witnesses come up to the witness stand, you can bring water with you. The exhibits will be displayed for you. Please let us know if you can't see it. And counsels, you should each be made a presenter when it's your turn. But if you haven't, let Layla know.
Judge, are you keeping time, and what's our time?
Yeah, sure. Petitioners at 4 minutes, 34 seconds. Respondents at 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Your Honor, call Laura Owens.
All right.
The big moment. And I don't know if you saw this, Steve, but I have photographs I went over very carefully, and I'm very convinced that she's wearing a waist trainer because I can see the hooks and eyes underneath her. I zoomed in, and I can see it like a corset underneath that
Laura, how you
tight
feeling?
black thing.
Nervous.
Okay. Just breathe and we'll get through this really quick, okay? Lori, we've talked about the timeline of events, and I want to just really quickly run through. When did you?
Wait, what'd you say?
Go over everything we rehearsed over the last few days, Laura. Just repeat everything. I hope you memorized everything that we told you to say.
I hope you memorized all my signals. Remember,
Yeah,
I'm going to scratch my nose when I want you to say yes. I'm going to rub my arm when I want you to say no. I'm going to shake my head, and this means calm down.
Yeah.
Think of petting horses when I do this. This guy.
First meet Mr. Echard?
May the 17th, I believe we connected on LinkedIn.
Okay. And were you intimate with him at some point?
Yes.
What day was that?
Even that's a lie, though. I believe we connected on LinkedIn. No. She reached out to him. I have a little child in my room. What do you need, little child? What do you want?
May I hang out in Veronica's bed as long as I keep it quiet?
No, this is adult conversation. Sorry.
As long as I keep it quiet with headphones?
No, because I will be
Say
making
bye.
jokes.
I say goodbye to chat.
Yes, you can say goodbye to chat.
Hello, chat, and goodbye, chat.
All right.
Please tell me because of that I'll get a billion views.
A billion views? I don't think so. Not yet. Okay. Go on.
Probably more like 1 million.
I love you.
Oh yeah, how did you get famous, by the way?
I'm not famous, darling. Go on.
You have over 1 million subscribers.
No, I do not. 1 million subscribers. Listen to this one. All right, go.
How much do you have?
45,000 almost. In fact, that reminds me, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we haven't hit 45,000 yet.
Yeah, hit that subscribe
Hangry.
button and leave a like on the
Oh, thank you. Come say that in the microphone. That was good. Do that again.
Subscribe to her videos and also make sure to like and subscribe.
Good job. Pseudo famous. Exit sign says pseudo famous. That's funny. All right. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
I literally swear.
Aren't you still talking to your cousin or no?
Yeah, no.
Okay, go on. Now. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Moving on.
May 20th.
At some point after you were intimate with him, did you test positive for pregnancy?
Yes.
You remember the first time that happened?
It was the evening of May 31st.
Okay. After you tested positive the first time, did you do anything to confirm the pregnancy?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Banner Health Urgent Care the next day and I took a test there.
On June 1st?
Yes.
If you can look at the screen in front of you there, it says Exhibit 2. That's actually the wrong number. But that's a printout of the positive pregnancy test you received from Banner
Yes.
on June 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And after you got the second positive test, what did you do?
I told Mr. Echard.
All right. Did you go see him at some point to talk about it?
Yes.
What day was that?
June 17th.
When you went over to his house, I understand.
Yes.
When you showed up at his house, did he ask you to take a pregnancy test?
He did.
Did you know in advance that he was going to give you that test?
I did not.
Did you take the test in front of him?
Yes, I did.
Did he actually watch you pee on a stick?
Yes, he did.
What was the result of that?
It was positive.
You see Clayton just shake his head there?
After
Yeah. So I saw that happening live. I didn't actually see it happen just then, but let's go back a couple seconds because Clayton looked, I was sitting kind of behind and to the right. So I actually saw the expression on his face and he was so frustrated. It looked like he wanted to get up and say something.
Yeah.
Because she's now claiming that she did pee on the stick in front of him. He's always maintained that she closed the door. He didn't see her do it.
up at his house, did he ask you to take a pregnancy test?
He did.
Let's
Did you
watch
know in
his
advance
head.
that he was going to give you that test?
I did not.
Did you take the test in front of him?
Yes, I did.
Did he actually watch you pee on a stick?
Yes, he did.
What was the result of that?
Yeah,
was
he's shaking
positive.
his head.
After you had the third test that was positive with him, did he send you an email at some point to talk about the situation?
Yes.
All right, looking at the screen in front of you, is this the email
Bless
that
you.
Mr. Echard sent you on, it looks like June 21st?
Yes.
The third paragraph down has some highlighted text, and I'll just read it. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although again, maybe rubbing up against one another allowed a sperm to make its way inside you. It's a very low probability, nevertheless it is one.
Oh my God. Can you imagine this conversation on email? Like, oh God, it's so cringe. Douche Canoe Esquire, thanks for the super chat, says, damn, I look good standing there.
So I've never knowingly gotten anybody pregnant. I thought I learned in sex ed in 6th grade that anytime there is sperm outside the body in that area, the second it's outside the body, all the sperm dies. Like even like because
It
her
takes
claim
like
is that,
2
oh,
minutes.
there's fluid down there.
They can live for like 2 minutes in oxygen. So you're talking about 2 or less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's ridiculous.
First of all, Clayton wrote that to you. Yes.
Yes.
And did you have conversations with him where he told you that he thought you were pregnant?
Yes.
Is that verbal conversations or text or email or all three?
All three.
Okay. Moving right along. After you got this email on, and I'll move to admit, Your Honor, Petitioner's Exhibit A2.
Any objection? A2 is received.
After the email of June 21st,
Shizzy, I sent you an invitation, by the way, on Twitter if you want to hop in here.
what happened next in terms of your proceeding to verify the pregnancy?
I took additional tests.
Did you have a sonogram done in California?
Yes, I did.
And where was that
Here
done?
we go.
Planned Parenthood.
And you understand, and I'm sure Mr. Woodnick will ask you about this. Planned Parenthood has not been able to verify that you were ever seen there. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes. I went under a fake name when I went there.
Okay.
And you had a sonogram done. Did you ever present?
This is the first time, Steve, we've heard this story because up until now, she has said, I went anonymously. Is it just me, Steve, or is that different than I used a fake name?
I guess you're dealing with semantics. I could see it both ways. I could see anonymously versus fake name being completely different, but I could also actually see it being the same, just a semantic thing, meaning the people that greeted her when she walked in and asked, what's your name? She said, I would rather not say my name or say my name is Emily Jones or whatever. You know, I don't know. I guess it's,
to me, it's totally
different. Either way is a lie. It doesn't matter.
To me, it's totally different than saying I went anonymously. Saying all of a sudden coming up with, oh, I used a fake name.
That means your identity as Laura Owens would be anonymous. That's the way I'm saying. That's the way I'm taking it as I went anonymously, is that the people that greeted me there did not know my name was Laura Owens. So I was quote unquote anonymous, but it's a semantics thing. I could see it both ways.
Yeah, I can see that it could go either way, but that's, again, I think the same thing that she does though, by using, by not communicating properly the first time, it allows for her to, fudge it when she needs to.
Oh, well, she's great at that. That's all she does.
Yeah, she's really good at that.
Present that sonogram as evidence in any court proceeding anywhere?
No.
We have obviously presented it in this case, but you've admitted already that you changed the name at the top or the location. Did you change the name at the top of the sonogram?
Of the location, yes.
Why did you do that?
I changed it because Mr. Echard was being threatening towards me and I didn't want him to know where I had gone.
Okay, I wish that that defense had come back and questioned her on that. You said that Clayton was being threatening to you. How?
Yeah.
When?
What did he say? What did he do? The other thing she's talking about here, I don't even know if she mentioned the city, Mission Viejo. Clayton lives in Arizona. Mission Viejo's in Southern California. Like, did she honestly think that he was going to travel to Southern California for a Planned Parenthood to find this? Like, it's such
no, none of it makes sense because she didn't go.
Yeah, well, then
she never went.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like trying to make it make sense. We're like, let's make this story make sense. But this story doesn't make any sense at all because it isn't true. None of it's true. And like, we keep on trying to make sense of it. And it's like, wait, no, she wasn't pregnant. She had no need to go to Planned Parenthood. There was no reason for her to be there and she didn't go. And now she's just making up a story. That's what is happening.
Yeah.
And try to track down my providers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
after
gonna
the
happen.
Planned Parenthood sonogram, do you remember approximately what date that was? I know you signed a declaration, I think it said July 2nd, and then there may be a conflict. Do you remember what date that was?
It was actually the end of June.
Okay. Were you in California both weekends? Is that what confusion was?
Yes.
All right. After the sonogram in California, around July 23rd, did something happen in terms of you passing tissue or anything like that?
Yes.
Can you explain briefly what happened on July 23rd?
Yeah. I wasn't having any symptoms at all, but I did pass tissue that looked like it could have potentially been a miscarriage. I'm not sure if you're going to pull that up or if I was looking for something.
I'll wait.
Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't want to terrorize the audience or the judge with those nasty pictures. I noticed they didn't use those pictures. He's all like, I'll wait. Yeah. Please, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gingras Esquire.
It looked like it could potentially be miscarriage tissue, but I wasn't sure.
Did you seek any medical care after July 23rd, after the tissue passed,
Yes.
related to that?
Yes.
What did you do?
I texted a hotline for pregnancy and miscarriage questions, and I also did an appointment with a telemedicine doctor as well.
Okay. And what did they tell?
Video visit.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, because going to a telemedicine doctor is exactly what a pregnant woman would do when she had a miscarriage. Shizzy Wisnub, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for fixing the audio on this recording, by the way.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Have you met Reality Steve yet? Steve Carbone. This is Shizzy
Nice to meet you,
Wisnut.
Steve.
Hey, Shizzy.
Hey, buddy.
And he helped us with this recording. He really normalized the audio levels so that we could understand it a little better, and I sure appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, yeah, you're pregnant. You want this baby. You pass some bloody lumps.
Yeah.
And you call
A telehealth.
1, a hotline, and 2, a telemed person. No
What?
fucking way.
She called 1-800-HOT-LOVE, didn't she?
We looked up the number. That's, you know how we found out? We reverse searched the number she said she called. And it was a miscarriage and abortion hotline. I'm sorry. You don't go to the ER? Come on.
No.
What did they tell you?
They.
Back on
Hold on 1 second. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Oh, that means to go ahead. Okay. What was the question? What did they tell me?
Yeah. What information did they give you, if any?
They told me that I needed to monitor myself, but that they felt like unless I had more symptoms, I didn't need to worry that it was a miscarriage.
Okay. And after July 23rd, did you take any other pregnancy tests shortly after that date?
Yes, I did.
What date?
I believe the 27th and then also August 1st before I filed this case.
Okay. So the day that you filed, before you filed this case, how many pregnancy tests did you have?
5.
So you had one on May 31st. You had one on June 1st at Banner. You had another one on June
All urine tests.
17th.
Yeah.
Late.
I don't understand this. Why would you pee on a stick?
5 times. You don't,
God.
you know how many times I peed on a stick when I was pregnant? 3 times? 1 time per pregnancy.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't keep peeing on the stick because the stick is not verifiable proof of pregnancy. You go to the OBGYN and they take your blood, and then they take it every week and they make sure it's doubling, and you go for so many blood sticks. Oh God, there's so many sticks that happen when you're pregnant. You get sticked all the time. You're just stuck all the time.
Well, that's how you got there in the first place.
True. Very true.
Took one. I have my notes say July 25th. But I think
Dave!
you testified.
Dave's in the chat.
differently.
He has a link.
August 1st also. So 5 positive tests before you filed this case.
Yes.
Did you have any negative tests before you filed this case?
No.
Laura, Clayton has argued. Let me go back to the night of May 20th. You have in your deposition you
He's
said that
argued. That's all
Clayton
he does.
actually had
He just
sexual
argues with
intercourse
me.
with you. Do you recall?
What?
That's all he does is he argues with me. He argues and argues. He doesn't believe me. Whoa.
God.
Woe is me.
I don't know why you would believe her. She hasn't done anything to be believed.
All that?
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes.
Did you tell him that night that you did not want to have sex?
Yes.
And did he
here we
honor that
go.
request?
No.
Laura, you've heard Clayton argue.
Look
various
at Greg.
places.
I saw that live and I was like, oh my God, he almost came out of his chair. Did you
Yes.
see? Watch Wignick.
Yes.
Watch
He's just like, he's like,
He's looking at Clayton like, don't get up. Don't get up.
Did you tell him that night that you did not want to have sex?
Yes.
And did he honor that request?
No.
Here goes Greg.
Laura, you've heard Clayton
Look at
argue at various places in this case that you were trying to trap him in some way by what happened here. Can you explain, if you were trying to trap him, why did you tell him that you didn't want to have sex?
Yeah, Greg is watching Clayton's face. He's, making sure that he's doing okay. Because this sucks so bad. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Stephanie Kimbrell, Esquire.
Hello.
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 Live from Arizona. She's still there.
Welcome.
How's it going,
Yeah, can't
Steph?
you tell? Look at me, Bob the tomato. Okay, whatever.
All right. Well, we're rewatching it, so here we go.
So Meg, I'm sorry.
I
to
wasn't
tell-
trying.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I need to figure out how to turn you up because I can barely hear you.
Oh, behind them. Okay, listen to me. Behind the monitor, there's a speaker with a large dial that's round. Turn it to the right.
Okay.
You see, but don't turn it up too loud, or then I'll hear myself back, and that will annoy me.
Got it right here. Okay. Oh, you got it.
How's that?
Oh, that's amazing.
What's funny is Ingris asked her just then. He's trying to basically plant the seed, like, well, why would you out? He says, rewind that real quick. I want to.
Yeah, rewind. Okay, hold on.
Real quick.
Laura, you've heard Clayton argue at various places in this case that you were trying to trap him in some way by what happened here. Can you explain, if you were trying to trap him, why did you tell him that you didn't want to have sex?
Objection leading.
I wasn't trying to trap him.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Oh, sustained. Objection leading, sustained.
That
You're not
guy
supposed
was
to answer the
leading
question.
all over the place the whole entire time. He was leading so much it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I
Okay.
think the reason Greg didn't object a lot was because they had no time.
Time. Yeah, they
Yeah.
had no time. And I mean, the judge knows this, there's no jury, and the judge knows what's leading and what's not. So
But you never, that first night with Clayton, you never said to him, let's do it all night long or anything like that.
No.
Objection leading.
Objection.
Did you tell Clayton that you wanted to have sex that night?
No.
Laura, let's switch very quickly. Actually, let's go back to our timeline. After you filed the case on August 1, did you do anything in terms of DNA testing to verify the pregnancy and verify that Clayton was the father?
Yes.
What did you do to verify that?
We took a test. Well, I paid for a test in August at RavGen, which was the lab that he chose to conduct the test. And I paid for it, and he did not schedule his part of the test.
So according to my notes, August
Then
15th.
you didn't verify it.
Yeah.
well, he didn't schedule his part of the test because she kept saying, I will only take the test if you agree to date me.
Yeah.
So they never took the test to verify that it was his, because that's what the question was. Did you ever verify that this was his? Yes. Did you ever take the test to verify it was his? Yes. How did you do that? Well, we scheduled it, then he never showed up. Well, which one was it? Oh, it was just a minor misstatement.
And actually he didn't not show up. She canceled his appointment. Stephanie, you should get Dad and make him sit in here and listen to this.
He will not. He's been through too much today.
Why? Is he okay?
He's fine, but he's happily ensconced in his chair now after a
Ugh.
long ordeal.
Yeah, there's no getting it. Does he have the tub of nuts though? That's the question. Does he have his nuts?
His friend Todd, who's here. Say hello, Todd.
Hello.
Hello, Todd.
You're the best sister
Oh.
in the world.
Todd,
His-
you can join. Do you want to join and listen to this crazy
Todd can't believe
case?
it. Todd took
Sit
Dad
down.
to Grumpy's, and they had wonderful sandwiches and enjoyed their time. But now Dad is in the chair and he's
in the
happy
chair.
over there.
Your dad is
Well-
amazing. He's become one of my best buddies.
I know. I heard that. I think that's so great. Thank you for hanging with him. He needs friends there.
Did he entertain you during lunch? Okay, good.
Did you tell Todd about this case? Does he know what he's about to get
I
into?
told Becky, did she tell you?
I know about it.
All right, good. All right,
It's
here we
out.
go. We're about to get very explicit, so children, cover your ears.
Was the RavGen initial booking for $725 you paid? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Leading.
What date did you initially book the RavGen test for?
August 15th,
And what did you pay for it?
$725.
Okay. And why didn't that test go forward, or did it go forward?
Clayton did not schedule his part of the test.
Okay, so you had to cancel?
Yes.
You eventually successfully complete the testing.
Yes.
What was the result of that?
It was inconclusive, little to no fetal
Oh!
DNA.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, so,
now
then
she
where-
says,
so then where's your proof? Then where's her proof that there was a pregnancy here? She hasn't proven that she was pregnant. She just said, I took a DNA test. It was inconclusive and little to no fetal DNA. Where's your
this
proof?
is the first time too that she's actually said inconclusive, little to no fetal DNA. She never wanted to admit that there was little to no fetal DNA. And we're going to get to that in a minute too. During cross, she gets caught.
Yeah.
You remember when that result came back?
I believe we took the test September 28th, so shortly thereafter.
After the Ravgen results came back, did you have any further pregnancy tests?
Yes.
Do you remember the date, when and where that happened?
Yeah. It was October the 16th, I believe. And it was at any lab test now.
And was that a quantitative test? Did it involve a blood draw?
It was a blood draw, yes.
And any
So-
lab test now, by the way, is a lab you can go to and order any test without a doctor's order. There's no doctor involved. Why didn't she have a doctor to do these tests?
So she keeps saying that we went, but wasn't Clayton not having anything to do with her at this point? Because she keeps saying we went and got this test, we went and did this test, we went and did this.
Well,
She's
because he
referring
had to submit.
herself in the royal we.
No, he had to submit blood tests too
But he did.
for it to work. Yeah, he did. He did
Eventually.
2 of them. It was the first one that he wouldn't do because she kept saying, I will only do it if you will date me. And he was like, no, not doing
But
that.
she's saying that she's making, and if I was listening to this, it would sound to me like they went to the testing facility together.
No, the testing
No.
facility was in Maryland.
They had to
Wasn't
send it. They had to
Just
send
send
the
it.
sample.
So he
That's
actually
but see
said
that's why it's so confusing, because she keeps saying we went and did this test, we went to this place and had this test done, we went together to do these things. This
Yeah.
is like the peak of delusional.
Yeah, she's delusional.
She's definitely delusional.
She's definitely delusional.
Do you remember the results from that test?
It still showed that I was pregnant.
At some point, did you eventually learn that you were no longer pregnant?
Yes.
The results of those tests, it still showed. Oh, she's talking about the October blood draw. It showed the 102 HCG level. Okay.
What date did that
Not
happen?
pregnant.
November.
Well, it would be pregnant in the very early stages, but it certainly wouldn't be 17 weeks
She was
pregnant. No.
nowhere near the very early stages.
Right. She was a 17 weeks pregnant, allegedly.
And that was 3 months after she supposedly passed 2 sacks of something. Remember?
Mhm. Yeah.
This is all bogus. This is all garbage.
Of course it is.
November
Right.
15th, I believe.
Was she a drug
And
mule or
was that-
something?
A drug mule.
I go to a facility called Mom Doc,
Yes.
and you take, how many, did they give you a pregnancy test then?
Yes.
More than one test?
They just gave me one test.
And the results were both negative.
Yes.
After you learned that you were no longer pregnant November 14th, did you file anything further in this case?
No.
Thank you so much.
What was your intent? If we go back to the any lab test now, October 16th, you filed a request for mediation 2 days after that, correct?
Correct.
What was your intent in doing that?
I wanted to dismiss the case. I wanted to go over the test results.
Did you know how to dismiss the case?
No.
Liar.
So you were making an effort to let Clayton know that you thought the pregnancy was probably ending badly and you wanted to drop the case.
Objection lead.
Stephanie, you're a lawyer. When
Sorry.
someone is representing themselves pro se, is it a valid excuse to say, I didn't know how to dismiss the case? Shouldn't be held against me that I didn't know how to dismiss the case.
No. And anyway, that's so bogus because you just go down to the clerk's office and you say, I'm so-and-so, Sally Pro Se, and I want to dismiss my case. Can you please help me do that? And it's done in 5 seconds. I mean,
Right. And also a pro se litigant, and this is why you should never be pro se, you're held to the same standard as any competent attorney.
plus, besides that, she's a professional litigant. She's been
Yeah,
doing this.
she's a pro. She's a
Yeah.
pro. She does it all the time.
No,
That's
yeah,
enough.
she's no rookie here.
No.
Eating.
Well, and you would
All right.
think that if she's
Laura,
if
let's
she's-
switch topics briefly.
Oh, sorry, Shizzy. What'd you say?
I was going to say if she keeps saying that, oh well, I didn't know. I mean, and there is a little bit of leeway given a pro se. I mean, that does happen. They are a little more lenient towards that. But if she's coming in saying she doesn't know these things, and the judge hears this, I'm pretty sure the judge is just sitting there going, "Really? Because I thought we made this pretty easy on you folks.
Right.
I mean,
Clayton lied. Did
It's not that hard.
Clayton never lie to you about real estate contracts?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what happened with that?
This
Yeah.
is
I first met him as
Yes.
a realtor, and I had him make 2 offers on 2 different properties on the same day, and found out he never submitted those offers, but I signed them.
When were the offers submitted?
yeah.
Have you guys already talked about the thing she does with her throat? Because I
Oh, the
can't.
vocal
the
fry?
vocal
No.
fry?
We talk about it all the time. She does it
Oh.
constantly.
It's
She
so
can't
bad.
help it.
But the
It's-
weird part is that when she's on the radio on KGO, she talks like this, and there isn't even a single shred of the vocal fry in her voice at all. So that tells me that she knows the difference, and she's
She's-
doing it on purpose.
Why do
She's-
women do this? Do they think that it's going to make people empathize with them? Do they? Why do they do this?
I think it's
hate it.
habitual.
Yes.
Masculinity. Oh, it's awful. I can't stand it. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Is that mom? Did I just hear mom?
She won't get on camera.
Mom,
Hi.
why? Why won't you sit down?
I don't
Sit
know, but
down,
she looks
Mom.
really cute today. Look at mom.
Sit
how
down,
cute.
Mom. Have a seat. Have a seat, Marcia. Shouldn't be standing in the corner hovering. Just join the show.
Look
There
how
she
cute
is.
she is.
She
There
is
she
cute.
is.
Everyone say hello to mom.
Nana's
Megan, you're
here.
going to have to watch your language now.
Hey, we've been pretty good. We haven't been doing any swearing.
Okay, good.
All right. There we go. But then again, this is going to get it's pretty adult, Mom. There's lots and lots of sexual talk here. You're going to have to just suck it up. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Dang it. Phrasing.
Phrasing.
All right, here we go.
Things that you don't
May
want to
24th.
hear.
And when did you find out that Clayton didn't send them to the seller?
May 25th, because they were only good for 24 hours.
So he lied to you and said that he had sent offers in that he didn't.
Correct.
Objection argumentative and objection relevance.
Those-
Overall.
Correct.
At some point, did you file a complaint against Clayton with the real estate board?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a response from the board regarding your complaint?
Steve, how many days after she met him did she file that complaint? Wasn't it like a week?
Yeah, she's saying she filed it 24th or 25th, and according to her initial testimony, she reached out to him on LinkedIn on May 17th. So 1 week after she files a complaint against him on the board, but then in July, she's sending him emails about wanting to have sex with him, and it'd be safest to have sex with her because she's pregnant. It's like, so are you filing a complaint against him because you don't like him and you're pissed at him, or do you want to have sex with him? She's just...
All of the above, Steve. All of the above.
Do you hate him? I mean, those emails that she sent in June and July, it's just like literally from one paragraph to the next. One paragraph, she's like, I think we should have sex. I think we would be good together. You need to feel how tight I am. And the very next paragraph, she's literally saying, the way you treat me is it's disrespectful. You've just been basically a jerk to me. It's just like,
And now she tells this court. She tells this court that he ARPed her.
Yeah.
That he forced her, and she wants to be with her ARPist.
Yeah.
Really?
I wish actually that we had Annie on this show, because
I know she'll be here on Monday. Maybe we could.
that
Maybe she would sit with me on Monday and
what
go over
Steve
more of it.
just said about she's in the same breath practically propositioning him, but then also threatening him with this, there's something psychologically super weird about that. Super weird. I don't really know what it indicates.
Delusion.
Well,
To me,
break with
it
reality.
comes off as that she's very needy. That
yes,
she
Level
it's
100,
all-
needy and annoying. Would you say?
yes.
but it's
Yes,
also
that's-
it's manipulative. It's very manipulative.
Yes.
She's also stage 5. She's a stage 5 clinger as well. Let's not forget that.
Oh, stage 5. Is there a higher stage than 5?
Steve and I had a great conversation on his podcast the other day about how, women tend to really need to learn this lesson fast. Like, men do not like clinginess. You have to learn it. You have to learn how to cling to your pets, cling to your mom, cling to your sister, but do not cling to your man. Stephanie, weren't we having this conversation about texting our own husbands who we've been married to for more than 20 years? What do we do, Stephanie? If we text and he doesn't text back, what do we do?
Ignore.
Nothing. We don't text question marks. We don't text emojis.
Didn't you get my text?
Didn't you get
I
my
need to know
text?
now what you want to say back about. Don't do
Frankly,
that.
I drive Mr. Fox crazy because he texts me sometimes and I don't respond because I don't see it. And he's like, "Why aren't you answering me?" Like,
I
sorry.
do that to my husband all the time, and it makes him totally insane. Except it works out, and I don't do it on purpose. I'm just a flake, and I don't turn my phone back on. Like after I've been in church or I've been in court or whatever. I'm not trying to ignore him. I just don't get.
But ladies, you would do better. You would do better to ignore him sometimes.
Well, listen,
That's
what
what
happened?
they need it.
Showed up at my
we,
office.
we keep dryer sheets with us, keep the cling away. Just
He showed up at my office probably about maybe 2 months ago. Okay, we've been married 30 years in July. He showed up at my office. He throws open the front door. He walks past Brittany. I'm in the hallway on my way to go to the copy machine. He doesn't even say hello to her. He just opens the door. He comes up to me. He grabs me. He kisses me, and then he goes, "I'm leaving now." Like, what? And he walked out the door and left. And Brittany said, "Oh my God, that was the thing."
Was that just because you hadn't responded to him?
Because I guess I've been ignoring him.
Yeah, ignore this, lady.
Yeah.
I
It was so cute.
like how you and I use different terms when it comes, instead of saying RAPE. You use ARPIS. I like to give it a lighter French term and just call it rapé.
Repay.
That won't get you called out by the YouTube people.
Yeah, the YouTube algorithm doesn't like the RAPE
They don't like it
word.
if it's even said that way.
Yeah.
That
We
won't
used
do
to
it.
say grape, but that got boring. And then Tug started saying ARP, and that made me laugh because it sounds like a burp. ARP. And it's funnier. Yeah. Stage 5 clinger.
Trouble if you say S-aid.
No, we can say S-aid. We just can't say the full word.
Right.
S-aid. Okay.
Which I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't even have the monetization turned on. Guys, the stream's always demonetized. You can say rape or sexually assaulted or whatever because I don't even turn it on. So it doesn't even matter anymore. I don't know why I'm censoring myself because I don't ever turn it on.
Megan, don't do it. With your history with them.
No, it's okay as long as you don't have the monetization on, which I don't because they always demonetize me anyway. So I never turn it on. All right, let's go.
What was that response?
They found him in professional violation of a couple of things, but I can't remember what they were.
Laura, that issue with the real estate contracts happened before you tested positive for pregnancy, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever learn why Clayton did not submit those offers or why he said he didn't?
He said I didn't because he said I had no intention of purchasing real estate.
Did you have an intention of purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Did you wind up purchasing real estate?
Yes.
I'd like to know what real estate she wound up purchasing. Steve, do you know anything?
No, Dave. I think Dave knows about this purchasing of the real estate or what was ever purchased. I think he's up to date on that. I just think this is all irrelevant to the case. Gringers tells us in the beginning, like, hey, all we have to do is prove, this woman was pregnant or she wasn't. And here he is talking about real estate deals before she ever filed anything. It's like he's going against his own word.
Yeah, it's a real estate deal. What does that matter? I mean, if
really to show that he lacks credibility.
He's trying to show that both of these people are liars, and so you can't believe either one of them, and this should all be thrown out. That's what his strategy is.
He's not objecting because he's going to say it goes to his credibility, and it does. If he lied about doing something for her professionally that he said he was going to do and he didn't do it and he was sanctioned, that is relevant to his credibility.
Well, if you're looking at $1 million piece of property and you can't afford it, then she's not really lying, and he's not lying either. She couldn't afford it because, she has no intention of purchasing that $1 million property. But yeah,
he made a mistake.
200,000, 300,000, she can afford that. So
he made a mistake. He should not have lied. He should have just said, I cannot represent you anymore in good conscience. Yeah. And I'll turn. But he panicked. That happens. The real estate board was in charge. They decided not to give him any kind of repercussion for it. And he kept his license. So who are we to gainsay what's going on? You're interrupting me again. Really? What do you need, sweetie? No, it didn't break.
It's not turning on, and I've been waiting for like 20 minutes for it to charge.
Well, was the charge actually working? Yes. How do you know?
Because it said it was George. And then it
All right. Well, here's what we're gonna do. You can plug it in again. Okay.
I've been waiting for like an hour.
You said 20 minutes. It hasn't been an hour. I just saw you with it. Go
Hi,
and plug-
honey. It's Auntie Stephanie.
Auntie Stephanie says hello.
I love you.
And Nana.
And Nana too. Go and plug it back in, but change the plug that's in the wall. Like put it somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah, I did that like twice.
Honey, just go and put it in and then do something else for a while and forget about it.
No, I was waiting.
Well, I'm not a technician. I can't fix it right now. I do just want you to go and plug it in and play something else right now. You can do Legos. All right. You guys continue watching. I'll be right back because
Actually, Megan,
Steve, do you have to go?
Yeah, I got to run now. But I appreciate.
All right. Thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate you, Steve. And
Thank
everybody,
you.
please go and check out Reality Steve on podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify. He's got a podcast that is amazing. We love him. Take care,
Bye,
Steve.
Bye, everyone.
Pleasure
Thanks
to meet
again.
you, Steve.
You too.
And coming in here to save the day is Dave Neal from Rush Hour with
Oh.
Dave Neal. While I run and take care of a Nintendo
Oh.
emergency. Go for it, Dave. Take over.
I came to hang out with Reality Steve, but
He just
Well,
ran
you're
off on
screwed.
you.
He's gone.
how's everyone doing?
How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great. I didn't know we were doing this, but I'm here. Have they mentioned me yet? Have I been?
No, not
No,
yet.
I don't think they've mentioned you
That's
yet.
coming up.
Oh, did they already mention me?
No, it's coming up.
Well,
This about the time that she breaks down in tears about the JFC.
Does one of you guys have the controls to start this video up again?
No,
no, I do
So
not.
Megan left us and we just have to talk without the video.
She's coming. She's
I guess
coming.
yeah,
so.
we just
Care of George.
It was Hangry. You can't say his name, Mom. It's totally
Oh,
against the rules.
sorry.
Hangry
We-
Fox.
we just talk.
Yeah, I mean, I felt very proud that I finally got some name recognition because they keep referring to me as like, journalist or content creator, but I guess Gingras brought my name up, with this little love story he's writing about him and I. So that's always nice. Is that common, by the way, Stephanie, to have?
That is so weird that I can't actually, the stuff that he's done here, the motion to force the other lawyer to have lunch with him was the weirdest thing I've ever, I'm, when I heard that, I thought, is he joking? That can't be serious. He really filed that? He actually filed that.
I don't know if
Yes.
he might have been joking. He's got a weird sense of humor. I'll give him that much, but it's not fun to be like part of someone's sense of humor while he's threatening you. Like, I don't know. It's hard for a joke to land when it's such a
That
serious
was
topic.
weird. And that letter, I think it was the letter he sent to you. Did you recently reveal a letter that he sent to you? Brad,
Yes.
About
We listened to it together, remember?
his contacts with some fancy pants lawyer in LA. I mean, who
Marty
cares?
Singer.
But who even does that? Who does that?
Yeah, I started a hashtag Marty's bitch. Thing.
I mean, it's super weird. I
Like,
don't
he's like, when Marty calls, you have to pick up. I was like, you're a Marty's bitch. That's what you
Yeah.
are.
Pretty much. When he's on vacation with his wife and Marty calls, he just shoves his wife off the boat and just runs for the phone.
If
It's
I'm making love to my wife and Marty calls, I give Marty a reach around. Marty is
Hey,
Yeah,
Marty.
Is Hangry okay?
he's fine. He's just his
Does he need
Nintendo's
Nana
not
to
working.
FaceTime him?
Nana, you should FaceTime him if you could. He would probably enjoy that. I told him I would get him a new one if it's broken. I mean, it's not like I'm not going to get him a new one. But he's going to panic about it until we figure out if it's broken or not. But I'm sure that he just put it in there for 5 minutes on the charger and it's not charged.
Right.
That's really the issue. Okay. Where were we? We are at, we're still on direct examination of
We need to push play.
her.
Let's talk about proof of pregnancy again. So did you take a photo of the test that you took on May 31st?
Yes, I did.
All right. I think, Patch, if you saw that, yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, I still have the exhibit.
So attached to this email are a couple of photos here. One One's right there. Day 11, it says, is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, day 11 is one I took. And I believe the one above is one Clayton took.
Oh, okay. So the one that says day 11 is a photo that you took, and you sent that to Clayton at or around that time?
Yes.
And then the one above that is, it says day 21, and it also appears to show positive. And that's the test that Clayton gave you.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the
He sent that picture back to you.
Yeah, he took it right after the test at his place.
All right. And the test that you took at Banner and the results that you received there on June 1st, did you send that to Clayton?
Yes.
That's it's our exhibit A1, and I'll move to admit that one, well, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection to A1, Your Honor.
A1's received.
Okay, Laura, did you do, regarding the Banner test, the day 11 test, or the day 21 test, those 3 tests, did you do anything at all to tamper with the results of those tests?
No.
Did you take any drugs, hormones, or any substance at all to affect the outcome?
No.
Did you use someone else's urine?
And we are supposed to believe this. Why exactly? Can't believe anything she says.
To
No.
change the outcome?
No.
Laura, in Clayton's deposition, this exact issue came up about him giving you the test and wanting you to take it in front of him. And he testified, I'll just read from his deposition. Yeah, I wanted to make sure she didn't bring anything into the bathroom, but she couldn't pee right in front of me because she said she had stage fright. So I closed the door so she would be able to pee. Is that deposition testimony truthful?
I did have stage fright. He was right. I did tell him that, but I did pee in front of him because he insisted that I did that.
Okay. And when he sent you the email on July 19th, 2 days after, June 19th, 2 days after you went to his house and took that third test in front of him, did he say anything at all about the fact that you closed the door and couldn't be in front of him?
No.
Okay. And Clayton, he obviously saw the first pregnancy test that you took. He saw the second one that you took, or the results of it anyway, and the third one that you took in front of him. We go back to Exhibit A2. At the end of this email, Clayton says, at the very top of the page, he says, I say all this, and in the email, he talks about the fact he thought you might be on.
There is going to be a spot where the audio cuts out for a minute. It seems like it freezes up. It wasn't me. It was something to do with the feed. It did it.
That doesn't surprise. We are going to be getting the court audio and video, which I really can't wait to see because
that would be nice.
I think that is going to show us David Gingris's baseball signals much clearer because that camera is usually from the front of the room facing the attorneys.
Ooh.
And he was doing like some major hand, and it was Stephanie who saw it first, and she was like elbowing me like, oh my God, look at what he is doing.
That was the craziest thing I have ever seen. If you did that in any courtroom I have ever been in, the judge would say, what are you doing? I mean, first of all, I understand why they didn't object. They didn't object because they don't have time. They're on such a limited time schedule. And I hate that anyways. Judges do that all the time in family law cases. And personally, I think it's a due process problem. They shouldn't be allowed to force you to shove your case into 1 hour when it's a year's worth of stuff this woman's been doing to him. Okay. But that aside, I would have been on my feet objecting and making a record and saying, for the record, the lawyer for the other side is absolutely sitting over there signaling to his client while she's being cross-examined. This is outrageous. He should be sanctioned. She should be told not to look at him and to look only at the lawyer who's examining her if this is what's going on.
And it was totally going on.
I want an instruction to this lawyer that he stopped doing that immediately. And I'm making a record for the appellate court so everybody is aware of what's going on here. He was making the safe sign at her. He was nodding his head yes. He was shaking his head no.
He was going like this.
He was doing all kinds of who knows.
And you know what? You know what else he did? I saw. In fact, I'm going to pull it up because I have I've got a close up of it.
That was so outrageous. I could not get over it.
I didn't see this at first.
Oh, I did.
I
As
saw.
soon as I saw this, I was like, "Oh my God, this guy is he is nodding, he's bobbing his head."
I saw that part, but watch this. Watch. I zoomed in. Hold on. I zoomed in. Watch this.
I'll move on here. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA, right?
What?
During the November 2nd hearing,
I said that the test.
The question is on. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal.
Now, do you see what he just did?
He's
He
telling
backed
her
up.
not
and he's
to
telling-
answer.
Yeah, and then he backed up and he went like this.
What?
And then she's going to actually act surprised. And I'm wondering if he might have been sending her a signal not to answer, but he also might have been sending a signal to act surprised, because that's what he did. Look, if we back it up, watch him jump backwards and then listen to her response.
That the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA. Because I see you continue.
No, I didn't. I never said it didn't. I said it came back inconclusive.
I haven't seen him.
Holy crap!
I haven't seen him make this many hand signals since he let Marty Singer bang his wife. And those hand signals were just thumbs up, but this is a whole.
Dave, listen, Nana is here on this.
Oh, I'm so
He
sorry.
knows she's there.
I'm so sorry.
Nana's
Motion to retract something I said.
Hey, Nana's out of here now. She's going to call Henry. That was enough.
That's what I need to do. So.
Dave, you
Not
chased
don't
you
worry.
chased my mother out of the room,
I did
Dave.
not mean to
Dave.
block your mom. I'm so sorry.
Dave, just remember this. Without Nana, those ladies wouldn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. Don't act like Mom's a prude. Mom, you should have heard Mom retelling this story to who was she telling it to? Karen.
To
She was
Alex.
she was telling it to Karen. And she goes, well, they like the colloquialisms, but I'm just going to tell it the way it is. And she goes, so she sucked him off. My mother.
I screamed.
what?
It was outrageous.
We have it on tape. You took a video of that. It was hysterical.
Took a video of that?
Of that
Took
story.
a video of my
Oh,
mother
of the
telling
story.
the
Okay.
story.
I
Of
was
my
like-
mom telling the story, which was funny. It was very funny.
Okay, so let me just say something back on this guy with the signals. By the time he did this, he should have said before he did this, because I think he tried to recover himself by standing up then and saying, objection, wait a minute, I don't know what date she's talking, or whatever he said. I don't
He
know.
made that up too. He knew what
Well,
she was talking about.
maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But any of this is not appropriate. He should stand up and say objection if he has an objection. Although I could maybe give him a little pass on this if he does this and says objection at the same time. But for the whole 60 seconds before he objected, he's making signals at her, absolutely trying to tell her either stop talking or say something else. And that is absolutely improper, inappropriate, not allowed.
Totally.
That is never allowed.
Oh, and by the way, it is sanctionable. Like it is, the judge could actually refer him to the bar for this. And I hope that if she sees it on the replay or whatever, that she will, because it's not too late. She still can. She was taking notes, and we'll have to watch. We'll have to
sitting
watch.
there saying to Megan, what the heck? Nobody is stopping this guy. The judge doesn't see it. Greg doesn't see it. Nobody knows what he's doing. I mean, I was like,
Nobody saw it except us.
show.
And then Greg and Deandra saw it at the same time, and their heads whipped around at the same time. And then it was over because then she stood in front of him. But then, of course, we
Which
couldn't
was
hear her.
Exactly what she should do.
Yeah.
But also at that point, I don't know why the judge wasn't, if maybe the judge didn't catch what was going on, why she didn't watch that.
Oh
more
no, I think she caught it. That we'll have to look at her face. We'll have to look at the judge and see where she's looking when all that happened. I think she just figured Deandra handled it
She
and
did
stood in
handle it.
between.
She
Yeah.
totally handled it.
Yeah.
Medication that affected the results, I guess. But he says at the top paragraph,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's taking information off of a potential piece of evidence that hasn't been admitted. And he's giving quite a narrative.
that has been admitted.
Yeah, two's been received. If you look in the top left-hand corner, if there's a green sticker, that means it's been received.
My
If it's
apologies,
brown,
Jane.
it means it was declined. Go ahead, counsel.
Laura, the question I have for you regarding the first paragraph at the top of the page there, Clayton wrote, or the email says, this is why it's important for us to do the paternity test, because there's no question that if it comes back positive, it is mine. Did Clayton ever tell you that he wanted you to have a paternity test done?
Yes.
Did he ever say to you that if you didn't file this case, that he would?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know how many times. A bunch of times.
At some point before you filed this case, did you hire a lawyer to help you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Bonnie Platter.
And she never appeared in any case for you, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yeah, she never appeared.
Okay, but what did you have her do with regard to Clayton and the pregnancy issue?
I wanted to prevent filing a case publicly in court for both of our sakes. I didn't want it to be public and thought that we could come up with a parenting plan if, in fact, the pregnancy was Clayton's. I thought we could come up with it on our
Did you
own.
hear that? Yeah, exactly.
Wait a minute.
Yes, you didn't catch that the first time because she says yes.
Dave, did she just say if the
Yes.
pregnancy could
If
it
in
have
fact
been?
it was his.
Does
Hey,
that
can you go
mean?
back?
Yeah.
Does
go
that
back.
wait a minute? I want to stay here for just a second. We'll go back, but does that mean there's a possibility it's somebody else?
Yes.
I like the way he said that. Yes.
What the hell?
Because see, here's the thing, Megan. If she was with somebody before she was with Clayton, and he wasn't as well, let's put it this way, he didn't have quite as much money. Maybe he couldn't really provide for her, and she liked the downward facing dog more than than this guy, and then she was just like, well, what can I do to like maybe possibly get somebody to take care of my baby for me? So there's a big possibility she went into a relationship with Clayton already being knocked up. I mean, that would make perfect sense. I
still don't believe she was
Why
pregnant.
she said it 4 days after they got together.
I still don't think she was
Exactly.
pregnant.
Which
But I
never
do think it's
would have-
weird she said if.
She wasn't.
But it never, Megan.
She
think
wasn't
about it.
pregnant.
She-
No,
she
she
might-
wasn't pregnant, Stephanie.
But
There's
still,
no.
The point is, she notified him 4 days after their rendezvous.
5 days.
She could
But
be
still.
pregnant, which is absurd. Nobody does that.
That unless they had sex with some guy like 10 days before
Yeah, right.
and we're like a little bit worried that
Mhm.
they might be, but
Yeah.
not saying that they are, just saying that
There would've
she's
been
trying to
some fetal
cover all her
DNA.
bases.
Exactly.
Yeah, I still don't believe there was any baby ever.
No,
Well, I don't
no.
either, but the point is that 4 days or 5 days after their first liaison.
All right, what were
It's
we going back for?
To
Oh,
hear
you'll-
that again. what
Filing
she-
a case publicly in court for both of our sakes. I didn't want it to be public and thought that we could come up with a parenting plan if, in fact, the pregnancy was Clayton's. I thought we could come up with it on our own without having to involve the court.
Okay, so before you filed this case, you made an effort to work with him to get the test done privately without the court being involved.
Yes, and I hired the attorney. I said I would pay for it.
Did he hire anyone?
No.
To your knowledge? Laura, let's move forward to look at Exhibit A3, which, have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is the message in my patient portal for I'm part of a domestic violence brain injury program at Barrow, and this is a conversation with my doctor there.
Okay, did you send this email? It looks like it's an email dated June 28th from you to a Dr. Glynis Zieman, Zieman. Did you write that email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit, whatever that is.
Exhibit whatever
No
that is.
objection, Your Honor.
Laura, in this email at the very top,
Stephanie, have you ever said in court, Your Honor, I'd like to admit exhibit whatever it is?
No, but I have asked the clerk what exhibit are we
Exhibit
on?
is it?
I
I'd
have
like
them.
to move to enter exhibit whatever it is.
You know what I'm talking about. No, I have not.
An idiot sandwich.
Oh, this guy. This guy.
Can I say
Up
something
there.
else before you started again?
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that she's up there saying, I was hoping we could do this privately and not have to have any publicity for both of us. That would be better for both of us. Okay, yeah, right. And then you go and call the
To
Sun.
the Sun. And the New York
That is
Post or
so-
whatever.
It's so disingenuous. This
And
chick,
people.
it's disingenuous. It's just so disingenuous. I don't believe it. She
Apple
wanted publicity from the
says, are
beginning.
we sure Dingus is a lawyer? Yeah, we're pretty sure he's actually a lawyer. Let's get some super chats. Mag in Florida, thanks for the 10. You both did fantastic. FYI, Lauren Nighty is finally back in Florida. Great job, Lauren. Yeah, for her first rodeo, it went pretty well. Rogue Mama, thanks for the 2. LO is scared because Mike can topple her house of cards. Yeah. Kellyanne, thanks for the Canadian 20. I can't believe they actually sent officers. I talked to my comm sergeant about this, who agreed we would never in my PD. We tell them to talk to the police in the courthouse.
Yeah, it's
They
true.
are there's a ton there for a reason. I know.
It's so true. The deputies have a right to do whatever needs to be done. They're empowered. They have weapons. They can do all the stuff you need to do in
And
court.
Sergeant McNair, who we loved
him.
He was perfectly. Oh, the baby is here. Oh gosh, look at the tiny baby, Steffi. Look.
On burping duties. So I got
How cute.
So cute. He's so darling. Look at how cute he is. Oh, Dave.
Oh yes.
He's
so
absolutely perfect. He's still doing that little newborn scrunchy thing.
Oh, he's only what, 6 weeks old now?
6, yeah.
Almost 6.
Look at his
Oh,
little fuzzy hair.
such a sweetie. I know he was born with a ton of hair. He gets that from Dave, I think. I know, a total doll. Weren't those days so fun? Shizzy, you're muted.
I said, this is what happens. The baby shows up and the tone of the voices gets a higher pitch and it becomes this.
We cannot help it.
Can't help it.
Cannot help it.
I know it is like this magnetism that babies have for the women. It's just
I love it when he brings the baby on stream. He's so cute. And that
He is
remember
adorable.
your first baby and those, it was so hard with no sleep and just so hard how something so little can turn your life upside down so quickly.
Yeah, I didn't sleep for a whole entire year, pretty much.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't sleep for 10 years.
Oh,
in a row.
That's what's wrong with you.
Yeah. I didn't sleep for like 10 years in a row because by the time the first one was sleeping, I had the second one. And then by the time she was sleeping, I had the third one. And so there was no sleeping. No sleeping.
Have you ever
Allie
seen
F,
that meme of the little
thanks for
baby
the 5.
making a face like this and like looking at, and it says, what am I going to tell her? She is never going to sleep in ever again. It's hilarious.
Then they become teenagers and you also don't sleep because they're out all
They
night.
want to talk about everything at midnight.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you
they
don't
never
sleep
wanna
with
talk to you.
teenagers. You're not
So
going
when
to
they-
sleep. Basically, Dave, we were just talking about how you're never going to sleep again. Not for
Sweet.
the next 18 years, maybe
Can't wait.
20.
I can't wait.
He's so cute. Natasha, thanks for the 5, Your Honor. I'd like to keep things simple and don't want to waste time, so I'm going to waste everyone's time arguing about something you already ruled on.
100% agree with that assessment.
Douche Canoe Esquire, thanks for the 2, says, see, I told you it was all going to be explained. Douche Canoe Esquire says, boom, never submitted in court, not guilty. Yeah, what is this? I never submitted it to court, so it doesn't count.
That's the weirdest argument because you admit that you doctored evidence relative to this case and sent it to the litigant on the other side. So you were attempting to manipulate him with this doctored evidence. And somehow you think that's not relevant because you didn't submit it as a document for the court to consider as an actual exhibit. Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
But did Dave submit it? Did Clayton submit it? I'm sorry, Dave.
Clayton
yeah.
did submit it. Yeah.
Yes.
So
But also, she said in her deposition that her attorney, Bonnie Platter, submitted that sonogram as well.
yeah,
And we don't have Bonnie's submissions. We don't have her court records. Dave, do you have any of Bonnie's court records? I don't think I've ever seen any.
No.
Shouldn't they be a part of the court's actual file? Didn't anybody get the whole file from the court?
Well, we thought we did, but I think we're missing Bonnie's stuff, and I'm not sure why. All right, moving on.
You write to Dr. Zeman that you went to Planned Parenthood while in California, and you said they did a scan there, was confirmed that you were pregnant, and that they saw a sac. Does that refresh your recollection about the date that you went to see Planned Parenthood?
Yes.
And is the statement that you made to Dr. Zeman truthful?
Yes.
When you wrote that, did you know that anyone would ever see that in the light of day other than you and Dr. Zeman?
Nope.
Who's Dr. Zeman? This is a doctor I haven't heard of before.
She loves to say nope too.
Maybe it was
Nope.
Dr.
Nope.
Seaman.
You thought it was semen. No, it's Zeman.
What?
Zeman, okay.
What? I need that button. Who has that button?
What?
Damn it, Dave. You always have the best buttons first.
I just took a DNA test.
I need that button. I need the
get it
what?
for you.
Did you know about the Padlet?
What's that?
The timeline, Dave.
What about it?
Well, it's been nuked by Padlet.
Really?
Your account has been suspended.
Oh my
Our
gosh.
robots have detected that you're using Padlet for things we don't approve of. If you don't know what we're talking about, contact us. Well, guess what? The owners of the timeline actually contacted them a month or two ago to say, would you please look over our timeline and let us know if anything in it violates your policies, because the person about whom this Padlet timeline is about is very litigious and we don't want her to be able to shut down our account. And they got an email back saying, we have reviewed your account and nothing violates our terms. But all of a sudden, their account has been nuked.
This girl's good.
So she obviously did something to get them to take it down.
Well, obviously.
She blew the guy in the tech room.
But here's the good news. Here's the good news. They do have a backup. They have a backup. And so nothing is lost, but they may need to find some place to put it other than Padlet. And,
Meg, Ellie Fant has a question. Can the judge remove the protective orders in her final decision? No. She cannot remove protective orders from other courts in other jurisdictions.
Well, yes, because she took note. She actually did roll the protective order, the one against Clayton, into this case. So she is actually hearing that.
But that's in her court. Isn't that in her courthouse?
No,
Same
in her courthouse.
jurisdiction?
In her jurisdiction, yes.
Same jurisdiction. Okay, so that's one thing. But these protective orders from other states and other...
Well, Greg Gillespie's is in hers too.
Oh, it is?
But they didn't ask for that, so I don't think that she has that under advisement.
I don't understand the way these protective orders work here. Where I live, you get a protective order for a year. And
Greg's
then
expires in November. So
and then you have to renew it if you have the...
She renews it every single time, and she just lies, and they just do it.
The other side has the right to come to court and say, wait a minute, I don't want this, and here's why.
yeah,
Do they not come to court and oppose?
No,
we'll be there in November. We're gonna stop by your mom's house and
You're always
back in November.
see if the pool's still open.
Hey, Megan, I know that you were a mother a few times over. Here, can I pass you a sack?
What is that? What am
It's
I
a
looking
sack.
at?
I'm
A
passing
sack?
you a sack.
You're passing me a sack.
I'm passing a sack. Does this mean that I had one?
Maybe. According to Laura Owens, you might have been pregnant at some point. I'm not sure. Good
So can
Lord.
we call her a bag lady officially now?
Dave, please tell me what's happening.
That was a good response. I have no idea.
November is when Laura's restraining order against Gillespie expires.
Gillespie. Yeah.
And
Wow.
so you guys are expecting her to show up and say, I want it renewed. And he's
Yes.
gonna fight. He's gonna fight it.
Yes.
I hope
Is-
so.
I would think he
Is-
would.
Greg
I'm gonna
Woodnick
spend
representing him.
Well, maybe if we raise some funds, we could get
maybe,
him too.
but we got to get him paid. Because poor Greg Woodnick hasn't been paid in God knows how long. But
Yeah,
here's
he's
the
literally
thing.
ripping the braces off his kids to afford this. Woodnick's he's out there driving Uber, doing Postmates.
So,
No offense, I used to drive Uber. It's okay.
The only lawyer driving a taxi cab in Scottsdale.
Gingras
Man.
might be.
Oh, good Lord. He's not allowed to drive, is he? I thought they
True.
took that
Good
away
point.
from him.
Good. Yeah, he's got one of those pedicabs that he's got a rickshaw.
A rickshaw. He could drive one of those.
Old time Scottsdale, just driving people to get slices of pizza at 2 a.m. Put that in your artificial intelligence.
I enjoy Dave so much. I can't even tell you. When Dave did the cannonball in the pool, it was exactly what everyone needed. Why is it that people will stand around a pool and not get in it
Oh, I went in.
until someone cannonballs into it?
Cannonball.
exactly.
Oh, good times. All right, here we go.
Why you changed the name at the top of the sonogram that we talked about before from Planned Parenthood? I don't know if you answered that before.
Yeah, I just didn't want Clayton to know where I had gone to get the sonogram because he had been intimidating before.
If the court can help me switch from my exhibits to Clayton's.
Sure, if you scroll down to where, yeah, that exactly. Now go all the way to the bottom. There should be an R. Keep going if you're able to.
Stop there.
Dave, you should still be an Uber driver.
that.
It's
That would be hilarious. I would hire you.
Oh, right, it's tiny. I'm blind.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah,
And then share symbol.
yeah, got it. And we're gonna go. Yeah, okay.
That court reporter is having the time
I
of
want
her
to see
life.
Clayton's exhibits though.
Yeah, you're gonna scroll all the way down.
She's like, this lady is
respondents.
crazy.
Gotcha. Okay, Laura, looking at respondents exhibit 31. I don't know why that doesn't match.
He's looking at the wrong exhibit.
No, that's not it either. These are not the same as.
I actually want to know the answer to this question. Dave, when you were an Uber driver, were there any Uber confessions while you were driving
Are you
people
kidding
around?
me? Oh, we'll have to do a whole different stream. I mean, the amount of sex trade and drug trade that I contributed to. I was literally driving hookers and Johns around all night.
Where was this? LA?
Los Angeles.
Oh, well, that's why.
I mean, I was a accomplice to so many drug deals. It was insane.
Weren't you scared?
I was just hoping. I mean, I was just working. I didn't care.
Were you like, am I the getaway driver? Was there ever a moment where you were like, am I the getaway driver?
Yeah, I mean, when I had to put the ski mask on, I knew something was fishy. 5-star rating. What do you do?
Hey, you know.
I once drove a couple guys to the hospital because they didn't want to take an ambulance. They were bloody from a fight, and I was like, I get it. Just don't spill any blood on the Matrix. Strippers, lots of strippers. Oh my gosh.
Oh my Lord. Did they leave glitter all over your back seat?
No, not those kind of strippers.
No.
Different kind, the non-glitter type of strippers?
Yeah. The white chick saying the hard N-word. Like these were some rough-
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I drove
I
this
don't wanna
one
know
guy
those kind
around
of
for like
strippers.
an hour and he was trying to scope out his ex-girlfriend's house. And I was like, as long as you're paying, we're going.
Yeah.
I drove around the singers who sang the song "Everybody's Awesome" from the Lego Movie.
Everybody's awesome.
Yeah, they had to tell me who they were because I didn't know. I was like, "Cool." Anyway, enough about me.
Oh God, that's funny.
Love it.
So what you want to do is, it may not be the exhibit numbers that the attorneys labeled it as being. Those are the court designations.
I'm looking for his exhibit 31.
All right, so if you look for his exhibit 31,
It'd be
that
number
does show that
31.
it is exhibit 31.
Look for number 31.
Exhibit 31 on his exhibit list is listed petitioner faking ultrasound.
His exhibit 31 is marked faking Laura faking ultrasound.
Like, why would you call attention to that?
That was a good burn, Woodnick. That was a really good burn. He marked his exhibit Laura faking ultrasound. Is this counting against his time? No, because the judge wrote in 10 minutes of tech problems that would not count against anyone.
Right.
10 minutes per party.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a video. There we go. That's what I wanted to see right there. Laura, Clayton's exhibit 31 is appears to be an email from you to Clayton. It says ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100 billion% real ultrasound video. You recognize that?
It's not an email that I sent, but I've seen it since.
Okay. Well, you answered my
Here's
question.
where Dave
You know,
comes in.
first of all, what that
I wish Steve was still here because Steve got this email too. But Dave, you got one too, right?
No, Steve is the only one who got this email. Steve and Clayton, but I mean, we could
And
get
then
the
he
IP.
forwarded it to you.
Yeah, we could get the IP. I'm sure it was a VPN, but
Yeah, you can trace those.
it was 100% from her. Like Steve's. No, I love Steve. He's a technology moron. He didn't make this up.
Well,
He's a degenerate gambler who loves Olive Garden. You think he's going in there doing tech support? No, that's not what he does. He spoils the bachelor. He doesn't have a forensics degree. Love Steve.
Love
him.
Steve, by the way.
Well,
Absolutely love Steve.
The best part is, Dave, this is where she's going to start talking about you.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, let me get the lube out.
Yes.
What
Get
this
some
exhibit
lotion.
shows. Do you know what it shows?
I do now.
Laura, assuming that what we're looking at here is meant to be an email from you, did you send this to Clayton?
I did not.
Did you ever send Clayton a email with a ultrasound video attached to it?
I did not.
Do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like this?
Well, yeah, that has my signature on it.
Well, that's a fair statement.
This
But
is her ex.
you didn't send this. Do you know who did?
I have my suspicions, but I can't be.
No, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
I have a suspicion.
Yes.
When she said that, I was sitting there thinking, why didn't the lawyer object? I mean, she's speculating.
Well, I know.
Oh,
And
I'm
Greg was
speculating.
sitting right next to us and he was really upset. I mean, he was almost out of his chair trying to get Greg's attention, asking him to object because everything on the record about him has been this awful stuff. And still, now there's still nothing on the record to
I don't
object to
understand.
these
I mean,
lies.
I know that they were
Yes, there
busy
is.
and they didn't have a lot of time. But when she started going, "Oh, I don't really know, but I suspect," objection.
That's
Stop now.
speculation.
There's no
Yeah.
speculating
Yeah, I
allowed.
mean, this is the speculation she did when she called the domestic violent detectives, saying Greg was behind all the Reddit accounts. They confirmed that that wasn't the case. She just wildly throws out speculations left and right when the
And
call is
see-
coming from inside the home.
Dave, it's one thing when you do that with a police officer because that's fair. You're starting an investigation. I believe the person who might be doing this to me is blah 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 blah. This is a court of law. That's all over with now. We don't do any of that in here. You don't get to speculate. You show up with your evidence or you shut up. You don't get to speculate and ruin a guy's life. That's just wrong.
Well,
And
I mean, what's your guess on why Woodnick did not object?
I suspect it's the same reason that he didn't object to the wild gesticulating of the other lawyer. Time. She had them tied down. You get 1 hour, you get 1 hour, period. And he had to
Well, and I also think that Greg is also giving a wide wide berth here to the judge, who
The
he
only berth here.
knows who he knows
But the
what is
judges are stupid.
garbage. She's not stupid. She knows
and
what's
he
garbage and what
suspects,
isn't.
and from just the little bit of courthouse scuttlebutt that I got on my way in there talking
Oh,
to
tell us about that. You never told
Yes.
me about that.
I did tell
Stephanie's
you.
got
I
the
told
dirt.
you.
Stephanie's got some dirt.
No, I was chatting up a lawyer who was waiting to get into the courthouse. And he seemed like a really straight shooter and a nice guy. And I told him why we were there. And he was like, "Shut up. That's ridiculous." It was so funny. He hadn't heard anything about the case. But I asked him about the judge. And he said, "Oh, she's good."
Oh, he
She's
liked her a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. He said she's a good judge and she's not going to put up with any garbage. And wow. Like,
By the way, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is a complete different topic, but I'm working under the assumption that Gingras was trying to get Mike Maricini to punch him because people inside the courthouse said he ran up to Mike while on the phone with the police officers to get his outfit and what he was wearing. But I'm starting to think that they were trying to get some sort of physical reaction, just as like a Hail Mary, like throw some shit at the wall there. I don't know. That's just my speculation, but
I've spent some time with Mike and Greg, and like Mike especially, I don't sense a violent bone in that guy's body.
oh,
Like
he's so calm.
he's a gentle guy, like very gentle, very like
Is
reserved.
he the
Like
one that got stuck with her for 2 years?
yeah,
Ish.
yeah.
Oh,
The one who was sitting with his beautiful wife in the black
Amazing, beautiful
pantsuit.
wife.
Yeah. His wife is like drop dead gorgeous.
Right?
Drop dead
Super
gorgeous
nice.
and also super sweet and nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, Mike is just very gentle, like very soft spoken. I cannot imagine him throwing a punch. Like I can't. Not even a dingus. So how could I imagine him choking Laura? Like I know I want to choke Laura. I could more imagine me choking her than Mike Maricini.
Well, she is pretty good at choking. Let's just put it that way.
So she says. So we've heard.
Well, that would be speculation.
Yeah.
Vision that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton.
Who? Which ex?
Greg Gillespie.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think Greg Gillespie sent this?
Because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people's emails.
Also objection.
So
Like,
Total
so-
lies. He has never admitted to hacking anything. He doesn't hack. He's not a hacker.
First of
He's
all,
not-
objection, hearsay. Anything he said to her outside of this courtroom, stop it right now. Stop it. That's one.
yeah, we
Two,
don't know.
she's
why
just
this-
throwing stuff out there that he's hacked her computer. What? You're claiming that he's committed a crime? You have zero evidence of this. None at all. I don't
Well,
like
and as a lawyer, I can understand where you would want to get into those objections, but also I think that him, as Woodnick looking at this, saying we all know this is bull. Let's get to the point because
You're
this is irrelevant. This is about somebody that has nothing to do with this case whatsoever. And we're
Well,
basically
yes
going
and
to cure
no.
all this whenever we do a cross. We're going to cure all this in a heartbeat. We're going to put a
yes and
kibosh
no
on it.
to they have nothing to do with it. They have a lot to do with it. That's why, what's his name? Gingras wanted all of anything about the other victims out. He wanted all of that out.
I
And
am
the judge
dying at the chat
denied
right
the
now.
motion.
Exit sign says little to no gag reflex. Dave Neal, motion to swallow. Oh my God, the chat is killing me. Little to no gag reflex. Oh,
Megan,
that's what-
somebody asked if you could FOIA the 911 call. Did you?
I
get that
did.
done? Did you get it done?
I already did it and paid for it, but unfortunately, the body cam footage is backed up for 2 years, they tell me, even though Arizona has a deadline of 30 days to get it to me. It's backed up for 2 whole years.
Oh,
And
no,
Stephanie,
no,
we're going to
no.
have to sue them.
Oh,
We're going to have
no.
to sue the county to get it. Are you willing to pro hoc vice in so we can sue the county? You want to sue the county? Come on.
No, I
let's do
want
it.
you to make a complaint to the Attorney General's office.
Oh yeah, like that's going to get me
No,
anywhere.
no. I mean, that they can't do stuff like that. They can't tell you.
Well,
"Oh,
that's what
you
they
don't-
told me. They
you don't
said
have
2
this
years.
footage." Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. 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 Imagine if the cops shot somebody and then tell the victims, oh, we can't give you the footage for 2 years because we're backed up.
Well, that's what they
No.
told me. That's what they told me. I'm just saying, I'm just repeating to you what was
No.
said to me. BK says, having the babies if you don't get the body cam footage. I'm going to call them and tell them I'm having the babies if you don't give me that footage. Yeah, look, come on, sis. Let's sue the county. Come on, it'll be fun. We don't need to go to the Attorney General. Let's just file a lawsuit. Come on. It'll
You know
be
how
fun.
expensive it is to sue people? You have no idea.
No, it's not expensive at all because you're a lawyer and we can do it for free. I'll write the motions and you file them. How's that? I'll write them for free. I'm good at it. I've read enough of them. I can write motions.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. I can.
Do you think it was a strategy? I'm sorry. Do you
Sorry,
think it
go
was a strategy for Gingras to run out his clock so he couldn't cross-examine Clayton?
Yes, it was
I
a
thought that
crappy
was super
strategy.
Weird. But that was weird, Dave. Because if you believe in your case, of course you want to cross-examine the main guy on the other side.
Well, clearly he doesn't. I mean, Clayton's pretty credible, so
Yeah,
you'd think he
Yeah.
would want to avoid that.
I think you're exactly right. I guess so, because that was weird to me. Like, that's very weird time usage. If you
I don't think that was his intention. I don't think he expected that he was going to have to worry about anything, because he has no filter of stupidity. Like whenever they're passing out stupidity, he is the first one in line to say, me, hand it out to me. Because he spent so much time with his legal professional that I still couldn't understand what the guy was talking about half the time, because
mean his medical expert?
medical
Med chill.
expert, I guess you could call him. I mean, I wouldn't really call him an expert, I mean, maybe he was a spurt at some
Come on,
point in
he
time.
delivered 25,000 babies. That makes him an expert, right?
Well,
Wasn't that-
you have to keep away from Laura because she's good at spurts too. She'll
Oh,
swallow
Lord.
that thing right down.
You're obviously under oath, under penalty of perjury. You did not send that email and you don't know who did.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about going back to our exhibit A5. Got it. Whoops. So can you tell us what exhibit A5 is? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a receipt that, well, it's an email, but does this reflect the RavGen that you talked about before?
Yes.
Okay, and that was August 15th that you made that payment?
Yes.
And then later on here at the bottom, you indicate, let's see here, Friday, this appears to be an email from you Friday, August 18th. Did you write that email?
Yes.
You send that to, well, it looks like to Clayton and also CC'd RavGen?
Yes.
It states here that unfortunately Clayton has refused to take the prenatal paternity test. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that the reason why the test didn't happen in mid-August?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit A5.
Objection? No objection. A5's received.
Okay. Let's look at Clayton's exhibit 9. Hopefully, there we go. Laura, do you recognize this exhibit, exhibit 9?
Yes.
This appears to be an email from you to Clayton dated October 14th, 2023. And this is an email that you sent him?
Yes.
All right. In this email, first of all, you're saying some reference to a sonogram video, and you said it matches up with the still video that Dave sent me. I assume that we're talking about Dave.
Yes.
And you told
Of
him
course,
this was not my ultrasound. I stand by that 100%.
Of course, Dave just walked away as his name came up. He's on baby duty. He'll be back.
Did Dave Neal ever? Well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal is a content creator.
Wait.
At some point, did Dave send?
You gotta rewind it.
We have to rewind it for
Yes.
Dave. We have to save this for Dave when he comes
I
back.
knew it was coming. I was
He
like, I
walked
know
away at
it's-
just the wrong time.
I
How does
knew
that
it was
happen?
coming.
And Stephanie walked away too. It's just me and you, Shizzy. Just me and
Well,
you.
hey,
What are we
that's
gonna-
okay, doll. You know, we
What are
can,
we-
you know, we can just do this. We can get back here and just, oh yes, that's so good.
Oh, this is unbelievable. We got, you know, look, and the cameraman, so he was texting me because I was right next to his backpack and he needed extra batteries. And he was like, can you look in the front pocket of my bag? They wouldn't let us be where it would have been, you know, logical to be. So everybody was like squished up against somewhere. And I ended up with his bag and he was way over on the other side. So he's like, can you get me my batteries? It's in the front pocket. So I'm digging around in somebody else's bag looking for batteries. And I found them in it. So I'm passing this guy batteries. So I had his number in my phone because he had just texted me. I guess Lauren gave it to him probably. And so that worked out great though, because as you can see, he's zoomed in here on Laura. So you can't see the attorneys. Well, when the cross begins, he doesn't change the angle. And so Gingras is still out of the camera.
Right.
When the big movements begin, I'm like, oh my God, I'm texting him. I'm like, move the camera, get the camera on Gingras, get the camera on, get the widen the shot. Cause I was watching, I was monitoring the, cause I had internet access and I was monitoring the live stream.
Yes.
So I could see the shot and I was like, oh my God, get Gingras in the shot. And I was hoping that he didn't think I was ordering him around, but I'm like, it's an emergency. I'm like, move the camera, get Gingras, get him. And he texted me back and he was like, thank you for telling me. He's like, he goes, I don't do this very often. So if you have any direction, just send it to me. So now I'm producing the film in the now I'm producing the live stream from the back bench. Like, widen the shot.
I was, you know, and the thing was, as I watched this, I was like, if he would have widened his shot, because it's the Elgato, all he had to do is just tap on the screen or zoom in, because everything on where she is sitting is blurry, because all that you catch is the back of the lawyer's head. That's what it zoomed in on. So everything on the stage on the that you should be
Well, this
focusing in on
looks
is
pretty
blurred.
clear. This
It
one
does
looks
only
pretty
because
clear.
he zoomed in, but whenever he zooms back out, it gets very
Oh.
blurry. But
How do you
the
fix
back of
that? By tapping the person you want to be.
yes,
Yeah. I think that so
turn
the
off the auto
anxiety
zoom. Turn
the
off the auto
anxiety
zoom.
was like super high because they were like forcing us to set up really quickly, and they were putting us in these really uncomfortable positions with no outlets, and they were rushing everyone. They were like, you have 5 minutes left and that's it. And so this poor guy who's trying to get the camera set up and get it working, who doesn't do this normally, you know how tech stuff never goes right the first time. So he was sweating balls. I mean, this poor guy was like sweat dripping off his head, just trying so hard. And you know how it is when you're under a spotlight. Like, you know, the media guy that works at the courthouse was like, come on, hurry up. You only have 5. We have to test.
Well,
So who knows?
I've been curious how many people were there for this. Like,
Okay, so I counted 27 that they allowed in the courtroom, including the witnesses and the lawyer teams and the judge. They were supposed to let 30 in, but I think there were 30 because I forgot the 2 guys in the jury box. So I for sure have 29, and maybe I forgot the judge. That would be 30. The only people in the courtroom were media, family, witnesses, and then there were maybe 4 like JFC Reddit people who made it in. And my sister. My sister.
Now, what
made it
about
in.
on the backside? How many people were outside waiting?
I heard there were 27 people in the overflow room, but I would have guessed more than that.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Longer than that, but I think some people probably walked out of there because our other
Maybe they
sister
didn't
was there,
stay.
and she was like, you can't hear. They couldn't hear. It was loud. The feed was bad. And I think some people probably left because it was so frustrating. Honestly.
That makes sense. Makes sense because there were more than 27 people waiting to get in.
For sure.
So maybe some of them went and hung out in the parking lot with Dave. I don't know.
And I was chatting with somebody that they were taking the feed from the court. I forget what his name was. Doggone it. Bruce from Oregon. Isn't that?
Oh, Bruce.
Yeah.
Wait.
So Bruce said he was getting the feed from the court, and that's what he was
talking about. Dave's Bruce, or is this a different?
Yeah,
Bruce?
Dave's Bruce.
No, Dave was. Yeah, Bruce was getting the same feed that was from Scott's camera. Scott and
right.
Yeah, same feed. The
and that was
is something different.
Well, and that was the sound that I was getting, and that's why because I was asking him when I was like, okay, so it sounds to me like they had all kinds of filters on it, probably to cut down on the noise, and that's why everything sounded so janky, is because
well, I was told that when I get the feed that comes directly from the court, it may be much better.
Okay. I hope so.
Even though the camera was tied into the court system, I was still told it might sound a lot better. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I am waiting like every day, like hoping to get a message that we have that. I know it's been requested and I'm just waiting for it to come in. And once we have the court video and the audio, Scott at Recovery Addict has volunteered to marry them all together and make it the best video you've ever seen.
There you go. That's what you need. That's what you need.
So, by the way, shout out to Top Mark Media and Scott at Recovery Addict. I was representing Top Mark Media at this event. I was freelancing for him, and he's been so wonderful helping me get this set up and communicating with the court and everything. And like, Scott's awesome over at Recovery Addict. If you're not subscribed over there, or to Top Mark Media, make sure you do that. Top Mark Media is his YouTube channel where he just uploads court footage. Scott's a real pro. He's been a radio pro for many years, and he does court cases. He was actually considering coming and running the camera himself for this event, but he had communication problems with the court. The media guy there wasn't real responsive to him, and so he wasn't able to like schedule his calendar and budget for it. And it was too late by the time this guy started communicating with him for him to like change his plans.
Well, I got the idea from talking with Bruce that the court guy really, he was subpar.
Well, let's just say he didn't seem to like his job all that much.
Well,
Like, I think he was perfectly capable of, I'm sure he does his job okay, but he just didn't seem to like it. He didn't like responding. Now, he responded to me, no problem. But Scott was trying to talk to him months ago. And it was almost like because it was months out, maybe he didn't feel like there was an urgency to communicate, and he just didn't.
yeah.
And maybe he was dealing with other stuff. But I mean, how many cases are going on in Maricopa County where media is interested, really? Are there that many?
Well, he also may be doing them every single day. There's a big possibility that he's busy every single day with this, and
Yeah, maybe. And he
his-
just put it off until it was last minute. Then in that last week before, before the trial, then all of a sudden he was responding like, no problem. He was calling, he was responding to everything. But that wasn't enough time for Scott to be ready to do it. Scott needed, a couple months advance. So he didn't get that. And
I would like to say a word about the courthouse personnel that we met while we were there. For the most part, the guy who was running security was outstanding.
So outstanding. Sergeant
He
McNair
was so professional and so kind and friendly, and he was
helpful.
He was great.
Super cheerful and friendly, talking to the crowd. He was
making hilarious jokes on our way in.
Making hilarious jokes. In fact, everyone was laughing while we were on the stream. Dave and I were hosting the stream, and all of a sudden we heard you guys just cracking up. And we looked over there, and Dave's like, "What's going on over there?" And I was like, "Oh, that's the sergeant. He's making everyone laugh. He's really funny."
He was.
I mean, he's exactly the kind of police officer you want in charge of security. Like, he wasn't, being Mr. Important and Mr. Serious.
He was perfect because he was saying, look, we have a rule. It's only 30 people we're going to allow in. However, don't panic. I have a room for you. We have an overflow room. We don't usually do that, but we are going to have to stick to our rule. It's a fire code thing. And this is what's happening.
But he was being very disarming. He was being very friendly.
He was great. Really good.
He was great.
Well, and when I was talking with Bruce, he was, oh no, I'm sorry. I was talking with Tori. I was like, you might want to check and see how busy it's going to be, because if there's a lot of people that show up, you don't want to be one of the last people able to make it in there.
Yeah, they decided to only let 2 media people in per request that was given, and so I think Tori got booted.
Our other sister was literally I was 4th in line, she was 5th in line, and
she got booted.
Person they let in.
Yep. All right, Dave, you came back just in time. Your name is about to be taken in vain. We waited for you because this is funny.
Okay,
we've been holding.
I'm excited.
Bay.
Right, here we go.
100%. Did Dave Neal ever? Well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal's a content creator.
At some point, did Dave send you a sonogram video and ask if it was yours?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I said it was not mine.
I object to that description of Dave Neal as just a content creator. It just does not even begin to describe who Dave Neal is.
No, because Dave Neal has something that you probably will never have, Laura.
Nice hair.
No, a baby.
A baby. Yes. A baby, a sense of humor, a career, people who love him, all kinds of things that Laura doesn't have.
Yeah, Erica said I need who's Dave Neal on the soundboard. Yeah, I got to do that.
Yeah, let's go back. That was funny.
Do a sonogram video and
Neal's a content creator.
Did Dave Neal ever? Well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal's a content creator.
Yeah, you got to have that. You got it. Who's Dave Neal?
Who's Dave Neal?
And at some point, did Dave send you a sonogram video and ask if it was yours?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I said it was not mine.
Did you ever have a sonogram video of any kind with Clayton?
No.
Did you ever send a sonogram video to
By the way, she referenced that video 3 days earlier. So she knew this video was floating around because she sent it to Steve. We just called her out on it, and at that point she denied.
Was the last question from the lawyer, have you ever sent a sonogram video to anyone? Is that
So
what
he said, did you? Yeah, he did. And she
and
said
she said
no.
no, never.
Yeah. And she's a liar, a big liar. And let
Yeah, I
me
would've-
show you.
When they said who's Dave Neal, I just wish if I was. This is why I couldn't go in the courtroom, because I would have stood up and said her worst nightmare, and they would have kicked me out.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Who's Dave Neal?
I'll take the arrest for that. I feel like it's worth it. They kicked him out. They said, "Who's Dave Neal?" And he said, "Her worst nightmare." Then he just faded off into the sunset.
Oh, look, you guys, at the October 6th order of protection hearing in front of Judge Duty, right? Was that the one in front of Judge Duty? Or no, the Judge Duty one was October 25th. Sorry.
Yes.
During that October meeting in front of Judge Duty, she very clearly tells Clayton that she sent him that sonogram video. In fact, I have to find it now. I have to find it.
She says it.
Yes. Yes. In front of Judge Duty. In fact, Schnitzel Ninja, who was at the trial, by the way, shout out to Schnitzel Ninja, who has been giving us all this great hearing footage. She got this up on the YouTubes via the internets on the October 25th. Here he is, Judge Duty, the oldest judge in the history of Arizona. Here he is, Judge Duty. Now, when Clayton, I don't know, about 148, approximately. The guy doesn't know how to look at computers, doesn't know how YouTube works.
Brutal.
How do we
it's
know
brutal.
the time stamp of the video?
I feel like I was talking to my dad all over again.
Is he talking? How come this is not playing? Hold on, let me boost the volume. Oh, this was the terrible volume.
So Clayton,
Can you hear it at all?
No.
Okay.
I cannot.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the transcript instead. Here we go. Here, hold on. Let's see. Exit here. Let's go in here. There's got to be a transcript, right? Yes. Show transcript. Okay. Right here at 27:01.
Can't you just turn on the closed caption?
I don't know. Does it work? Let's see. No, we're going to get the spinny wheel of death, but let's just look at the transcript. Okay. 27:01. Here it is. Show the video. Miss Owens at 26:04. This is what Clayton says to her. Miss Owens, did you also send me an ultrasound photo and a video? And she said, yes, I did. And a video I was trying to attach for you. So the video that I received, says Clayton, you sent that video? And she said, yes, that's my understanding. The video. This is the same video we are talking about right now in the June 10th hearing. She said in front of Judge Duty, she did send that video. And in fact, it was funny when Clayton asked her, when she said yes the first time, he almost looked a little taken aback, like, oh my God, she admitted it. And then he asked it again. And she said yes again. So now we go back to the June 10th hearing where she is denying sending that video. And she literally admitted it in this same courthouse to a different judge on October 25th.
Anyone claiming that
Drives
it
me absolutely
showed the pregnancy
freaking crazy. All right, wait. The sound is boosted too high now, and it's going to blow all of our ears out. Let me try
Only
this
yours.
again.
No.
What happened to the sound?
If we go down to the
We have no sound.
No, we have sound here. You can hear it.
Oh, well, I don't. Something is wrong
No,
with
go
my
ahead. What were you going
sound.
to say, Counsel?
I don't know what. And
The-
how come it backed up all the
Parenthood.
way to here?
I want to get this straight.
Dang it.
The time in Mission Viejo.
Well, now I have no
Baldy?
sound, but you do.
Yes.
Crap. All right, hold on. Something is wrong.
So what you do is just close all of those out. and
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's
Do I have to restart the whole browser?
yeah. I would suggest just restarting from where you were at. So you
Mm.
turned something off.
I don't know how. I don't know what I did.
That baby. Would you just look at that baby?
I think you were showing you had it on what do you call it?
Aw.
share screen. And
But if you could hear it, that doesn't make sense. If you were hearing it, but I'm not, it couldn't have been on share screen.
it could be
You know
on
what
your
I mean?
stream deck. It could be on your stream deck. You might have muted something there.
I don't think so. I didn't touch it. All
Can
right,
you say
let's
that
see.
again, but slower.
I
Sorry. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I shouldn't do that in front of your sister.
Oh God, my sister is looking at you disapprovingly right now.
Don't worry. I'm a complete joker. So don't mind me.
He's just filling time. It's all right. Let's see. Where is the hit? Now my history is not coming up. There it is. All right, let's try this again. Okay, now I have sound. All right,
Okay.
let's do this again.
Hopefully we do.
Yeah, and hopefully now you can hear it too. Although somehow we skipped way ahead. We're almost at where
Right
there
there.
we go. This
Yeah.
is where we were.
No.
If we go down to the second paragraph, Laura, I'm going to see if I can highlight here. Again, this is Utah. I can't highlight. The second sentence in the second paragraph, I'll read it. I think you were very, very high that night, and you forgot that when you were on top of you on your couch, you were begging me to let you put it in for 30 seconds, then 25, then 20, 15, 10, and I said no each time. Then I thought you were just fingering me, but you stuck it in briefly. First of all, you wrote
So,
those places,
Megan,
right?
Yes.
Megan, how many times? And I'm just curious. How many times have you ever heard of a woman that's been ARPed by being on top?
That's also a good point. I hadn't even thought about that. When you're in that position, you can pretty much control what's going on. I don't believe this. And also, when she said I thought he was fingering me, but then he must have stuck it in, is that like some kind of backhanded insult to I couldn't tell the difference between your fingers and your what?
Either that or, I mean, if it was me, I have these massive hands. Like, they're like baseball mitts. So that would probably be a compliment. Just
Oh Lord.
oh, really?
But that is a good point though. I didn't even think about the positioning. It kind of makes a difference.
She's saying that she was on top, but she was ARPed.
It doesn't really make
That's
sense.
so insane.
Yes.
That does not make sense at all. Like,
well, I mean, unless maybe if she's trying to claim that he was holding her down and she couldn't get up, couldn't get off.
She was riding him like a horse.
Yeah, if she's not, she didn't say that. All right, Dave, you have to go, right? You've got to go. You've got baby duty.
Yeah, I was just gonna hang out until I can no longer. But
Okay, well, you're welcome to do that. And whenever you have to go, you can just drop out.
I'll just drop out when I gotta go.
Is he cranky?
No, he's pretty good right now, actually.
Do you guys ever use those? Do you use the gas drops? Because those saved my life.
We've tried that. We've tried the it's called like the whistle or something. There's a whole bunch of things. But we did use the nursing apron you got my wife yesterday. So thank you so much.
How'd that work out? Does she like it?
Yeah, it was great. It was really great. We were we were at getting Mexican food, and she needed the kid was hungry, so she whipped it out, and yeah, he had his little liquid his horchata.
Oh, good. Stephanie, I got her the one that has the wire that sticks out so you can see the baby and the baby can see you, which is so huge because if you just cover them, they don't like it and they'll like flip it off. They don't like it if you just cover them with a blanket.
We also have this like sort of necklace fan that has 2 fans on it that's battery powered, so the baby can get like a fresh breeze because it's
that's nice.
It's like 95 and humid out here. So
oh yeah, it's hot right now in Tennessee. Awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm so glad it worked out. That was one of my favorite things. That's like a necessity. You gotta have the nursing apron that has the thing where you can look at the baby and the baby can see you. Otherwise, I'm telling you, babies hate stuff being put over their heads, and they will just they'll bat it off, and like it's just a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean,
there's Meg. Not to be
saying I
awkward.
spent 9 months trying to get out. Why are you trying to cover me back up again?
Not to be awkward, Meg, but were you nervous to meet me in person?
No, not at all.
You weren't like, it wasn't like you were like, I'm going to see the guy that I've been talking to online.
No, I knew you were going to be exactly the same as you are.
I think she was pretty nervous, guys. I think she's being coy here.
That's not true.
being modest.
I was only curious about how tall you'd be. I thought maybe you'd be really short, but you're not really short. You're
I'm
just
5'11".
You're like,
was nervous
taller
that I
than
went to
average.
That place.
I mean, I'm not tall enough for Laura to come after me.
Thank God, right? You got to be over 6'2" for Laura to have any interest in you.
Yeah.
And but Dave and I ended up
weird 'cause she's so
matching, and
little.
we had not coordinated that. That's what I couldn't believe, is that we were wearing the same colors. That was funny.
Yeah, I have let me see if I can find it. I had a good photo from the day.
We didn't take any pictures together. I'm so sad.
I know.
I got no selfies with you at all.
Well, I have this one. Let me see if I can pull it up here.
Did
It's,
anybody get pictures of us?
No, I don't have one of you, just of me. That's all I care about.
And I'm like, well, I'll just take screenshots from the live stream. Yeah, right. It's like you can't even tell who's there. It's so bad.
That's pretty
so
funny.
good.
You look like Indiana Jones.
That van took me an hour to return each way.
I know.
Listen,
I told you.
that's what I was going to say about being nervous. We were a little nervous when we went out to the middle
to
of
Buckeye.
Who
Buckeye
knows
made
where
us a
that
little
happened, where
nervous.
there were no roads.
There were no roads, Dave.
Well, I just couldn't deal with the fees that Outdoorsy was charging me. It's like the Airbnb for RVs. This thing was only $200, but Outdoorsy would have made it $500 with all. They wanted all these cleaning things, and I was like, just come, drive it in, park it. Let me get some hippie with a van. I could have just done it.
That's what you got.
That's what I got. Yeah.
It was a good van though, except for the thing crapped out, the generator or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It seemed like it was going to work, and then it didn't.
Is he sleeping?
Oh wait,
Yes.
let me see.
He's
Oh
out.
yeah,
Yes, he's
he's
sleeping.
out.
He's out.
Oh,
Good
look
job.
at him,
You did it.
Augie.
Tell
Oh,
you what, who knew he would fall asleep to the shrill sound of Megan Fox laughing? I said before, Megan Fox laughing is like Tucker Carlson on women on female hormones.
it's true. One of my biggest wins in life was making Tucker laugh. That was fun. Fun. He gave one of his big, it was very funny. It was very funny. It's very funny. I got a kick out of that.
Love it. I love it.
Tucker's fun. He said he was going to have me back on the show though, and he never did. When they say that, they don't really mean it. Just letting you know, in case you ever go on one of those shows and then you get excited that they're like, I should have you back sometime. They never call. They never call. They never write. It's very sad.
Well, maybe he'll have you on whenever because he has his own show.
Yeah, doubtful. Probably not. They don't mean it. All right, here we go.
I know.
And were those words accurate?
Yes.
Is that what happened that night on May 20th?
Yes.
When you sent this email to Clayton, did he ever
Yes.
respond back to you and deny that that's what happened?
No.
Let's talk now about the last positive test that you took. Here it says exhibit A9, but that's not it.
Said seen intelligent.
You went to any lab test now at some point. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did that happen?
On October 16th, I believe.
Okay. Why? Again, these aren't matching up.
Oh, Gingras having tech problems again. By the way, if any of you were there in Arizona and you got photos of me and Dave while we were hosting the show, if you got some photos that look better than the live stream, which was all pixelated, please send them in, because I don't have a photo with Dave. I'm gonna have to Photoshop myself on top of the van to get a photo with Dave. It's unfortunate. I didn't take any photos. I got one with Steve, but I didn't get any with Dave, and I feel gypped. So if any of you have some that you took, send them to me.
We're on his. That's why. I need new glasses. There it is.
And then
Okay.
everyone was so cool at the
So
party.
Laura,
No
looking
one
at
took
Exhibit
pictures there
A9, do you
either.
recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the results from the test I took at any lab test now.
And is it your understanding that that result, it says 102H, is it your understanding that you were testing pregnant at still in October, mid-October 2023?
Yes.
Testing pregnant what?
Overruled.
Um,
May address
Dogs?
and cross-examination.
So did
Now,
you do
that's
anything at all to
interesting.
tamper with this test?
She just said she was still testing pregnant in October, but when Deandra gets a hold of her, she's going to say that she knew she wasn't with
Yes.
that reading.
That's what I'm saying.
Also, she claims she got pregnant in May, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
So May, June, July, August, September, October.
6 months.
She's supposedly 6 months pregnant, and she's relying on an HCGP test to tell her, or whatever, that she's pregnant. By 6 months, folks, you're feeling all kinds of stuff going on.
Kicking,
You got that is so just-
flipping. Like at this point, they're
I mean,
dancing on your bladder.
yeah, they're kicking you. They're doing all kinds. You feel that constantly.
You
and
feel
that-
it. You see
so
it.
None of this is believable.
No.
None of this.
No.
It's I don't understand. It's like what? I mean, anybody who's ever had a baby, or actually even gone with a woman to an ultrasound who's had a baby.
Yeah,
You know
this
that by
is
6 months, there's so
this
much
whole
going
thing
on.
is ridiculous.
Take any
No, it's-
drugs, inject yourself with anything at all that to affect this?
No, I did not.
And this was a blood draw that came out of your arm?
Yes.
Did you supply them the blood yourself, or did a phlebotomist take it out of your arm?
A phlebotomist took it.
So 2 days after this is when you filed the request for mediation, I think, in this case, right? And,
Yes.
And after that date, you filed nothing further.
This was 2 days prior to when I filed for mediation.
Did you pretty much understand that when you got this test, that was probably not going to be a viable pregnancy?
That it was probably not. Yeah, but I still saw that it said anything over 4 was pregnant. So
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A9. And A11 is going to be, can you tell us if you recognize what this is?
the records from Mom Doc.
Okay, and this is an OBGYN facility that you visit?
Yes.
And according to the date here, it says November 14th, 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So,
And
is,
so
if
this is
this,
when
if this
you
is an
went in and
OBGYN,
had
Yeah.
so
It's a clinic.
okay.
Clinic. It's like
So-
it's like a walk-in clinic for
So-
underprivileged women. Would someone please tell me why this very privileged woman is going to an OBGYN clinic?
She makes $200,000 a year, she claimed.
Yeah, and she's going to a clinic for underprivileged women.
Why?
But she does live in Los Angeles. That would be underprivileged in Los Angeles.
Well,
No,
like,
she lives in Scottsdale.
like these other people said, she had the wherewithal to send me a fabricated HCG level, which she nailed the level that it was supposed to be if she was actually pregnant. So this whole idea of her being like, well, it tested above a 4, so I guess I knew. No, there's a reason why she sent me a very specific 132,000 level. It was right within the sort of zone of where it should have been.
If she were 6 months pregnant
Right, with twins.
with
Mm-hmm.
twins.
But she's saying she knew at that point she didn't have. It's I am surprised that the judge doesn't just go asking her a whole bunch of questions like what, like are do you think I'm stupid or something? Because those would be the questions I would be asking. I would be asking her any of these other things. I'd be, are you trying to tell me that I'm stupid? Because
the truth is she does think everyone's stupid. She thought I was stupid when she said her mom's a better journalist. She did this like weird journalist measuring contest with me. Like I care if her mom looks better in a pantsuit than I do.
She doesn't. Spoiler.
She does not, no.
doesn't. Not even close, Dave. You and your desert gear were looking very spiffy.
I'm just curious. So, you don't wear a pantsuit, but why in the hell was she wearing what she was wearing?
Oh,
Why do you wear
people who are severely underweight are cold all the time.
Megan, it was 109 degrees. Come on.
why
Don't you see? Our mother is like 100 pounds soaking wet.
She would
She
never
is
be
cold all the time.
No, she would not be wearing opaque tights and a long sleeve sweater knit thing on a 109-degree day.
Well, yeah,
Absolutely
but when
not.
you're in the air conditioning, you're cold.
And the the mother who's doesn't weigh 89 pounds or whatever was also wearing those weird opaque tights.
Yeah, I don't know
So,
what was with the
so
tights.
she came in saying, I mean, she looks severely skeletorish. I mean, she needs to eat a cheeseburger or something. And whenever she was up there spinning around, it's like, how many days did you diet? How many weeks, how many months did you diet before you came up? So you could say, I'm 91 pounds.
Hold on. Her attorney has made it very clear that she is blaming her weight loss on all of us. They're setting up her damages for the inevitable defamation claim that she's gonna make. That's what they're doing. And I wouldn't put it past her to have actually done it on purpose so that she can say she had some damages. Because this is not a person who's ever been very large. She's a very small person. She's always been on the tiny side. I want to show you something. So I took, Alex, my photographer, also my cousin, took lots of pictures.
Alex.
Lots of pictures.
Has she said hello?
She's not in here tonight. I don't know where she is. I want you to look at this picture. I'm going to zoom in. And I did not think she was wearing anything like people were saying they thought she was wearing a corset or something. And I didn't see it until I zoomed into this picture here. Now, at the closer you get in here, you can start to see that there is an outline right here. And you have to have a big screen. So make your screen as big as possible. And you might have to
bigger.
I can't make it any bigger.
Just keep talking dirty to me. It'll make it bigger.
I can't get here. Here, I can make it bigger. Hold on. Here we go. All right. So there are little bumps here. And Stephanie, you and I both know we've worn these waist trainer things.
I don't want to talk about it.
I know it's triggering and traumatizing. But we have all, if you are a woman, you have worn one of these. And you can see the bumps of the.
If I were that size, I wouldn't be wearing one. And you totally can see the bumps.
But she's wearing it. And those bumps are the hooks and eyes of the, and it goes all the way down to here. Wait, can you guys see my mouse?
No.
Why can't you see my mouse? Oh, now you can.
Now we can.
It goes all the way down to here. This is the bottom of the corset. And here's the top of it right here. And you can see the ridge, and it kind of goes in and out. And there's bumps of hooks and eyes like this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's like her like rock hard abs, isn't it?
No, that's a waist trainer.
A real serious eating disorder and body dysmorphia, because if you are a size 0 and you weigh 91 pounds, you don't wear a waist trainer unless you've got something really going on.
Hey, Meg, just real quick. I shared the screen grab of what she looked like in 2021 when she showed up to Greg Gillespie's house. It's at the 15-second mark. If you want to present that.
Oh, yeah. Wait, I have that. Where is that? On your latest video?
No, I've got it. I just uploaded it.
Oh, you uploaded it. Okay, here we go.
So this is when she shows up when she's dodging him. So this is 3 years ago. She's clearly
very small. Yeah, very small. She's a small person. She's been small for a long time. This is not unusual for her. It's not unusual for her to be small.
But she was really, really thin.
But did you notice when she turned sideways, she almost disappeared? And that was when I was like, something's wrong. Something's not right.
That's why I think that it was pre-planned to make her look as skinny, and wearing black is going to make you look a lot thinner than you actually are. It especially if you're super thin in the first place, it's going to make you look much, much thinner. And to me, it sounded like she was trying to come off as appearing as thin as possible from the fact that, normally where would 133 pounds come? I must have been pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I don't think it means anything. When he made her stand up and do a twirl or whatever, it's like, this doesn't prove anything.
I thought that was totally inappropriate and absolutely proved nothing.
It proves absolutely nothing. All right, let's get back to it.
Not their sick demented mind. It proves everything.
A test done that came back negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit A11 if we have
No objection.
A11's.
All right. Laura, let's look at Exhibit A6. Can you tell us what Exhibit A6 is?
Yes, that's me showing my pregnant stomach.
And when did you create that video? Do you know?
Full of bread
September
sticks.
the 19th.
Okay. Let me see here. Your Honor, I'll move to admit A6.
Her legs look so much bigger.
And let's look.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like her
it's a similar
body at
video.
all.
Did you take this video yourself, or it looks like you're obviously not
Yeah.
holding the camera, but you put on?
Yeah, I put it on the stand.
Clayton said when he met her, she was a normal size. She was like a 120s maybe.
Yeah.
So if she
I could see
was
that.
125 in this picture, let's say she was 125 and
She
she had
looks
eaten,
normal weight.
yeah, she's a normal weight, and she had eaten some breadsticks, which she should not eat because she's gluten intolerant, which her mother talks about in text messages to Mike Maricini all the time. She could get a gluten belly that looks just like that. It's a temporary condition. It swells your belly. She has seen doctors before for distended abdomen that had nothing to do with pregnancy. And I hate to get gross here, but this is what her medical records say. Her intestines were full of shit. She was backed up.
She hadn't pooped.
Right.
Ew, how awful. Wait a minute. You're telling me you have medical records from this period of time that says that?
Yes.
From a period, no, from not this specific period
Oh,
of
not
time,
this
but from
specific- okay.
from a close period of time. Like other medical records that say she has a history of distended abdomen.
Mm.
So what's to say that she
with
isn't?
intestines that are blocked up?
So what's to say that she isn't taking a picture? This video wasn't taken at that period of time where she had this issue going on, because it doesn't have any sort of time, date, or stamp
Right.
on it.
I
It's
mean, the
just the video
constipation is
sent out.
ongoing. That's what I think we learned here, that the constipation is ongoing.
Constipation.
That could be a new hit song.
Oh,
Look, all I
talk
know
about
is
my
I don't
constipation.
think this woman was ever pregnant. So there are alternative explanations for how she looked. And if this is a real picture, which we're not all that sure that it is, but if it were a real picture, there are other explanations besides pregnancy that could cause that swollen belly. You know what else can cause that? A lactate intolerance. You get very swollen. People who have lactate intolerance, gluten
You know what else can
intolerance.
cause that?
What?
Infertility meds.
Infertility meds. That's right. Yes, when
baby to
you're
bed.
taking infertility medication, you can actually get pregnancy symptoms like swollen abdomen, sore breasts, swollen breasts, all kinds of things. You can have nausea.
Sickness.
Mhm.
So I might be pregnant. Oh no, it's just alcohol. I'm sorry.
So the HCG, by the way, is what makes you sick. And if she
Okay.
were taking injections that increases your HCG levels, that makes you sick. It gives you pregnancy symptoms. So yeah.
But what if she's not taking injections? What if she's taking? Is it an oral medication that she could be taking?
Greg goes over it. We'll get to that in part 2 of this, which we aren't going to get to tonight. But Greg goes over all of that during the trial.
Gotcha.
There's plenty of things that can make you have high HCG levels. So
Yeah.
You took this video. Would you remember the date of this?
October the 9th.
Okay. I don't know if it showed anything there, but it's real short. Okay. Laura, between May 20th and November 14th, we've established November 14th, you were no longer pregnant. Did you experience any pregnancy symptoms?
Yes.
Can you explain what those symptoms were?
Yeah, I had very bad morning sickness and nausea, and my breasts were very tender.
Remember how much you weighed when you went to see Mom Doc?
I believe it was 121. I'm sorry, no, not Mom Doc. I thought you were meaning in May. I was 133 at Mom Doc. I'm sorry about that.
So around the time that this was taken, your weight was 133. What do you weigh today?
91 pounds.
Will you stand up and show the court and everyone what you look like now compared to this behind
here
you?
we go.
Can you come out from behind the screen there?
Look,
What
when
was
she
this
turns,
proof? This
It's,
is so
all
weird.
I hear is
Laura, that's enough, thanks.
Sorry.
For the last time, were you pregnant?
she is absolutely wearing a
Yes.
waist trainer.
Do you think that you
Do you see how
Stiff.
unnatural, how stiff she is? Look at how it pinches in at the waist. Look at this is the perfect still. Right here, that pinch in at the waist, that is an unnatural. That's a corset shape right there. Like it just is. I mean, and for whatever, she doesn't need to be wearing one. Maybe she has back problems. She wears it for back support. I don't know. Lots of people wear them for a lot of reasons, but she's definitely wearing something that's cinching her in and making it look like, she's skinnier than she is does not prove that she was pregnant. It just doesn't. It just proves it proves that she was bigger in November and now she's smaller. That's all it
Yeah, but
proves.
we don't know for what reason.
Right. We don't know the reason. Could be she just lost weight.
Yeah, this makes
Could
no
be she stopped taking whatever medication she was taking that caused weight gain.
She laid
Yeah.
off the protein shakes. I don't know.
None of this makes any sense. Why he's doing this is totally irrelevant.
I don't know.
think.
But this
It's
is
a year after the
absolutely a corset. It's absolutely a corset shape.
for the last time, were you pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Did you think that you were pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that you weren't when you filed this case?
No.
Did you lie about being pregnant with Clayton?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Counselor, you
All right, here goes the
29
cross.
minutes and 30 seconds.
Oof.
All right, everybody. We're about to get into the cross by Deandra Arena, who is, I think she's terrific.
She is.
Unfortunately, the audio is going to be a little frustrating. Everybody, please hang in there. When we get the court audio, hopefully it will be better. If you need to go get a drink or, refresh, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. And in the meantime, I need to go get a drink, a snack. I actually need a snack. So what are we going to do in the meantime? Should we play Breadstick Money? I think we should.
Should.
What do you think? Breadstick Money? All right. This is your...
I might be leaving. I don't know. I might come back.
You're going to leave for the cross?
I'm getting hungry and Mom ordered a
Go
pizza.
get, you have 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go get a snack.
It's not here
Ready?
yet.
What? Well, then bring it
It's not
on
here
when
yet.
it gets there. What are you ordering? Where did you order from?
Rosati's.
Again, Rosati's pizza is so good.
See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off my camera. I'm going to get on the walking pad.
Oh, that's a great idea. You're going to do exercises while we get food. She's getting
Yes.
greasy pizza. I'm getting snacks. You're going to get out the walking pad. Look, he's the smartest one of us all.
Why can't
All
I
right.
be like you?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. But here we go. Here's Breadstick Money. Chance to send in some super chats while we go get some snacks. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Give me breadstick money, yeah. Yeah. Give me that breadstick money, honey. Breadstick money, yeah. Yeah. Unlimited supply coming at you on the fly. With that goopy super cash making them cry. We're taking all the honeys to Olive Garden. Spreading breadstick money like fire in the oven. Give me that never-ending salad. Amount of strong ink. Can't get enough since it's raining only money. $1.99 times 100 fat stacks. Hanging on the mic, spitting mad facts. Making jokers mad cause they never gotta laugh. Cracking people's sides, making liars take a bath. On the mic daily and nightly. Holding it tightly, poking the mighty plane in our T-Go teeth. Register ringing, pocket singing, subscribers opinion. We just see it screaming. Give me breadstick money, yeah. That goofy cash, honey, yeah. Give me breadstick money, yeah. That goofy cash, honey, yeah. We're the pond skunk posse, swimming around, diving deep for the truth that's buried underground. Short, skinny jeans, latte in the blender. Swiping through the news, it's so fake, call me pretender. Reddit bros blowing journals out the water. Breaking big news like some Upper East Enders. No rolls, no pins, no Lambo budget. 2 pounders it for the breadstick money, yeah. Give me that goofy cash, honey, yeah. Breadstick money, yeah. Give me that goofy cash, honey, yeah. Breadstick money, yeah. Yeah. Give me breadstick money, yeah. That goofy cash, honey, yeah. Give me breadstick money, yeah. That goofy cash, honey, yeah. We're the Bronx skunk posse swimming around, diving deep for the truth that's buried underground. Short, skinny jeans, latte in the blender. Swiping through the news, it's so fake, call it pretender. Reddit bros blowing journals out the water, breaking big news like some Upper East Enders. No rolls, no Benz, no Lambo, budget 2 pound does it for the breadstick money, yeah. Give me that groupie cash, honey, yeah. Breadstick money, yeah. Give me that groupie cash, honey, yeah. Breadstick money, yeah. Yeah. Give me breadstick money, yeah. That groupie cash, honey, yeah. Give me breadstick money, yeah. That groupie cash, honey, yeah.
I love it. Works every time. All right, Fallen Hero, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to the Fox Den. It's super weird in here. You'll get used to it. Don't worry. Shh, it's all okay. Douche Canoe Esquire, thanks for the 5, says you need to stop looking at all the different elements together. View each assertion independently like a multiverse, and it works. Snake Chorus for the win. Dumb Fun Gold says, of course he keeps it simple. He's a simpleton. That makes sense. Douche Canoe Esquire, thanks for the 2. It's not leading if everything is fake. Sean Poe, Megan, read your PJ Media article today. I'm so glad you brought that up. Why am I glad you brought that up? Because I wrote an article today, which I haven't written in a really long time, but I did. I wrote one. You need to go clickety-click on it because guess what? It's trending at number 3, and I wanted to go to number 1. You guys are not doing your job. You have fallen down on the job. I'm very disappointed in all of you.
Don't be so disappointing, people.
PJ Media, clickety-click. Oh my gosh, Stephanie has got my breadstick icon. Look at that. It's hysterical. How did she get that?
I don't know.
She must be logged in as me. That's funny. She must be on my mom's computer logged in as me.
Good.
I bet she is because I didn't log out when I was there. I didn't log out of StreamYard. So I bet when she went in on the link I gave her, it logged in as the host.
Brandis made a very, very good point. It said her lawyer asked her when the picture was created, not taken.
When what picture?
Her picture while she was standing there with her belly.
Who asked her that?
Gringus.
Oh, he asked her when was it taken?
No, he said when was it created?
Oh, that's weird. All right. Do we just have to click on it or is there something else we need to do? No, just click on it from several different computers and phones. That would be helpful. I'm not picky. I'm not telling you what to do. Just click on it because it helps me get paid. All right, Bachelor on Trial. Shocking testimony in Owens v. Clayton Echard. So here's my overview of what happened in court. Look at this fantastic picture of the defense team leaving the courthouse, all smiles. I love this picture.
It's a good picture.
Mm-hmm. So check it out. You can read it if you want to. Share it on social media would be great. But just clicking on it helps. So go do that. All right. Subi Sue. Thanks for the 10. I like saying your name. Thanks for all you do. Much love as well, Dave. Dave had to go, unfortunately. Laura Owens, thanks for the 5. Wait, what? Deputies have power? Next. Laura Owens, thanks for the 5. If there's one thing I know by now, it's my way around a sack. Well, Laura Owens, thanks for the 5. Stephanie shutting Dave down is kind of hot. Apples, thanks for the 5. The only positive thing I have to say about Laura Owens is that she has excellent taste in men. You know, that's actually very true. All three.
She's tasted a few of them.
All right, you almost made me do a spit take on my computer, and a spit take is something Laura Owens has never done. Thank you. Laura Owens, thanks for the 2. 2 years. I will have had 9 more twins by then. Stir Crazy, thanks for the 10. Stephanie needs to join you more often. I love her. Well, I ask her all the time, but she's always too busy.
Stephanie's awesome.
Laura Owens, thanks for the 2. Sweat and balls. Someone called for me? All the best.
All the best.
Laura Owens says it's not a corset. It's my new chastity belt. I'm starting over. Mom said it'll grow back in 3 to 4 more months. Laura Owens, thanks for the 2. I'm still full of shit, just a different kind now. Interesting. Simone, thanks for the California 10. Thank you so much for the coverage, the laughs, and holding people accountable through your journalism. Well, we try. Subi Sue, thanks for the 20. Breadstick money, yeah. And Brandis Edwards, thanks for the 20. Her lawyer asked her when the picture was created, not taken. Yeah, that's a really strange way to talk. All right, here we go. Are you ready for the cross-examination? Is everybody ready?
Oh, yes.
Stephanie, did you get a snack? Are you pounding the protein?
Is Dave good for gone? I mean,
I think he had to go. If he
hear what I just said.
Is he good for gone? Is he gone for good? If he can pop back in, he will.
Okay.
Don't worry. Here we go.
When you're ready.
And Your Honor, is it okay if I proceed from the podium? Will the court be able to hear me?
Yeah, no, that's
No.
absolutely fine.
The court will not be able to hear you. I wish you had stayed at your desk, but that's okay.
We have a media microphone on the podium, correct? Okay. All right. When you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Owens.
Good morning.
You understand that you're currently under oath and must testify truthfully today, correct?
All right, wait. Let's give the judge a shout out here. She's the first judge in the history of ever that just asked the media, we have a media microphone on the podium, right? Like she's the first judge in the history of everything ever that cared whether the media could hear.
I think she wanted a good record of this.
Yeah.
If nothing else, so she could go home at night and laugh her ass off.
Maybe. What'd you say, Steph?
I was just going to say, I think that judge, I thought she was very good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought her demeanor was excellent, and I thought she was handling the whole thing very well.
She's very pleasant.
Oh, extremely pleasant. My only complaint about her, and it's probably just the way they do it at their courthouse, I don't like those time limits. I don't like it when they say, you get 1 hour, you get 1 hour. I don't care what all the evidence is. You're just stuck to 1 hour. I don't think it's right. We've had cases like
Johnny Depp had that. Penny asked Karate.
Yeah, but
she keeps a time clock on her desk.
But it was a more reasonable amount of time.
Well,
We've literally had cases where custody is at issue and there's child abuse, credible allegations of child abuse. And the judge set us in for a pendente lite, which is a temporary custody hearing, for like 45 minutes. He was like, we only have 45 minutes. To set up a custody decision when you have allegations of serious physical child abuse, you know what we did? We settled the case. We had to settle it on a temporary basis because there was no way to present all the evidence in that short amount of time. And the next time that happens to me, I am going to object on the record and say, I believe this is a due process problem. This is not adequate process for you to determine what is in the best interest of these small children and who should care for them. It's just not. There's no way I can present my case in half of 45 minutes. Or
MG Law agrees with you. MG, do you want in here?
I think it is too.
I'll send you an invitation on Twitter if you want to pop in. I don't know if you're busy, but.
So anyway, that was my only problem with what she did. But that, as I said, that might just be what they do in their courthouse. Like they might just say, paternity cases, it's a max 2 hours period. We don't care what's going on. Maybe that's the rule. But I still think
I think they do.
I still think, especially as it relates
to
custody, it's wrong. They should not do it.
I agree.
Correct.
Yeah.
Understand the difference between the truth and the lie, right?
Obviously, yes.
And you would agree with me that fabricating or doctoring evidence is dishonest and unreasonable behavior, right?
Right.
And you're aware that lying under oath is a crime in the state of Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Owens, is because I've cross-examined you before, right?
Right.
I cross-examined you in the injunction against harassment offenses on November 2nd of 2020, right?
Right.
And during this hearing, you'd recall that I gave you the opportunity to correct the record
and come clean about any false information or testimony you may have provided, right? Right. And you told me you had nothing to correct, right? Correct. And then you proceeded to lie to the court.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You testified that you were 100% pregnant on November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you
Wait a
testified that
minute.
you were 24 weeks pregnant.
Why is it argumentative? And coming to the stream now is MG Law, another lawyer. Why is
What's
it
going on?
argumentative to say you
don't know.
lied to the court?
I mean,
Why is that argumentative?
Because if you flat out
'Cause
accuse
you're-
a witness of lying, that's
Yeah.
like a little over the line. You're supposed to
But
just
she did.
I know, but you're
Yeah,
supposed
but-
to just let the testimony speak for itself. It's
Mhm.
clear that she's lying. It's clear that she did lie. Maybe a way to say that that's a little less objectionable is to say, so you would agree with me that what you said to the court at the last hearing is not the same thing as what you're saying to the court in this hearing.
I just don't understand what's argumentative about calling out a lie that is a lie.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's the truth to
Here's the
say
thing,
it's a lie.
Stephanie, you can't word it like that because those are big words and you would just confuse her.
Well, I mean, everybody's heard the famous, I'm sure everybody has heard the famous lawyer line. So were you lying then or are you lying now?
Yeah.
Right.
That
Well,
usually gets by. I don't know. What do you think, MG Law?
Yeah, I agree. It's you don't want to call them out on it, but I think are you lying then or are you lying now probably would get by.
That gets
Because you're
by.
not saying this is a lie. You're asking which is it? Which is the lie?
Which one
Which
is the lie?
Exactly. Which one is true?
All of them are lies if they're coming from Laura.
Daniel
Right.
on direct in chat.
Hey, Danny.
Danny.
How's it going, girlfriend? Danny on Direct is a family law attorney in Utah.
Oh,
Danny,
that's
if you want to
amazing.
pop in here, you're welcome.
That's what I'm
We're
drinking.
watching The Cross of Laura Owens. I'll send you an invite on Twitter in case you're not busy.
I'm drinking some bourbon from Utah.
Nice.
And on the walking pad. I'm such a conundrum.
I'm eating some salami from Wegmans in New York.
Now you almost got me to spit up on my keyboard.
I think we need a squats.
She's eating salami, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. I thought it was relevant to the topic.
She's got them in front.
I can see. Yeah. Ms. Owens, this appointment that you attended at Mom Doc on November 14th of 2023 was 12 days after I cross-examined, right?
Correct.
And during that cross-examination, I pointed out that you had no legitimate medical records to support the pregnancy, right?
I mean, you said that, but I don't agree with it. No.
At this appointment, Ms. Owens, it was confirmed that you were not pregnant, correct?
Correct.
These Mom Doc records also indicate that you were diagnosed with PCOS, polycystic ovarian, right?
I've had that since I was 17. Yes.
And you'll recall at the hearing on November 2nd, that we questioned you about any physical health diagnosis that you had, right?
I don't remember, but if you say so, then yes.
You failed to testify that you had PCOS, right?
I can't say one way or the other if I did or didn't. I'll take your word for it, but it's not something that I live with daily.
You also failed to tell me that in 2016, Drs. Chan and Yee diagnosed you with cancer and apparently one of your ovaries.
They did not.
Okay. So as you sit here today, you're denying that.
I will absolutely deny that that happened.
Now, per what you reported, what you self-reported to Mom Doc, they listed a spontaneous abortion date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant, correct?
They listed a lot of things that were inaccurate here. I never told them that I had an abortion that date.
Okay, well, spontaneous abortion, if I were to tell you, is a miscarriage. Do you agree with me that they listed a miscarriage date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant?
Yes, but I also never was pregnant in 2019, so I don't know where that came from.
And Ms. Owens, based on what you know about pregnancy, as someone who's allegedly been pregnant 3 or 4 times in the past, you miscarried at 8 weeks pregnant, that wouldn't line up with your alleged
conception date with Mr. Echard lived?
Oof.
I don't know, and I'm telling you, I never told them that I was 8 weeks pregnant and lost that on August 12th.
In your mom lied. Also in your deposition, self-reported that you passed 2 sacks which appeared to have a membrane, correct?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at what we marked as Exhibit 49, your deposition transcript. Ms. Owens, you recall sitting for a deposition on March 1st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And your counsel at the time following that deposition was provided with a copy of this transcript as well as, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take any opportunity to correct this transcript?
I actually didn't see it until you guys sent it to us. My former counsel never showed this to me. So.
Okay. Well, you're aware that this has been marked as a copy of your deposition transcript for March 1st of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the transcript that you received, correct?
From your office, yes. I did not get one prior to that.
I move the submission of Exhibit 49, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is that A or B, counsel? I apologize.
I guess it would be, Your Honor.
C49 is received.
And Ms. Owens, during your deposition, specifically on page 149, lines 18 through 21, you testified that you started spotting, meaning you were having a light period in August or September, correct?
I wasn't having a light period. I didn't end up getting a period until November.
Well, in your
I said light spotting, but sorry. I said light spotting, but that wasn't a period.
In your deposition, 151, line 24, you claim you passed the 2 sacks to have a membrane in September or October, correct?
Correct.
But in the mom doc records, you claim you passed the 2 sacks a few weeks after your alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood, right?
Several weeks after.
There's an inconsistency there, right?
Right. I wasn't sure what the date was.
No OBGYN or qualified medical professional conducted an ultrasound, performed a physical examination, or performed a blood test to confirm your alleged pregnancy on or before August 1st of 2023, right?
Wrong.
Okay, let's talk about that. I expect you to answer that this way.
Wrong.
You claim that you had an alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood in Southern California, correct?
Correct.
And you testified during your deposition that the alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood was in Mission Viejo, California on July 7th of 2020.
All right. I did say it was there. That's where I was staying at the time in Mission Viejo.
While being examined by your attorney, Mr. Ingris, you said that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name,
Right.
But you didn't bother to provide our office the alleged name that you went to Planned Parenthood under, right?
Right.
And you knew that we were seeking your records from Planned Parenthood specifically because of the alleged ultrasound you had there, right?
Right.
So wouldn't it have made sense to provide our office with a copy or the name that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under?
I felt like the whole purpose of going to Planned Parenthood is to remain anonymous, and that's one of my protections.
Oh my
Nope.
Lord.
Not when it comes to discovery.
Not when it comes to going to Planned Parenthood.
And you just
Well,
walk
that
back.
too, but
That was the most ridiculous answer I ever heard.
yeah.
Well, because from what I understand, if you're going to Planned Parenthood, you still actually have to provide some form of identification.
It's not just Planned Parenthood, it's any medical provider. Have you been to any medical provider in the
Mhm.
last 10 years who didn't say, I need a copy of your license and I need to look at your insurance card? You don't walk into any place with a fake name without an ID and an insurance. That's just bogus. Nobody believes that. That's ridiculous. Number one.
And she asked, why didn't you give that fake name to our office?
Well, and then she
And
says,
she said, I thought that was part of my privacy.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
no,
like
no,
when
no. This is
you're
discovery.
filing lawsuits. You're filing
This is
lawsuits.
discovery.
Guess what? Now you have no privacy. You're filing lawsuits against people. You're claiming that
And what she
impregnated
just
you.
admitted is a discovery violation that is sanctionable.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Sanctionable.
What kind of sanction is she going to get? She hasn't been sanctioned for anything else.
Right.
She just takes it to the face and swallows.
God, the judge is going to have to do something. She has to. She has to sanction her. She must pay Greg Woodnick's attorney's fees, period. And she must also get some other sanction. I don't know what,
Yeah.
but something. If I were the judge, I might make her walk around on the street wearing a placard that says, "I scam men out of desperation." I don't know. I would make her
Well,
do
that would
something.
give her too much attention. I don't think the judge wants to give her any attention.
I would make her do something for the community. Like what you know what I would make
She
her
should
do?
go work at Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, I would give a court-ordered job is what she needs. She needs
That
a
or one of the
court-ordered-
pregnancy crisis centers, you know, that help
She
women.
needs a
who-
court-ordered job at a Starbucks where she has to make lattes for wealthy women like her all day long.
Oh, she'd fit right in there with her vocal fry.
She would. She just needs a
my
nose ring,
God.
and it would be perfect. Well, she needs a court-ordered
She probably has a
job.
ring elsewhere.
Of the ultrasound claim you're
This
supposed to have
woman.
Planned Parenthood in California in July of 2020
That looks like it, yes.
and moved to exhibit 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
P28 is received.
And Ms. Owens, this ultrasound image does not say Planned Parenthood. It says SMIL, which I'll call SMILE for today, correct?
Correct.
And in your deposition, you admitted you altered this ultrasound picture to say SMILE instead of Planned Parenthood, right?
Correct.
And you admitted in your deposition to altering this picture on the Adobe Acrobat program at your house, right?
Correct.
During the deposition, you testified that the date listed here of July 7th of 2023 was correct and hadn't been edited by you, right?
Correct.
But you later admit that you lied about this July 7th ultrasound date, right?
Correct.
And you execute an affidavit on April 16th of 2024, claiming the correct date for this already doctored ultrasound is actually July 2nd of 2020, correct?
Correct.
So I want to get this straight, Ms. Owens. You initially claimed you had an ultrasound at Planned Parenthood on July 7th, which you doctored to say it was from SMILE, right?
Correct.
Then the story changes again, and you claim that the ultrasound image should actually be dated July 2nd of 2020.
What is
right?
the judge doing
Correct.
right now?
So you changed the date on the ultrasound from July 2nd to July 7th, correct?
Correct.
And you utilized this altered or fake ultrasound
All right,
to
wait.
try to convince Mr. Echard.
MG, tell us what you found out about July 2nd, 2023 in Planned
Well,
Parenthood.
that's a Sunday. And now
And?
she's saying she went to Planned Parenthood in LA, which there's 24 locations in Planned Parenthood of LA group, and not a single one of them are open on Sundays.
Well, well, well. How the
You're muted,
turntables.
Steph. Yeah, and you know, the one in Mission Viejo is not open on Sunday. The one in Costa Mesa is open on Sunday.
So I'm
Okay.
sure she'll change her story now to say it was the one in Costa Mesa. So that's coming next. Prepare
Yeah.
yourself. for
It's
the
too
amended
late. The trial's
affidavit.
over.
Yeah, I think it's too late, isn't it?
It
And the
should be.
court and the media that you were pregnant with Mr. Echard.
This was never submitted to the court.
Lies.
You're aware
You
that Planned
lied.
has no record of an ultrasound, correct?
Under my real name, yes, I'm aware.
Again, established, you didn't provide our office with the name of your that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under, correct?
Speaking of incredible women, Danya on Direct is coming to the program. How are you?
Good, but not as incredible as you. Thank you so much, Megan Fox. And guess what? I got out my Arizona cactus jelly toast just for you, just for tonight.
Cactus jelly, what?
What?
Yeah, you can get prickly pear cactus jelly.
Let me see. Let me
Yeah,
see.
you can get prickly pear cactus jelly, and I
Nice.
like to put it on toast.
Oh,
and it's
on
all for
toast.
you.
I almost bought some of that at the airport in Arizona, but I didn't know if anybody would want. Is it good? What does it
It's
taste?
good. It's good. It's tasty, especially if you get the jalapeno kind. You can put that on pork and all kinds of stuff. It's delicious.
Oh, that sounds good. Danny, meet my sister. I think she's the only one here you don't know. Stephanie, this is Danny Ann. We love her. She's a family law attorney in Utah. You guys probably have a lot to talk about.
Hi. And Arizona, actually, although my license isn't active in Arizona because I don't want to pay the bar fee to be active when I'm not living there.
Well, thank God you're not practicing there. You might run into David Gingras, Esquire.
I might. So there are statutory requirements that need to be met in the state of Arizona in order to get attorney's fees. Basically, you have to prove, so it depends on the motion. It's based on motion and pleading, not necessarily on the case as a whole, but the court may assign attorney's fees based on the case as a whole if the claim was so frivolous that it would warrant it.
That's this one.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure in the state of Arizona. I'm going to have to look up their statute, but at least in Utah, if you win substantially on all of your claims, if you have, if the arguments against you or the case that's been brought against you is frivolous, and if you lie and you're caught lying, it can be brought against you as a sanction. So there are 3 circumstances, at least in the state of Utah, where you can be awarded attorney's fees. I've been awarded attorney's fees for my clients twice.
Spoiler alert. This bitch is lying.
Yeah. Like
just
a
letting
lie.
you know. No, just letting you know.
She lied?
This bitch is lying a lot. If she's moving her mouth,
yeah,
she's either giving a blowjob or she's lying. That's how
a
it
bad
works.
blowjob too. From the sounds of it, it sounds like he doesn't have much recollection.
He got 2 of them and decided he didn't want any more. No, he didn't want any more.
Well,
He
they're
didn't want any
saying
more.
someone in chat is saying that Dave found that she was entered in a horse race on 7-2.
A horse jumping competition on 7-2.
And
Oh,
and
come
that
on.
she was in multiple ones. So is that how you abort now? Is
Yeah, jump horses.
jump horses?
Because she jumped horses like a couple of days before she passed the tissues in July.
But did she ride the horse to Planned Parenthood? This is all I want to know.
Probably.
Or did she ride the horse and that's what put her in Planned Parenthood?
We wouldn't know because they would have to keep that private. Obviously.
I love that Danny
Yeah.
is also noshing on toast. It's
I'm
snack
sorry, I love
time.
toast.
It's snack time. I have olives.
Ooh, I like olives. Sorry, I'm
Ooh,
snacking. I should be.
No,
in
we're
bed
all
for-
snacking.
Why?
We're
Like
all
everybody
snacking.
but me, I think, is
it's
eating.
midnight
So
snack.
Yes, I'm
haven't-
not eating
I haven't
either.
slept.
you're drinking though. So
Well,
I'm eating and drinking.
I haven't slept for 30 hours, so
Oh my God,
I'm
that
cray
was
cray,
me
Danny.
yesterday.
I'm
That's
waiting
why I
for
didn't
the
stream this morning.
hallucinations. Huh?
That was why I didn't stream today. I fell asleep because I had 2 hours of sleep the night before on the floor of the O'Hare Airport, which I probably
That's
have
fun.
viruses that I'll never recover from after that. But it is
Did
what
you
it
see
is.
the migrant camp, the secret migrant camp in
No,
half of the
if
airport?
I had, I
That's
would
where
have
she
been more
slept.
comfortable, probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
I just grabbed my own little patch of carpet, that real industrial blue carpet they have there, and I put my head on my bag and I fell asleep.
You
But
could
you
have said
should-
you were a Ukrainian refugee, and they probably would have given you a cot.
no, all she had to do was say no habla español.
No habla español. I would have got a cot.
No hables inglés.
no habla English.
No.
Oh, look at
habla
this. There are
inglés.
people in the chat who have slept on the floor of O'Hare. Welcome to the club.
O'Hare is the worst airport in the United States.
Oh, don't. It's not
Yeah,
that
You
they're
bad.
haven't
bad.
been to. You
They're
haven't
Have
been
you
to
not been
Hartsfield.
on the moving sidewalk with the lights above you? I mean, it's
They're
mesmerizing.
not the only one with a
Oh,
moving
have
sidewalk.
they must have upgraded since I've flown in O'Hare.
No, that thing is
I've
old.
made every concerted effort to avoid O'Hare.
Okay, but
Yep.
I was walking through the so to go from one terminal to another. Actually, no. To go from the one end of the American terminal to the other end of the same American terminal, you have to walk about 5 miles and you have to go across this bridge. And as you're going across the bridge, there's windows on either side and there's like these I don't know, it looks like a ledge next, and there were, I kid you not, like 4 people curled up on the ledge sleeping. And as I was walking by, I was like, do they know something I don't know? Should I be sleeping on the ledge and not the carpet? But I feel like
Yeah,
the
probably.
ledge is harder because it's like made out of marble or whatever. Why would you choose the ledge? Maybe because it's up off the floor.
But it
I
doesn't
was
get
just-
cleaned as often, right? Like,
I would think the
In
carpet is
theory-
the cleanest place to be.
right.
Unless there's,
Literally,
like,
as
bed
I
bugs
was
or something.
laying down to sleep, there was a janitor guy just like waiting to clean the floor.
Oh,
And the floor seemed awfully clean. I don't know. There really wasn't anything on it. I slept like a baby on that floor. I
I
mean,
think you made the right choice.
I think I made the right choice.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick a carpet over a marble ledge any day. But those are your choices in the O'Hare Airport, by the way. Did you ever notice that those stupid seats they make you sit in to wait for your flight, they have literal built-in armrests so you cannot lay down across them. They do it on purpose.
Every
Yes.
airport. Every single airport I have ever been
bastards.
to, except for Incheon Airport. Incheon is great. My husband's like, "Oh, you have to go there 5 hours before your flight." I'm like, "Okay, I can't go sooner," because it's lovely. It's a giant indoor mall. They have a napping area where you go and you nap
need a
in
napping
the
area.
phone. It's incredible, and bidets everywhere.
See, I need this in my
Just
life.
don't
I
drink from the bidet. It's
I need
not
napping
Not a water
areas.
it's not a fountain.
Well, look, the floor was clean. It really was. The carpet looked very clean. And I didn't put my head on it. I put my head on my bag. So,
You put your head
you
on
know.
your sock. What?
I had a neck pillow and a backpack, and I just laid down on it, went to
Again.
sleep.
You know what's scarier? I'm almost certain that floor is cleaner than the chairs that you sit on the plane. I am
Ah!
almost certain that it has been cleaned more than anything that you touch in the
Probably.
inside of the cabin of a plane.
Probably.
Sure.
Although I will say that I do like that they've now started making coach seats out of whatever that fake leather is, because that's so much easier to clean than fabric. Like the fabric seats really freak me out. Like, who has had a medical emergency on this seat? You
Every
know?
city bus ever. You're just like, you tap it, it's just puff of smoke, just dirt everywhere. You walk
No,
around. it's
chat.
great.
I did not get pregnant from the floor of O'Hare Airport. Oh, just chat.
Someone
Who do
call
you think I
Mythbusters.
am? Laura Owens? Calm down. All right, we're moving on.
Correct.
Correct.
Never attended an appointment. with Parenthood.
Yes, I did.
Oh, really? With who?
Oh, there is going to be a pause here.
Oh,
Weird.
we can't hear her. But I think she just stunned her so badly, Deandra couldn't speak for a moment.
Yeah.
This is a true and accurate copy of our request and response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records.
Oh, look at the judge. Did you see that? Look at the judge.
Yeah.
She's waving to the woman in the courtroom to bring that microphone over. I love this judge. If only we could have more judges like this who are like, okay, the sound sucks. Get a better microphone. Right, Danny?
He's on top of it. It's
Holy
really nice.
crap. Look at her. Watch her. Watch Judge Mata. Look at her.
This is a true and accurate copy of our
She's
request
like,
and
uh-huh.
response
Bring
from
that
Planned
microphone.
Parenthood
Let's
regarding
go.
your records.
Get it over there. Move it over there right now.
Correct. I don't believe I've seen this, but I have no idea.
And counsel, I'm so sorry. I'll stop the clock like I've done for the others. We're going to give you a microphone because as I anticipated, there was a problem picking up.
Oh, I didn't know she was doing timed. This is great. I
Yeah.
love timed arguments.
Except it's not
timed
enough time.
examinations.
Except it's only 1 hour each
They
side.
gave them 50 minutes each for a case that went on
When
for
you
a
could
year.
you could
Danny.
cross-examine this lady for
All
an
right,
entire
go ahead.
week.
Thank you.
I'll ask that a question.
This seems to be a more
No, this is-
Arizona preference.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is jurisdictionally preferred because I haven't seen timed anywhere else. In Utah, we limit like
Well, Virginia
days.
does it.
Really?
They did it
Well,
in
they
the
did with the Johnny
Depp
Depp
Oh, they
trial.
did
but
it
they
in
had like
Johnny Depp.
60
That's
hours.
And in
right.
fact, people who had been in Penny Ass Karate's courtroom said she is she's on the clock. Like she puts the clock out in front of you. She stops it when she's got it going.
Then they
Stop
better be
clock.
Johnny on the spot at declaring people as hostile witnesses because I could see that being a huge
Right,
advantage,
and
having a
she
witness who
didn't.
just draws out.
And she didn't. And that's the problem. This woman will not answer a yes or no question. And she had to be reprimanded several times. And so you can't do that. You're making the defense waste all of its time with this witness who is being hostile.
Yep.
And no one is doing anything about it. The judge warned her one time. She was like, if you keep doing this, we're going to be somewhere you don't like. And she meant, sanctions or contempt, right? But she
Yeah.
didn't do it.
Yeah, the best. I mean, the defense needs to move to have her be declared a hostile witness, and then
Well,
hurry up
this
and
is
just
cross right now
cross-examine
anyway,
her.
Yeah.
Oh, is she
Yeah.
on cross?
Yeah,
this
she's
is
on
cross.
cross. This is
Oh,
cross.
okay. Then they're good. Then there's not really much they can do.
Yeah.
Is a copy of our request and the response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records in April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 29, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
229 is received.
And while you've indicated today that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, this letter actually indicates that you had scheduled an appointment for July 2nd, but that you failed to attend.
Correct.
It also indicates that the ultrasound image that you claimed was from Planned Parenthood was not from Planned Parenthood because it was not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
Not by the one in Mission Viejo. Correct.
Ms. Owens, these are yes or no questions. This document states that the ultrasound image you have claimed is from Planned Parenthood is not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
By that practice, but as they said, it could have been seen by another.
It's going to be the
different
same.
entity.
Honor, please instruct the witness to answer yes or no.
Right, and she
Well,
still
this is
has
this is where it's going to get a little bit screwed, Danny, because the reason why she's answering like this is because she's correct. Like, no, these pictures wouldn't have been taken from Planned Parenthood. She's agreeing with counsel on this, but listen to what she has to say about what Planned Parenthood.
This is awesome. This is a bombshell, Danny. We've never heard this before. Don't you love?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is completely different from all of her other
Don't you
things.
love it when a witness says something in a trial that they've never disclosed before?
Oh,
Here we go.
I'm already hot and bothered. Thank
Are
you.
you ready?
Yes. Give it
Here
to
we
me.
here we go.
This request covered all of Orange County and San Bernardino County.
It didn't cover Los Angeles, though.
So now you're saying you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So you're telling us you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles on the day of trial today.
Yes.
Okay.
Should ask
When
which
did you go to
one.
Planned
That's not
Parenthood in
what
Los
she said.
Angeles?
Exactly when I said I went.
When was that?
July 2nd.
Okay. I'd like to go back to the 2 SACs you passed. So again,
Yeah.
in your deposition, you claimed you passed them in September or October, right?
Yes.
But then you changed the date and claimed that you passed these 2 SACs on July 23rd of 2020, right?
Right.
And you actually had an appointment scheduled with Dr. McCool, who you claimed is your high-risk perinatologist, for July 24th of 2020, right?
Right. That I canceled days prior.
Okay, so you canceled that appointment,
Days prior.
then you rescheduled it to August 7th, right?
Yes, if that's the date that I did.
So wouldn't you agree with me that for someone who has had miscarriages in the past and who has an alleged high-risk pregnancy, it would be prudent to attend an in-person appointment shortly after passing 2 SACs?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked the doctors online.
Oh, and these are yes or no
The
questions.
doctor's online.
I got her sex.
Yes.
Oh my God. Danny,
Yes.
are you
Women
are
in
you
the room,
mute?
raise your hand if you've ever talked to your OB online and been like, "Hey, I just,
Yeah, it was
I think I
telehealth.
maybe just
Yeah.
miscarried. Can you confirm that
She
thing?"
texted
Never.
a miscarriage
The most
hotline.
ridiculous thing.
She texted a miscarriage hotline saying, I finally took a dump.
Oh my God.
It makes
way.
no sense.
This is so offensive to women who have repeated
Yes, it
miscarriages,
is.
or to
So
any woman
offensive.
who's had a miscarriage of any kind. F her.
So offensive. 'Cause
Nobody's
it's so
going.
fake.
Nobody's going to the miscarriage hotline when you're bleeding
Oh,
and
you're
you're passing
calling your
tissue.
Okay.
doctor. I mean, our
Or you're
OB/GYN
going to
had
ER.
they had somebody
ER.
on call 24/7 that we could text
know-
or call, and they would say, "Okay, explain the situation." And if it was something like this, they'd say, "Take your ass to the emergency room."
Yes.
Yeah, I was actually really disappointed
And
in
we'll
that
meet you there.
miscarriage hotline that they didn't tell her to go immediately to an ER.
Well,
That's
how do you
what-
know what they
We
told
actually
her?
don't know what they said. She
Yeah,
could have
you can't
she could
believe
have
a word
fixed
she
that.
says.
My sister-in-law had a very, very, very rough pregnancy on her last child. I mean, whenever I say rough, I mean it was rough, where they at one point the doctor was saying, we need to perform an abortion. She goes, "You're not my regular doctor. You can kiss my ass and get out of my face because I will not talk to you." But she had problems. She had bleeding. She had lots of issues, and she was in there. It was almost every other day that she was in there, almost throughout her entire pregnancy. That's how bad it was. And for this young lady to get up here and say this kind of crap, it
It's the
offensive.
same
It's so
thing
upsetting.
as stolen valor. It is stolen motherhood.
Yes.
And it is as offensive as stolen valor. And
Yes.
it's offensive as hell. Like, stop it, Laura. Stop. Your own sister is a mother. Your mother's a mother. Either of them may have had an actual real miscarriage. Like, it's offensive to people who've been through this.
I don't wish infertility on anyone, but I do not envy her poor children. I have so much sympathy for her future children. God forbid she have
Lucky for us and for her future children, she doesn't. She. I don't think she can get pregnant, Danny. I don't think she can. I think she has severe PCOS.
Is that
plus-
why she has the HCG consistently? Do you think it's from her ovaries? Like, does she have ovarian cysts that are producing HCG?
Maybe. I don't know. She has ovarian cysts, though.
Okay,
That's
that
true.
I
She
mean,
has
I've heard of that
PCOS.
happening.
She has PCOS. Plus her age. She's 34.
She claims she has that stuff. Has that been confirmed by a review of the medical records?
Yeah, that actually has been confirmed by actual medical records that she has PCOS.
Okay.
So I actually don't think.
But is it a self-report?
No.
Medical record? Are we sure?
No, I don't think so.
No,
it's like the
PCOS
one
is pretty
report.
easy to
It's
diagnose.
the one report we have that is actually accurate, that we got, that the lawyers got through a HIPAA release.
And easy to diagnose is relative to other female disorders, is what I mean by easy. So, but PCOS is evident, far more evident than, let's say, endometriosis, where you would have to go and do exploratory surgery or something else. So it's PCOS is much more prevalent than people thought it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I mean, whatever. I'm going to shut up. Doctors don't know the woman body, and they don't care to know, and F them. So whatever.
Well, I just don't think
Spicy tonight. Sorry.
I think
Well,
God,
it's their loss.
in his infinite wisdom, has made sure that Laura cannot have children.
Thank
And that's
God.
God for it.
I'm
You're looking at your attorney, but you need
who's
to look at
shaking.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, can you ask?
This was when I was texting the cameraman. Oh my God. Look at Gingras. He's signaling his client. Deandra just said, I see that you're looking at your attorney for guidance. Look at me. Because I'm the one asking the questions here, ma'am. All right, we'll try and
yes
hear
or
them.
no questions.
I'm
You're looking at your attorney, but you need
who's
to look at
shaking.
the question for me.
Okay, can you ask the question again?
Wouldn't you agree that as someone who has a high-risk pregnancy that allegedly passed
She's looking at him again.
on July 23rd of 2023,
Yeah, you can
Uh-huh.
see
it
her
would have
at her
been
eyes.
Yeah.
important for you to see your high-risk perinatalogist immediately
She's
after
looking at
that
him
happened.
again.
Well, that's why I scheduled that's why I immediately contacted telemedicine. It was at night.
Contact
is
a
so
telemed
absurd.
provider instead of attending the appointment with your high-risk
Everybody
perinatalogist.
knows
It had already
Greg's
been canceled days prior.
Greg's about to hand Deandra a note
Yeah.
to say he is signaling her.
Yes.
You had 4 appointments scheduled with Dr. McCool that you never attended, right?
Correct.
And you intentionally failed to attend those appointments because all of those appointments would have resulted in a medical record that stated you were
Here
not
goes the
pregnant,
cameraman.
right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. To the form of the question.
We're
we
gonna
can
get
ask
to
the
see
question
him
a different
now.
way.
She's going to go, I don't know what the question
Hold
was
on.
because she wasn't paying any attention
During
to
the
it.
November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA, right?
What?
During the November 2nd hearing,
Here he goes.
I said that the test
Can I
was
ask the question, Ms. Owen? During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results.
Did you see that?
Yes.
You see that? Now wait, it gets worse. It gets worse. And before this happened,
Like he's a
Danny,
damn third base coach.
before this happened, he did this. And that's when I was texting the cameraman, get him in the shot. Get him in the shot. Get him in the shot. Stephanie's going, oh my God, look at this. And the judge, and then he goes like this. Danny, he goes like this. I shit you not. He goes like this, and then like this.
Oh my gosh.
Giving her baseball hand signals. Come
Yes,
on.
he's a third base coach.
It's so
See,
bad.
you know. You know,
Why
you'd
would
be
the
able to
judge
spot.
not call him out on this shit?
The judge was taking notes very seriously throughout the entire thing.
All right, I'll take
and
that. I'll take
she
that.
really wasn't
That's okay.
listening. I mean, listening. She was listening, but she wasn't.
She wasn't
you know.
looking.
Stephanie, what do you mean the stream is messed up? On whose side?
It's not on your side.
Stephanie. Oh, your stream. Are you saying your stream is messed up? All right. I think she's having trouble hearing.
Is it us?
Steph.
I guess it's us.
Steph, if
I
it's
don't-
you, just back out and come back in.
She
Come back
probably
in.
lost internet.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably did. They have terrible internet there by my mom. Just awful. So she did good for a while, though. All right, now
Yeah.
watch him. Watch him, because now Danny, and I don't know if anybody agrees with me here. Oh, she's back in. Hold on. Let's see. Let's get rid of this other one and see if she can. How do we get her back? Okay. How's that, Steph? Is it better for you?
Yeah, much better. It was completely broken up. Like I couldn't hear anything.
That's weird. Okay. All right. Well, you're back now. So, yeah, that's good.
And I'd like to point out that the Rosati's pizza is really good.
Let me see. Let's get a close up. Oh, I love Rosati's pizza. Is it
I want
is it
pizza so bad
sausage?
Well, pizza.
Sausage, onion, green pepper.
Oh, hi, Mom. Mom's
Hey,
over there in the corner.
Hey, Mom.
Hi there. I'm just
All right.
listening.
All right. Well, here we go. Watch his hands now. Here we go.
Little to no fetal DNA.
Oh, wait, I'm going to back up
that the
because this is
DNA
an important question.
During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA. Ms. Owens, I see you continue.
No, I didn't. I never said it didn't get. I said it came
I'm
back
confused.
inconclusive.
I'm confused about what date she's referring to.
Did you
What-
see that timeout signal?
Yeah, but he does cover up and say I'm confused about what she's talking about. So I mean I understand.
She only said November
She
2nd
said
like
November
5
2nd,
times.
like 5. Yeah, a punch.
Yeah.
A bunch
But
of
the timeout is a little more excusable because I've done that
You
before.
think
to
he
my
was
own
signaling to the
clients
judge?
naturally, just to say, "Hey, wait, timeout," when I'm making an objection, so that
Yeah,
my
but
client
Danny,
knows
don't-
to just
Don't,
zip it for a
don't you
second.
agree that you need to get your words out and say objection? You can't. And
Oh, yeah,
before he
you should
gets
say
the
that
timeout,
first.
Right, you do
he
need
was
to say
doing all this
objection.
other stuff, which you absolutely cannot do.
Well,
Yeah.
he's he's a practiced attorney. He's
practice in what?
It's well practiced.
He's signaling his runner to run home.
I said
I don't
he's-
know. I don't know what's going on here. But I will say this. He has no excuse not to know that it's November 2nd when she said November 2nd 5 times.
yes.
Not to mention
I
that
agree.
Laura just perjured herself on the stand again
Yep.
because she absolutely did deny on the November 2nd hearing, and I played it earlier in the stream. She denied that it came back little to no fetal DNA.
She
She
was saying it came
said
back
the
inconclusive.
testing was on. No, she didn't even say that. She said it was
Ongoing.
ongoing.
Do you think at this point that Gringus realized how much his client has been lying to him?
No, he knows.
And that's
He's
why
known-
he was
he's
just like,
known the whole time.
whoa, wait. Crap. We're
He's-
not.
Honey,
I
He's-
was supposed to hear this.
Oh, no!
he's
Oh,
the
no!
coach of the Astros, sitting there chewing his gum, watching them hit the can, and going, "You know what? It's all right. They'll win the World Series, and we'll just
Yep.
deal with the consequences later." That's what he's doing.
I was
I've
so
worked
bad.
with- I have had opposing counsel like this, and they are awful. And I can count on one hand. And I work with plenty of opposing counsel. I'm sure MG Law feels the same way.
Mhm.
You can count usually on one hand the opposing counsel that you refuse to take clients with, or that you start to bump up their retainer significantly because you know you have to deal with this shit.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I just don't get this guy.
November 2nd.
November 2nd hearing.
November 2nd.
Yes.
Okay, again, before my time, so that's why I'm confused. I
Doesn't
apologize.
matter.
Well, research your own
Because
case,
he didn't-
damn it!
He
You've
didn't
had this
read. He
case.
didn't watch the hearing.
He
He
has
looks
taken this.
He looks
It is June.
embarrassed.
It is June. He's had this case since February, right? Or when did
Well,
he
he's
come
been,
in?
March.
he's been very busy
March.
with his blog. Leave him alone.
He came in March. There is no excuse for him from March to
No,
June to not
Because
be
I
well
took the
versed in
time
his
to
own
watch those
case.
hearings between March and June.
I mean,
But
come
he
on.
has his blog. Leave him alone, MG. Stop picking on the little
You
man.
could just watch our streams and get it from different perspectives.
Which
The
he
only
totally
the
stream
same
that he
hearing.
watches is her peeing on a stick. Leave her alone.
Everybody wave hello to David Gingras because he is watching us even from Europe, his European vacation. Hello, David.
Should I give him
David,
the
honey,
one
go
finger
get a
salute?
life. Enjoy your
I give
vacation.
him the one finger
Yeah,
salute.
enjoy your vacation.
The one finger salute. Like I said, the offer still stands. You send me $100, a real U.S. Benjamin, and I will send you a link. You can come
Megan?
on
No,
and hang
he
out.
needs that for the one chance, the one opportunity he has to get laid this year. Okay, he's in Europe.
He needs that
Don't-
$100 for
don't
those
take that
Amsterdam
from him.
bitches.
He does have a wife, so
And Megan,
Yeah.
this
He'll be
is
there
if
enjoying Europe.
Gingras is watching, do you know what this is, Megan?
No,
This is 10
I don't
of
think
these.
I want to know. That's funny. All right, here we go.
no, the hand signal he should have.
I said it was
holding his
inconclusive
face.
and it was little to no fetal DNA. I never said it came back anything but that.
Yes, you
That's the
did.
hand signal.
She said there was no
Another hand
conclusive
signal.
evidence.
There was little to no fetal DNA.
Look
Another
at him.
hand
He's
signal.
rubbing
I've never
his
said there
head.
was anything else.
Yeah, you did.
You also ordered and took a blood HC test through any lab
A little
test
shrug of the
now
shoulder.
on October 16th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 36.
Another hand
page
signal.
201.
He's wiping his mouth.
So this has already been admitted, so we'll move past that. By the time of this test on November 16th, you had claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman, right?
He's
Your
gonna
Honor,
shake
objection.
his
She
head.
misstated the date. She said September 16th, I believe. It's October
That
16th.
can be addressed in my
Especially
direct.
said November. Didn't
I
shake his
I
head.
said that Dr. McCool's my doctor. I did not say that I had seen him. I said I had seen Dr. Higley and the rest. Correct.
We'll talk about Dr. Higley, but your answer is
Here comes Greg. That's the note. It says
correct me to repeat the
he's
question.
signaling her. Look at him.
Okay.
Look at him. Did you
I'm gonna
see
say it
that?
here. It seems like you're looking.
Look, watch. Oh my
he's
God.
Just like,
This guy. Watch his hands.
Would you like me to repeat the question, Stone?
Greg, it looked like Greg said
I'm going to
something.
stand here. It seems like you're looking at Mr. Gingrich quite a bit.
well, apparently he passed her a note.
No, I don't
saying-
need guidance from my attorney. I know how to answer the questions.
You don't.
Really?
By the time of your appointment for this test on October 16th of 2023, you claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Z, right?
Yes.
But instead of going to any of those providers for this test, you went to an entirely new provider, correct?
I just went on my way home from
He's
taking the
shaking his head
Ravgen
no.
test, actually.
Yes or no question?
He's shaking his
Shakes his
head no
head.
again.
Well, it wasn't a provider.
You see the head shaking?
Yep.
Yes.
It was a self-paid test. So
Okay, so you didn't go to any of your prior providers for this test, right?
I'm
correct.
trying to tell her she's actually blocking Gingras. I think she
By your
moved out of the
own
way
Your
Yes.
to have a
application,
different
I-
angle so that she would have to look at Deandra and not be able to see him while she's looking at her.
Yes.
This is so infuriating because I remember during COVID, whenever we had trial or deposition or any sort of testimony, I had to show the judge the entire room. I had to sit next to my client. And I always had 2 cameras on so that the judge could be assured that I was not signaling my client. This type of shit pisses me off.
Yep.
I'm with
Yeah.
you, Danny. I was flipping out in the courtroom when this was going on. I was jabbing Megan. Like,
She saw it
"You
first.
get over
And she
this?"
was
And Megan's got the rib bruises.
that's
I
when
mean,
I
but-
was like, oh my God, I gotta get the camera guy. I gotta get the
I was
camera guy
like-
to get on him.
Well,
I
see,
said,
I
"This
had
is outrageous."
I had no idea. I was watching this the
Yeah.
other night, and I had no idea about the hand signals until I started, because I recorded it and then just went back and did the edit on it. And I came back and I'm like, why is he sitting there hand signaling? I mean, it's just that's
I
not
was typing.
appropriate.
I was live tweeting, so I had my head in my laptop for most of it. And I wasn't able to like look around. That's why I didn't see it. And then Stephanie, man, she was on it. She saw it. She was like,
Yeah.
what is the judge doing? Oh my God. And then as soon as she said that, I was like, I'm just texting the camera guy, like, get him back in the shot, because I was monitoring the live feed and he wasn't in the shot. I am so glad I did that, because if I hadn't, we wouldn't have this on video.
How did you get the camera guy's number?
Well, so he had texted me earlier because he was sitting next to Lauren, who has my number, and they were in the front row on the far side, and I was in the back row by the door. He texted me because I happened to be sitting next to his bag because it was so crowded that like we couldn't, and he needed his battery. So before this happened, he texted me because we were allowed to use our phones because I asked for permission. So he texted me and said, can you get me my battery that's in the bag next to you? And I was like, yeah. So I go get the battery and I'm like handing it down. Greg Gillespie.
You made yourself useful. I love it.
Greg hands it to Mike Maricini. Mike Maricini hands it to the camera guy. That's how it had to go because that's how many people were between me and him. So I knew who he was and I had his number. So as soon as this happened, I was like, oh my God, get him in the shot. Get him in the shot. And he did. He backed up the camera and then we got it.
I love it. But the judge can go back and look at this. When they
know.
When
and
they
the
bring
court
their
has a
motion
different
for
angle.
sanctions-
Okay, so do you see these cameras? There's a camera right here where my mouse is. There's one right here. There's one right here. And these two things right here actually look like cameras as well. Look at how all of them are facing
And
this
there's
guy
probably
right
one
here.
behind the judge looking out into the gallery.
Probably. So when we get the court footage, which we have already asked for, and it is going to be coming soon, I believe we will have all of this from the big one that he did like this, that we didn't get on camera. I know we're going to have it because he did it. He did it. And I saw it. Stephanie saw it. Stephanie, you might have seen other things. When I looked up, when you poked me, I saw this. Was he doing something else before that?
As I recall, he was doing stuff like she'd start to answer and he'd be going, or she'd say, I mean, it was outrageous. That's why I was like, Megan, look, how come nobody sees this? Greg's head was down. Deandra was in front of him, so she didn't know. The judge was focused on the witness. She didn't see it.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there thinking, I don't believe what I'm seeing here. Is this guy seriously trying to send her messages? That's what it looked like.
That's what
It's absolutely what he was doing. I'm not afraid to say it. He's going, you can see him doing this to her.
I know.
Calm down. Stop. Like you can't do that.
He was shaking his head and nodding his head depending on how she was answering stuff.
Good eyes, Stephanie.
What Danny said earlier about, he can have some excuse for this. This is true because he followed it up quickly with objection. But before he got to this and objected, he was doing all this other stuff that was totally not.
100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. No, this is sanctionable. This is nasty. You're allowed to.
And it's bar reprimand.
And not only that, but to the other two lawyers here on the panel, I said, if this was going on in a case that I was doing and I saw it happen, I would stand up, I would object, I would say, I want to make a note for the record that counsel for the opposing side has been signaling I just witnessed it, has been signaling under oath to his client on the stand during her cross-examination, which is outrageous, and I'm asking the court to sanction him.
The problem is that she can't. He could, but she's doing the cross. I think the way she handled it is okay, at least letting the court know by verbally saying, I can see you looking at him, so I'm going to stand over here. So at least that's indicating that. But
if I as the lawyer, had seen it happen, I would object on the record. I want to make a record. This is what I saw that happened.
I think Woodnick could have stood up, even though he's not questioning the witness. He could have stood up and said something.
Oh, he totally could have, but he didn't see it at first.
No. I can show you the moment he saw it. Deandra and Greg see it at the
November 2nd hearing.
At the exact same time. Watch is it this one? Wait.
I love that you zoom in. This is great.
Wait. No, it's not this one. Hold on. There's one.
There's one where they both.
Somebody made a GIF of it, and it's the exact. They see it. Here it is. At the exact same time, they see it happen. Now watch this. Wait, why can't I make it bigger?
This one. It's where he has his hand here and then goes like this.
Look, do you see them? Watch them. Both at the same time they turn. So after
He's like,
that
"Oh, shit."
happened, now they're onto it. And I watched Greg after this. He was watching him, and in fact, you'll see a couple of times where Gingrich starts it up again, and Greg looks at him and he goes
Yep.
like this. He goes, "Oh," like he's not doing
Yep.
anything. And
Well,
so he got caught.
when Deandra said that she was going to put herself in between him and the witness, that was perfect because that prevents her then from getting the signals.
Well, I think she moved off to the side
Right.
because she looks like, because I think here she's between Laura and Gingrich,
Yeah.
but off to the, but he can,
But
they can see each
obviously
other.
she
So
could
she moved
see him.
over towards the jury box where she has to look away from Gingrich to look at
That's
Deandra.
what she did. She made it so that she put her body from the court, from my seat where I was sitting. It looked like she went from the podium, which was more in the middle, so that
she
the
actually
witness
stood in
could
front
see.
of him.
Oh, okay.
From
See,
where
it looks
I know
like from this angle, it looks like
this
she gets
angle, I know,
off to
but
the
from
side.
where we were sitting,
She
she
put
went and
herself
stood
in
directly in front of him.
Okay.
And in fact, you could tell he couldn't see her anymore because he started to crane around.
Yeah, he did.
He
But
started
his
to look
hands are
around.
still moving. That's what's interesting. I've been watching since he put his hands in his lap. His hands are still moving because he's
It's
subconsciously
nervousness.
wanting to do it. and
Yeah.
he can't. So he's doing
It's
it under the
nervous.
table.
It's nervousness. He's
It's
moving his
gross.
fingers like this. Yeah, at the end, he'll start craning around to try and look beyond Deandra so he can see her. And it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Stephanie saved the day. It was Stephanie who alerted me. I was able to tell the cameraman. Cameraman got the angle, and then thankfully Greg saw it happening and Deandra figured it out. So
Did Alex get any photos of him mid signaling from your
I
photos?
don't think so. No, she was focused at the time during
Well,
cross.
she was focused on the witness.
She was trying to get pictures of the witness, but unfortunately where they put her and they wouldn't allow the photographer to stand. So the camera angle was quite low. She was having trouble because there was equipment in her way. So no, she wasn't focused on Gingrich. She was focused on the witness at the time.
Thank goodness we have the video. I'm just so glad.
And I did alert her because she was in front of me. I tapped her and I told her, take pictures of him. But by the time she was able to, I don't think she got any. I don't remember seeing any. I'll have to go back through the pictures. But having my own photographer there, by the way, was so awesome for me. I want to do it every single time now that I go anywhere. I need a dedicated photographer because it makes such a huge difference, you guys. Oh my gosh. Because I can't do everything at once. I have to take notes and pay attention to what's going on. And I can't do both. I can't take pictures. Having her there to just work the camera was awesome. So good. All right, here we go.
Of 2024. This result of an HCG level of 102 was not consistent with pregnancy, right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
He's looking like, what?
Look at his face. He's like,
It's like,
you overruled my objection.
By your own admission,
He can't signal her, so he's
test
taking
result
notes
of
now.
102 with a level for HCG not consistent with the pregnancy.
Objection.
Whoa, he's signaling her
I
again.
learned that it was.
He did it again. Did you see it? Did you catch it? Look at this. Look at this. This asshole. Oh my
By your
God.
own admission, the test result of 102 with a level for HCG not consistent with the pregnancy.
Objection.
Go
ahead.
I learned that it was.
Keep going. Go ahead.
That it was consistent with pregnancy or was not.
Well, the test results said anything above 4 was pregnant. So I thought 102 was pregnant, but then I learned it was not.
So now she admits, whereas earlier she said she believed that test in October said she was pregnant. She now admits she learned after doing some research that it wasn't.
Which is
So
why
she's
she
changed her
altered that
story
one
twice.
to send to Dave Neal
Correct.
and Clayton.
As
So that
Laura would
means
say.
she knew way before she claimed she knew that 102 was not pregnant. Because if it were, she wouldn't have altered that before she sent it to Dave Neal. So when did
Exactly.
she alter that and send it to Dave? When did that happen?
In October, the same month she got it.
Yes.
October, like, I don't know, it was like October 12th
16th or something like that.
So yeah, 16, 17, 18, whatever.
10th,
It was in
12th,
October.
yeah.
She sent it to Dave. She sent
October
it to
19th.
I think she
So
sent it to
that
Steve.
means she absolutely already knew at that time that the number was not consistent with the pregnancy.
Yes.
If it had been, she would have sent it unaltered. This
her
is
own
bogus.
expert in his report said that she was told on October 16th that the pregnancy was not viable. That is in his expert witness testimony. It's
And
in
yet
his
here she
report.
is
Yes,
making
Danny, do you have a question? Danny has.
I love Danny.
I do, because I've actually had a case with a client who submitted to me an altered document and presented it as though it were unaltered, and I filed that with a signed affidavit, his signed affidavit, verifying that it was unaltered, right? Verifying this was a true record that he had obtained
Oh my God.
as a matter of business. Only to find out that was not the case, and I had to have a very serious chat with the Utah State Bar, fires him with a client. There was a lot, but
oh no.
My question is, did she? This was all hypothetical. This never actually happened to me or a client. Okay, this never happened. Everything I just said, ignore it. But this case, I'm curious, when she filed that, she would have had to have filed it with an affidavit. She later admitted
No,
that
she did not admit this as an exhibit in court.
Ah, damn it.
And
we're going to get to that. We're going to get
But
to
she
that
still
right now.
sent it to
But
Clayton.
she sent it to Clayton. She
But
sent
yeah.
it to the party in the case.
Yeah,
As a
I mean,
means
it's
to try
dirty,
to-
it's extortion, but it's not. Damn, I
Well,
wish you would have filed that. with an
Here's the
affidavit.
thing, Danny. You have to remember that this is not her first rodeo, because she's ridden a few horses, and she's been fine tuning her scam.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I could get a smile. She's
I
been
thought you were
fine
gonna say
tuning her
writing a
scams.
few
She
bowls,
knows
but-
what she needs to turn into the court.
Mm-hmm.
She knows what she needs to send to people to get them to do an action. This is the kind of person that she is. She's very manipulative. So she will say one thing to somebody and get you confused, where you think, oh no, she filed this with the court. No, she just sent this to me.
I
So
wish she would've.
disregard it.
I really wish she would have. That would have been great.
Yeah. But she sent it to a party in the case, trying to put.
Absolutely.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter whether she sent
To
it to the
make
court
him
because
stand down.
he can put it into the court, which he did.
Well, he did, but my point is to say, if she sends it to him, sure, that's evidence of extortion, but that's not a flagrant lie to the court. It's not an obvious.
That's all right. She's done so many other.
She's already done many other lies.
She's already
right?
done many other major perjuries here.
But
Don't
Not
worry, by the
minor
time
perjuries, major
she
ones.
gets to
Already there.
pregnancy 6 or 7, she'll have this crap worked out where,
Wait a second.
But
Wait,
who knows? We could be already beyond 6 or 7.
Did Clayton's attorney request the original document and get sent the other document?
No, his attorney requested the original document and he got it. The
He
one that said
subpoenaed it.
102. Dave Neal found the one in his email that said 138,000 something, but it was the 102. So Dave sent it to the attorneys and said, this is the same document, I think, that is 102. She fudged it. She doctored it to tell me and Clayton that it was 138,000 something instead of 102.
I see.
And so this is what they're grilling her on right now, and it's about to get hilarious. Here she goes.
I will keep my mouth shut then.
Would agree with me that it's not consistent.
No, I wouldn't.
You doctored this particular test twice, Owens, correct?
I doctored the test once.
Okay, and when was that?
When I tried to send it to Dave Neal to get him to stop creating harassing videos at me.
And what amount of
at you?
It was like 102,000, I believe.
Oh, we're spinning.
Yeah.
Exhibit 17, page 113. Ms. Owens, you'll recognize this as it looks like the same test from October 16th, but it has an HCG level different than what you just indicated, and it says 131,902.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's,
So you also doctored this test.
no, I didn't know what the number was that I had made it to.
Well, Ms. Owens, I agree with you. You doctored this test twice. One to say 102,000 and again to say 131,902, right?
I doctored it, I guess, to say
He's shaking his head.
131,902.
As of October 17th, 2023, when you received this test result, you had reason to believe you were not pregnant, right?
Yes, after doing some research, yes.
Okay. But then you proceeded to lie under oath at hearings before this court on October
Shaking his
24th,
head.
October 25th, and November 2nd, correct?
That's not correct. No.
Yes, it is.
Instead of telling the truth, you tampered with this HCG test to increase the level and offered that as support for a pregnancy.
To a content creator, not to the court.
Whoa, see? Look, Danny, she just admitted I did, but to a content creator, not the court, as if it makes any difference whatsoever. I mean, it might make some difference to the court, but it also shows you're a damn liar.
It makes a difference because it's not an under oath lie.
Yeah.
If she's sending it to a party in the case or a content creator. However, she didn't admit sitting up there that she sent it to Clayton, which is different than sending it to Dave Neal. It's bad
Even though
enough.
she did send it to Clayton at the same time she sent it
Yeah.
to Dave.
Yeah,
did.
and that's
She omitted that.
to me, Clayton is a party in this case. He's the whole, obviously. And, you know, it's so like smarmy for her to say, well, yeah, I doctored it, but I didn't present that to the court as evidence. So what? It's not relevant. No, I'm sorry. It's directly
It's totally
relevant
it's directly relevant to this case and whether
to
you
your credibility.
faked a pregnancy or not.
Ever in any document, it's directly relevant.
And you know what I love about this, you guys, is we are playing in preponderance of evidence, baby. That is our standard. This is not even beyond a reasonable doubt, baby. We are 50%
We
plus
are
a feather. That is it.
51%. That's it. That's
50%
all
plus a
you
feather.
need. That's all you need. That's
I
right.
love it.
We're playing in preponderance of evidence, baby.
Oh,
and
civil laws. Where's
I usually hate this standard, and I always think the standard is terrible for family court. But in this case, I'll take it.
This is evidence of when it's necessary. I was going to ask you, what is his counterclaim? Has he filed counterclaims?
No, he filed what he filed in this.
Claim.
Well, it was a non-paternity. He
claim
wants a
to
finding to establish non-paternity. So we're
And when
hearing
But he was never that he's not the father. And
Right.
that
So,
he was never the
Danny,
father.
she attempted to when the heat got turned up and it became very obvious that everyone knew she was full of lies, she attempted to just go away and dismiss the thing and move on. And he
I remember
said,
that.
absolutely not. At this point, you've thrown all this stuff against the wall. I need an opportunity to clear my name and to get sanctions and attorneys. fees. So it could have been over with before now, but Clayton was like, no, you've just dragged me through all of this and made up all these lies and said a bunch of things about me that were not true. And now you want to just go ahead and voluntarily dismiss after putting me through all of this? No. Now I want a judge to make a determination that I am not and never was the father of any of your kids, which don't
Right.
exist. I mean,
And
that's so
I
ridiculous.
looked up the standard in Arizona, the standard for proving paternity. She has not met her burden. You
there's-
need a DNA test.
Correct.
Which
to
she
meet the
does not
presumption,
have.
to have any of the presumptions of paternity
She hasn't
to
met any
apply,
of them.
she has none of those.
Yeah,
Well,
you have
but,
to
she,
show
but,
you
but you have
origin.
to understand the question that he asked her earlier on was, did you guys take this test? And she emphatically said yes,
Mhm.
claiming
came
that
back.
they took a paternity test. You see, you missed that portion of it. That was early on. Whenever Gingrich was asking her this garbage.
Gingrich. I love how you cannot say his name. You have said his name, Gringus, Gingrich. It's great. Keep it up. I love it.
Angus, whatever.
Gangrene.
Gangrene.
I
Angus.
just know tramp stamp. That I literally don't know his real name.
Tramp stamp
It's-
lawyer.
But
no,
he
she
brought
hasn't met this
is
burden
one of
at
the
all.
things. This is one of the things that he brought up was said because he asked her. He said, "Did you and he go and have this test done?" And she said,
Yeah.
"Yes, we finally had the test done after he denied doing it several
Twice.
times." But they said they finally had the test done, giving this assumption. Like if I was not knowing anything about this case, listening to it, I would go, "Oh, so they went and got the paternity test," but she hasn't. The thing is everything that she said, she has not been able to provide any proof of.
Right. So
The
she
only
has to
people,
meet our standards.
the only people that she's providing proof of is to David Neal, to other people. She never
And it's
provides
all
any of this
fake.
information to this
And it's all
court.
faked.
So
Yeah,
so
and
my
everything she
question
provides
is,
to the
why
All
court.
she's
did he not
basically all she has is a
pursue-
bunch of HCG tests.
Yeah.
Why didn't he pursue which HCG tests? You
Are
can
an
get a trigger shot
indication of
during
pregnancy.
IVF. Like there's so many ways to get
So many
She
ways.
just-
HCG
They're an
tests.
indicator. They're
What
not
was
proof.
the HGC test? Because all I know is he's on a
hormone
stick
growth.
and hands it to him and says, "Look, I'm pregnant."
Right. My question though is why did he not file any defamation claims?
He's considering doing
Well,
Yeah.
because for one,
I think he
mean,
wants this ruling first.
He
Yes.
is considering it, but I think I don't know. I don't.
Because
I
there's
don't
certain issues will be raised judicata at that point.
I don't
would've-
feel
well,
very
no. What I
positive
would have
about
done
it.
is I would have just filed it as a part of the overall complaint, the counterclaim, and I would have asked for a severance of the two cases, put a stay on the one case in district court, so it's rolling, ready to go, and ready for a decision. Once I get into district court, she can go ahead and try and dispute it at that point. But all of this is then assumed. So the two cases would separate by virtue, like of statute. It would happen automatically.
That's interesting. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you totally can.
Answer me something, Danny. What do you think his chances are of him actually having a longer case, of him having to drag this out for another 3 or 4 years for a defamation case where he just wants her to go the hell away?
Yeah.
Right. He just wants to be sort of exonerated and not do
Yeah,
anything else.
he wants his name cleared, and if he gets this finding of non-paternity, that's all he has wanted. And
But if he can get a finding of non-paternity in the paternity case where and he can get sanctions against her for attorney's fees.
His defamation.
Defamation.
If he's awarded the attorney's fees, it's almost defamation per
Yeah.
se. It's presumptive.
Oh.
That's
But
what
even
I-
but Danny, even if she's a limited a limited purpose
Well, he
public
is a public
figure,
he's
I
a
know
public figure, and she has
But
put herself out there.
she's a
and
limited
specifically
purpose
made
public
this
figure.
claim multiple times on YouTube, publicly, on videos. She
TEDx.
has-
her
TEDx.
statement, but
He's
since it would be
gonna have
the,
to prove that she
her
that she
status is
did it with malice, and it's pretty
Yeah.
easy to prove.
I
at this
think it's
point.
easy to prove that.
it's
I
with
think
reckless disregard for the truth, and she
Yeah.
is the party making the claim, so she knows whether it's true or not.
Right.
and
The
Well,
same thing
that-
happened to Amber Heard.
except that she and Gingras are absolutely adamant that she believed she was pregnant, that none of it was false, that she's adamant. She said that this whole entire
That's
time.
why he needs this ruling.
But she's admitted to lying multiple
Oh,
times.
yeah.
And
Oh,
so
I
that's
agree
where
with
I
you.
feel like a defamation claim would be completely reasonable here.
Well, I
I
don't think it's
agree,
unreasonable.
but also consider this, Danny. She is pretty judgment proof. I mean, we
Yeah,
think that
exactly.
all
That
the
we think.
money.
She admitted that she makes like
How's
200
she
grand a
paying
year.
for it?
No, she says that, but she
Parents are
also,
paying for it.
if you notice, she also said it was in conjunction with her mother
Yeah,
in
she
whatever
owns the
business her parents are running. She doesn't own a house. She lives in the casita on mommy and daddy's property. Her mommy and daddy pay her money.
And that could be
That-
another lie.
Yeah,
Important.
we don't
Because
even
How,
know.
it-
how old is mom and dad?
Dad is a famous radio DJ, Ron Owens from San Francisco. He not a DJ, radio talk show host. Sorry, he made probably $1 million a year. He was the highest paid radio talk guy in San Francisco. He is in his probably 80s. He has Parkinson's. He's very ill. We don't even know if he's how. Like we haven't heard from him. I'll just say, we don't know how incapacitated he is. We do know that they are leveraged to the hilt. They've taken out more than $1 million in loans. They have a lot of creative financing going on. One of the financial experts that looked at it said you do not have people who are truly wealthy who do things like this. So what it looks like to that person is that they are struggling. So
Okay.
I
Well,
just
plus
don't think
whatever
there's
they have has nothing to do with the judgment against her.
well, she has nothing.
No,
my
not
point. You
yet.
can't
That's
get
why.
it.
That's why I asked because
Yeah.
No,
not
she has
yet.
nothing.
And that's why I asked how old he is, and that's really morbid for me to ask. But I mean, ultimately, if she can execute a judgment, if you can execute a judgment against her, I would absolutely do it and enforce one ASAP. I mean, at a minimum, you have what, 10 years statute of limitations? I'm not sure in Arizona. I think here it's 10 years to execute your judgment. So let's say you have a judgment, it's ready, rip roaring ready to go. You want to enforce it. You can then, if you're unable to enforce it within 10 years, for one reason or another, you can actually ask the court for leave for time to try and enforce it again.
So,
Yes.
You can do it within the statute of limitations.
Yeah,
what
see,
is
in
the
Oklahoma
statute
is
of limitations?
different.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so in Oklahoma, you get 5 years to execute. But
Right. I don't know
if
what
you
it is in
execute
Arizona.
at some point, if you file a garnishment or you execute and you have that recorded with the land records along with your recorded judgment, it extends for another 5 years. So
So my
you
my
can
question,
just renew it. You can file a renewal of judgment every 5
right?
years,
We can keep renewing them.
or try to keep garnishing or whatever, and it keeps extending that out.
So, Danny, my question for your Arizona bar. Oh, Alex is in the chat now.
Yeah, I see her. I see her.
My question is, what's the statute of limitations on a defamation claim? Because I know in Maryland, you've got to get it done within a year. You don't get the full 3 years.
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
And so that's why I kept my mouth shut, especially if they've already done research into it and they're saying, look, the family is basically going to be insolvent, or at least the estate is not going to have a lot to pass on to her. To the extent that they can pass it on, it's going to be judgment proof. There's going to be exceptions.
And also think about this. How many more
1 year.
years does Clayton want to be entangled with
Exactly.
this woman?
Litigation is hell. Who wants to do it? I mean,
He wants
yeah,
it to
I mean,
be
get through
over.
this and get a protective order and move on.
Yeah, and
Or
move
restraining
on.
order.
He actually already has a protective order against her, so that's
Okay.
already done. All right, let's move on. We got to get to this part. This is where the crowd has a muffled gasp of laughter. Now, Stephanie was there. Stephanie, you can tell, how loud was the crowd?
it wasn't super loud, and it
Not at
also
all.
wasn't obnoxious. I mean,
No.
you would think from the way Greg responded that the crowd was obnoxious, but they weren't. What happened was she said this crazy thing, admits that she lied or doctored something, and then says, "Oh, but it wasn't that big of a deal."
It was
And the whole-
minor.
It was
It was a
minor.
minor thing.
and the whole crowd just went, "Oh!" Like it was just like.
But that's
And it's
wait,
so
wait,
quiet.
because
Because of
that's hold on, Megan, because what I heard, and I was listening to this, what I heard was one person in the crowd said, "I guess it wasn't that minor now, was it?"
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that.
I
did
did.
not.
That's what I thought she was responding to.
No,
I
no,
did not hear
nobody said words at
I
all.
heard one.
No,
group
listen
all
very
together went,
closely.
"Oh."
I swear to God, somebody says, "Well, I guess it wasn't that
All
minor
right.
now,
Well,
was
listen. All right. Everybody be quiet because we're going to listen and hear if we. I was in the courtroom and I didn't hear that. I heard just a little bit of muffled laughter and a couple
I
of
heard a gasp.
gasps. And that's it. And in fact,
Alex
Alex
said
was
no
there.
words.
She says there were no words, just a gasp. And it was so quiet. The microphones did not pick it up because you're not going to hear anything. All right. Let's listen.
You also testified on November 2nd, unequivocally, that your OBGYNs were Dr. McCool and Dr. Higgins, right?
Right.
In fact, you went so far as to state that your main OBGYN is the perinatalogist, Dr. McCool, right?
Correct.
You further testified on November 2nd that you had last seen Dr. Higley on last Friday, right?
Right.
You lied to the court when you made these statements.
I had the appointment scheduled, which you guys have.
Yes, no questions.
I know, but it needs to be answered. Correct. It needs to be answered. I had an appointment scheduled with him that I did not attend, but I did have an appointment scheduled.
When you say you were seen by a doctor, that's not the same as having an appointment scheduled, correct?
Correct.
So we would agree that you were dishonest when you said you were physically seen by Dr. Higley the Friday before the November 2nd hearing.
Correct. That's a very minor thing.
Stop.
Yeah, really.
If No,
You know,
never been.
I mean, if this is good, I'm not comfortable if the JFC crew is going to be having reactions, honestly.
You didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear a
But it's
damn
not.
No.
You
What are you
didn't hear, but it's not?
What? No,
No.
rewind it. Try
Hold on,
again.
rewind it, rewind it.
Where are
You'll
you
he-
hearing it?
You'll hear it. He'll say, but it's not.
I
No.
thought I heard stop, stop.
That was Greg saying stop. No.
Right.
Okay.
But
'Cause
rewind
it's
it.
not-
This guy right here said stop.
Okay.
Watch him.
Stop. Stop.
Yeah, really.
No,
You know,
never been.
Wait, let me back up a little bit more.
That
Okay.
you were dishonest when you said you were physically seen by Dr. Higley the Friday before the November 2nd hearing.
correct. That's a very minor thing.
Stop. Stop.
Yeah, really.
No,
You know,
never been.
I mean, if this is good,
Yeah, you couldn't
I
hear
heard
the crowd.
something in the back.
You-
Something, but I
something. That's something where
I'm telling you
people
guys, the
kind of
crowd-
rustling.
The crowd just went, like,
Oh,
that's it.
like somebody,
Okay.
like some people had a muffled laughter, like,
And then Greg
and
turned around
other
and
people went, and that was it. That was it. And in fact, the
Okay.
judge, I don't even think the judge heard it because
But Woodnick did. He said stop. Just
yeah, he turned
'Cause-
around and he yelled stop.
because that's
he's over there signaling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at him. He's like,
Telling her to shut up.
Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Exactly.
and it seemed to me that this was her excuse to get a just that opportunity to say, hey, I need to take a break because they needed to recoup really bad because they were getting their asses handed to them, and to break up her flow because she had her against the ropes. She was like Muhammad Ali, just this guy's sitting there pounding on her, and she just comes out swinging.
She sure did.
I'm not comfortable if the JFC crew is going to be having reactions, honestly.
Okay, I'm going to stop the clock at this time. Counsel, you ask questions. Ma'am, you answer the questions. I could ask the gallery to please keep your
I
actions-
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking, ma'am. Keep your comments to a minimum or you will be asked to leave.
nail
ahead,
her.
Counsel.
That was so awesome when the judge said that.
Oh, that was
And
the
then-
judge?
Yes.
Yes. And then the judge says to the gallery, keep your comments to a
Please try to
minimum or
keep your
you'll be
comments
asked
to a minimum.
to leave. Comments to a minimum. I was like, I didn't know I could make
And
any
then- and
comments.
then
Could I
Laura-
make some comments?
And then
Yes,
Laura
I got a lot of
started-
comments.
Laura started talking over the judge, and the judge said, "I'm still talking, ma'am."
I
Yeah.
love it.
Let's back that up. This is so great.
I
Actions-
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking, ma'am.
Oh, wait, a little bit further.
At this time, counsel, you ask questions. Ma'am, you answer the questions. I could ask the gallery to please keep your
I
actions-
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking, ma'am. Keep your comments to a minimum or you will be asked to leave.
Look at Jingris. Did
Go
you
ahead,
see
counsel.
that?
Yeah, he's going.
Stop in the name of love.
Before you break my heart.
Correct.
And the records from Dr. McCool's office indicate that you made 4 appointments that you never attended, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. Higley's office that we obtained indicate that they have no records for you from August 2020 through the present, right?
I'm sorry. You said Dr. Higley or Dr. McCool? Can I take a minute?
This is so fake.
Can we have just a 5-minute recess?
Sure, at this time.
I'm sorry. Can I take a minute?
Okay, as Deandra, if I
need a
were
minute.
doing this cross and the guy said, "Can we take 5 minutes?" It would have been so hard not to say, "Your Honor, I have like 4 more questions. I really don't want to break. If I can have 4 more questions, we'll be done." Because
You would be great at that.
she
was a great
absolutely
delivery.
wanted to shut down she was on a roll.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
mean, and she was trying to shut down her momentum. And you know what? If you're close to the end, I would have been so tempted to be like, I don't mean to
Yeah,
be hard,
Judge,
Your
can we
Honor,
just
but
wait? Yeah.
I'm very close. if I can have 4 more questions, we'll be done.
Ellie Fant says, Your Honor, I need a cry closet.
Okay,
You're
that
muted.
cry closet
No, I'm
comes
not
from
muted
my
now.
alma mater.
I need a cry closet, Your
University of
Honor.
Utah. That's where that started.
Your Honor, my client needs to make use of the cry closet. Are there any bubbles and coloring books in there?
Oh my God. I used to go in there and like scream at the top of my lungs and then walk out and just like watch other people's reactions. I love live trolling. It made me happy. I know it makes me look crazy, but it also was so entertaining because they put it in the freaking middle of the library.
The library?
The library, like in the middle of the
No one is
thoroughfare.
supposed to be crying in the library.
And it's literally 4 plywood
crying
walls.
in the library.
So you just walk into this like tiny little closet. It's maybe like not even 4 by 4, 3 by 3 feet. And you just sit there on this like little chair and you're supposed to cry. So instead I jump in there and I'm like,
So did it smell of sex and desperation or what?
no, we're Mormons.
No,
We're
it
deep
was a
people. We
Mormon
have
college.
sex
For
at home.
shame. It
Oh,
smells like
then there must have been
caffeine and
extra amount.
nicotine.
There's been 3 people in there. One to bounce the other 2.
Sometimes it did smell of salt, but I assume that was from liberal tears, not other, liquids. So,
all right.
Oh.
All right. Deandra's going to try. She's upset about her time and she's going to tell the judge.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say, counsel?
I'm just concerned about our time break. That's all you're. So.
Well, we factored in a 10-minute break. So what we'll do is we'll take it now.
So she went for the wrong argument. She should have said, Your Honor, I really want to continue.
I agree.
Because if Clayton was on the stand, and Tug pointed this out the other day, if Clayton was on the stand, and what if he gets up there next and he needs a break? Does he get one too?
Nope. Because she says we're not going to take
They
any
only
more
get
breaks.
one. So the break gets to be prejudicial to the plaintiff. And I don't think that's fair.
No, I think that's perfectly fair because it just makes it show that she was given much more leeway on all of this, and it does not count good on her. Because Clayton, whenever he gets up there, he just rolls right through it. He takes all the punches and he's done. Yeah. He's just as plain and simple and matter of fact, no different than he was whenever, she got all hot and bothered with him.
Yeah, and we're about halfway through, so this is where I'm going to end it for tonight because I got to do part 2 tomorrow. I knew we weren't getting. We're at 4 hours. This stream has been going for quite a while, and I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. But tomorrow, Jeff, Legal Vices, and I are going to, and any of you are welcome to come back tomorrow, by the way, to do part 2. Jeff and I are going to be starting around 11 a.m.
Oh shit! Well,
wow.
Is that no? Are you working? You're not working on Saturday.
No, but I
you?
have. This is when I've spent time with my family. So.
Oh, you got family stuff to do.
I can't do it
Got the
either. I'm going
kiddos.
to see Mickey at her new place in the morning.
Okay. Well, I've got 11. Shizzy, if you're around, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, just drop me a link. If I'm able to, I'll jump in.
Okay. All right. Because tomorrow we're going to go over part 2. I may back up the cross a little bit for Jeff because I don't think he's had a chance to watch this. So I kind of want to get Jeff's reactions.
I want to hear what Jeff has to say about all that gesticulating during cross.
Jeff couldn't have joined us tonight because he was doing Karen Reed, which, by the way, if you are not following his coverage of Karen Reed, you are missing out. Days 22 and 23. Oh my God.
Oh, dear Lord.
So insane. Stephanie, you don't know this case, but a Boston cop who was investigating a murder sent text messages to his supervisors about the suspect, calling her a retarded cunt about 300 times. And because of it, the defense attorney gets to say retarded cunt 300 times in court in front of the jury. He's like, you mean the woman you called a retarded cunt? Is that the woman the woman over here, the one that you charged with murder, the retarded cunt? Is that the one? And the judge is just sitting there like, well, you said it. And he tried, Stephanie, he tried to spell it when they were like, read your text message. He goes, retarded, CUNT. And the lawyer goes, oh, no.
Those are your words. No, the judge
You
says
read it.
Those are
Oh, it
your
was the
words.
judge.
You
Those are
need
your
to say
words.
that.
Guys,
That's right. It was the judge.
Oh,
The
that's yeah. The
judge.
judge does not like him.
The
Wait,
judge
is
does
this
not
jury-
like
Does not
him.
like Proctor at all.
The judge
then-
has
and then,
said
you need to
multiple
watch-
times, "I'm going to allow it."
Yeah.
Is it a jury trial?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to play well.
Oh, the jury is full of women. They are horrified. Not only did this man call
Yeah,
her
there's-
a retarded cunt,
There's
but he also said she has like bad diseases. She has like
IBS
MS
and all kinds of
and
surgeries
she had
and
like a
stuff.
colonoscopy or something. And he was making fun of her and saying that she leaks poop in the test.
That she's got a leaky. She said leaky
She's
balloon.
got a
knot.
leaky balloon, whatever that means. It means, I mean, speaking horribly about this woman.
Cop was doing
Awful.
this in official communications. with
Yes.
the
And in the
supervisor
text
Yeah.
messages to
And
his
his
supervisor
And his friends from
and his
college.
friends who are
And he
not
was
even on
searching
the
her phone for
police
nudes.
force. He said he
Yes.
was searching her phone for nudes.
Has he,
He
been
said-
disciplined for any of
No,
No, he's probably
no.
been promoted.
He is still a police officer, as Jeff says, and I quote, "Ew, what a
Yeah.
horrible human being." No, I think he said, "What an icky human being this man is." Imagine being pulled over in Boston and Proctor is the guy who pulls you over. I'm sorry, but I see that guy's face and I'm like, "Oh no, 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 not today, Satan. No,
Imagine
no."
being raped and he's the responding
Oh.
officer.
He
Yeah.
is texting people saying that this woman is fucked. Oh, she's fucked. Oh,
Yeah.
you're the investigating officer, but you already know that this woman is fucked? How? How do you know that?
16 hours after the incident, he knows
Yeah.
that she's the one, and this happened at the house of other police officers.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
House
cursed
of a
him
police
with,
officer,
with
and police officers were
grade
present.
3 hemorrhoids for like 7 months. There.
Lawfredite has spoken.
It's done.
Trooper Proctor is going to have
3rd-degree hemorrhoids.
Next,
Yes.
Greedy Gambler wants to know what I think of the contempt charges against the rapper's attorney.
Oh,
I
my
want to
God.
know,
Yeah.
you know what I think. I want to know what Danny and MG Law think about that.
Oh, well, you can watch my
Oh,
streams.
I was going to
Oh,
say,
yeah.
go
Just
check
watch
out
my
my
stream.
stream, man.
Yeah,
I haven't
I've
done
been-
it.
You can tell mine because
I've been with MG. I know how he feels about
I can
this.
tell you how everybody feels. It's the most screwed up thing we've ever seen ever.
It's crazy.
It's
so
also
crazy.
hilarious.
You know what? I don't understand. I worked
The
for
witness is
judges
hilarious,
for
though.
4
I
years,
know.
okay, as a clerk. First a year in the trial court, a year and a half in the Court of Special Appeals, a year and a half in the Court of Appeals. I don't understand why one of his colleagues did not pull him aside and say, "Hey, man, what are you doing? This is not a good look."
Oh, honey, I guarantee you that they
Because
did. And I can
Stephanie,
tell you that.
no,
I-
Danny, this is Fulton County.
Oh, that's true.
But I can
Fulton
tell
County
you that
is
this is
full
the
of
case
corruption.
because we had the president of the Defense Bar Association come down from on high. I love Ashley Merchant. She's
Yes.
already dealing with
Fannie Willis and
Danny.
and so she comes down from on high and just delivers the hammer, drops the hammer on him. And she
She
says,
did.
"Look, Your Honor, no, I understand that's what you want, but you're not allowed to have that." I don't know how more clearly to say this. And he
Yeah.
he literally smacks his lips and goes, "I'll let the Court of Appeals
I
decide."
know.
this."
Decide. I
It's
liked
like,
when she
are
said,
you not?
"My client deserves all of his due process. These are
Yes,
criminal
yeah,
charges.
criminal contempt.
Criminal charges." And the judge goes, "Criminal due process
He can't tell
doesn't
the
apply in
difference.
this case."
He doesn't
God.
understand the difference between criminal contempt and
And a
civil
direct,
contempt.
and also, okay,
And
direct
criminal
contempt.
contempt.
He
contempt
was
is the
trying
case.
to say it was direct, but there's
Yeah,
no
he was
way.
trying to say it's the same kind of case where I'm a lawyer, I'm in front of a judge, the judge says something I don't like, and I say something really vile,
F
and I
you.
Like,
throw
F
my
you.
notebook at him.
Correct. You're already under
correct.
arrest. You're already in jail.
Go to jail. This
yeah,
is
correct.
not that. This is not that.
No.
No.
No. And on top of that, he tried to amend his own sanction. He was like, "Well, then I'm going to retract that. He just needs to tell me who told him that." And she goes,
Right.
"Well, then this is civil
It's a
contempt
civil contempt. Yeah.
because the only way to purge it is to comply." And he goes, "Well, hold on. I need a minute to think about it." So he goes off the record for like an hour and a half
Yeah, it took an hour to Google
to
it.
read through what she filed. And then he comes back and he goes, I'm just going to let the appeals court decide. And then the Supreme Court came back.
Supreme Court is like,
literally
we're
He's not
taking
entitled
it.
to a bond. He was
And
adamant he
issued
doesn't
the
get a
bond.
bond.
They were like, this is absurd.
That is so.
Can you come here? We'll
Well, and
hear
then
the
he's
same
like,
from
you're
you.
going to spend 20 days
Yeah.
in jail. It's going to be each weekend for the next 10 weeks. And he's like, okay, if you're going to do that, I want to be in the cell with my client.
Which
You know
was
what?
like super awesome.
Yeah.
So bad.
I love that. I love that. I think that all lawyers who go to jail should be housed with their clients because
Yeah.
you know it's better that way. It's
It was
you
a real
save some.
mind crushing Vinny kind of moment.
It
I
was.
couldn't believe it was actually happening. I'm like, is this a joke? Is this for real? Is a judge
Oh,
really
yeah.
doing this?
Well, and then he turned around and threatened Weinstein the next day when he filed a motion to recuse. and
Which is
threatened him.
hilarious because
This
the
is-
other attorney who was standing right next to Steele said, I obtained the same information the same way, Judge. Are you going to put me in jail too? And the judge goes, no,
Oh.
because
didn't
I
ask
didn't
you."
ask you.
Oh my
So it's just
Lord.
clear bias. It's clear
This
and obvious
judge-
bias. And
yeah,
under the
this judge-
statute and
And by the
operation
way-
judicial conduct, he
Clear
should be out.
bias. Clear out, definitely.
Wait a
out.
minute.
There
He
should be a
coulda-
mistrial.
Am I getting this right too? Like he could have had the ex parte meeting,
No,
but he would. He
No.
had to have
No.
called. No, he could. He could have, but he had to alert the defense.
Then
At
it's
a
not
minimum,
ex parte.
in the very,
Well,
very
if-
rare exceptions where it would have been allowed, which would be, I
Like
mean,
if the
only
defendant-
thing I
if
could
the
think of is
defendant had
if the
threatened a
defendant had a
witness.
bomb strapped to him or something. Okay,
Yeah.
that kind of exigent circumstance, then obviously an ex parte may be allowed.
But
Or
even
if you have
worse-
multiple
But you still have to
defendants
notify.
and they're not all in line with one another, and it may prejudice another defendant against another.
But you at least have to notify counsel.
You have to
can't
notify
just-
counsel.
You have to
immediately.
notify counsel. He did not notify
Well,
And
counsel.
they had no
Worse.
intent because they went through 2 hours of trial
It's
before it
worse
was
than
even brought
that.
up.
If
Oh.
I understand correctly, it was an ex parte meeting with the prosecutor and a witness.
Sworn
A
in,
wit-
sworn
who was
in
already
witness.
sworn.
witness
In
A
his
Okay,
sworn
Brady-
witness.
No,
who gave exonerating testimony
Yes.
Oh my
during
God.
his
I'm
during
sorry.
time
The
that
justice
prosecutor
system.
and Judge
Yeah,
Brett
The
he tells
justice
him,
system
I'm
never
going to
disappoints.
admit to killing the guy that one of the defendants is on trial for killing. I'm
right.
going to admit to the murder. He said, I'm just going to testify to that. She said, well, I'll
Yes.
charge you with perjury.
No,
Oh,
she said, I won't charge you with perjury.
No,
she said,
if
at
if
the
he
end,
was
she
if
said
he
she
was
would.
going to
That's right.
testify that he's the one that committed the murder, she said, well, then I'll charge you with perjury.
Yeah.
This
But
case
otherwise,
is
he
so
gets
bad.
After all,
immunity
then
if he
giving him
lies.
immunity and explaining to him that he was immune from perjury because he said, I was a liar then and I'll keep lying. And she was like, well, you're immune from perjury. Just
Yeah,
testify.
I'll give you
Say
immunity from perjury.
what we
And
want
he's like,
you to
okay, well, then
say.
I'll just admit to killing the guy. And she's like,
I
well, then
need
I'll charge you with
somebody to
perjury.
explain to me, in what universe did any judge presiding over a criminal trial think it was acceptable to have a meeting with a
Mhm.
witness and a prosecutor ex parte?
Multiple.
But
Well,
he's okay, Stephanie,
Because-
because guess what? He had a court reporter. He wants
It's-
you to know
No.
that it was
No.
all
Well, see,
fine
well,
because
and-
there was a
No.
court reporter in the room.
No, it's a no for
Well-
me. That's
well,
absolutely
No, no,
And he
no.
said
You don't
something-
understand. He does this all the time. He has communications about
You know he
scheduling.
does.
It's
You know
no
he does.
different. It's no
Apparently he
He said
different.
it that way. He said it that way.
Yes.
Apparently,
Yes.
this is the sort of judge who does that. But
Well, and I'm wondering if the whole thing is even recorded because at some point he said parts of it there's a reporter, a
You must have
a
gotten the
court reporter,
transcript.
and parts of it are recorded,
okay,
Right.
so
which to me implies that there are parts that maybe there's neither.
this is an immediate mistrial. This is a mistrial, and then that judge has to
100%.
be removed.
On
Oh,
all
not with
the
this judge.
defendants.
Not with this judge.
Nope.
No, that's all wrong. It's ridiculous. It's a mistrial.
Stephanie, they were threatening the witness. Do you know what the threat was? If the affidavit if any of the affidavit is true, mistrial immediately. But they allegedly threatened him that they would hold him in jail until they had completed the trial of all defendants in the case. So not only the 26 who were on trial, this trial is not set to be completed until 2025, but all of the defendants in the case. So that there's still dozens left.
Yeah,
And
we're
so
looking
this
at
is an
years.
Wait. Did this
Years in
witness?
jail.
First of all of this is wrong. But did this witness have a
We
lawyer
know.
representing him?
He
Oh,
did
this
well, and
gets
that's
even
the,
better. I'll
Yes.
let you explain that.
He fired his lawyer on the stand.
So so last Friday he gets up. He has immunity. He gets up there and pleads the fifth. Like he was asked what his age was. He pleads the fifth. So judge throws him in jail for the weekend.
The fifth?
And he had an attorney for the contempt.
Everybody's going to jail.
For the contempt
everybody goes to jail.
Pleading the fifth with immunity. Well, his attorney, who was present then, who was his attorney for initially, told the judge, I can't be here Monday. I have a non-refundable ticket that I've had since December. I can't be here. And judge was like, well, that's your problem. So he had to send an underling attorney who, what I've heard yesterday on lead attorneys, is like a personal injury attorney, not even a criminal attorney, to fill in on Monday.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure what happened is this meeting goes down, and she probably goes out and calls this attorney and says, "What the hell?"
We all know
He
she's
then
the one who
fired
alerted
him.
defense counsel because she has the ongoing obligation and duty to do so. One,
But
she
I'm
has
wondering-
Brady information. Two, she just had her witness have an ex parte communication with the judge. So of course she is under an ongoing obligation to notify all parties in the case of this communication.
Wait a
So the
minute.
judge-
Was the PI lawyer in the meeting with the judge?
Yes. And the judge basically implied he knows that she's the one that leaked it.
Everyone knows it's
But
she who
It
leaked
could be
which
that
is
she
not a leak.
may have given an update to the actual attorney,
But wait,
and
will
he
somebody
calls
tell
Brian
me-
Steele. Is like, "What the hell's going on?"
Why does
And then
it
Brian
matter
Steele's like, "What
if
are you
she
talking about?"
leaked an improper
doesn't matter.
meeting
Yeah,
that
exactly.
shouldn't have gone on in the first place?
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what Ashley comes to say.
Yeah.
Because he even asks her, he even asks Ashley Merton, he comes in, she's coming in hot. She's laying down law, man. She is just fire. And then he goes, so Miss Ashley, are you telling, or Ms. Merchant, are you telling me right now that if you came in here and I asked you a question that you don't have to answer that question? And she said, yes, if you're not permitted to ask it, Your Honor. Do you not?
If you're going to ask me about my communications with my client, I'm going to tell you.
She's like,
nope.
Right.
I'm going to tell you.
Well, and he's saying that Steele can't hide behind 1.6.
He said that.
Yeah, because this is
Verbatim.
information he gained during the course of representation. It doesn't matter what source is, whether it's his client or somebody else. And the
judge
comments
is
to the
saying-
rule.
The judge
And
is
so he's
saying,
like, it's privileged.
yeah,
the
and the
judge said
judge
no.
is saying, no, it isn't.
Yeah, he's like, it's
No.
not privileged.
No,
Who
the
knew?
judge says it's
Who knew that Young Thug was
proprietary
going to be such a
information.
crazy case? Who knew
Wait,
that this was
what?
going to be such a
What?
He said, you obtained proprietary information.
Yeah,
And
He
Steele
said
goes,
that.
What's proprietary? And he goes, you know it was obtained improperly.
Well, and then he said that he implied that he knew that the
God.
attorney for the witness leaked this. Well, she has a attorney-client privilege that she's breaking. It's like he's trying to invoke her privilege, and she's never invoked it.
Look at Emil. He's going to be old thug when this is done.
I freaking love you, man.
Well,
All right. I got to get to super chats and then we got to get out of here. I know we can talk
okay.
about this all
Let's-
night. If anybody wants to drop out before I get to these, you're welcome. McCrae, thanks to the two. My throat hurts listening to this. I know it was all the vocal fry. Caress Heitzman, thanks to the 10. I've never believed she has PCOS. She doesn't have any of the other indicators for PCOS besides cysts on her ovaries, which are fairly common. Megan, look up the symptoms. Love you too. I think she does have some of the symptoms, like there's also like weight gain and other stuff. Like I think she might. McCrae, thanks for the 5. This is awesome. Look forward to watching the rest tomorrow. Me too. One Rad Tech, thanks to the 2. Dave showed she was entered in a horse show on 7/2. Oh, that is really bizarre. Cassie, thanks for the California 2. Not California, Canadian 2. It's late. But California should be its own country, by the way. I would like to kick California out of the United States. Steph needs some sweet super chat cheddar on the pizza. Nice.
Oh.
There you go.
No.
Thanks to the 2 says, I had one M carriage, one term, and a BJ, not Y. I don't think I understand this.
Lolly.
Oh, a
So
miscarriage.
She had a miscarriage.
Probably one miscarriage, first term, and not a blowjob baby.
Program was not reasonable.
Yes.
And the blowjob is not why. Yeah.
Yeah. Lolly, thanks to the 2. Treatment for PCOD is birth control. Yeah, that's true.
It's the only one
Kellyanne,
that sucks.
Thanks for the Canadian 5 says, do the lawyers in here think the same thing as Omar? That she lost the second she started crying. That's right. That's
No,
what
she
Omar
I
lost
think
thought.
she
way
lost way
before.
before then.
Well,
Way
we-
before.
yeah, way.
Way before. Emil, thanks to the 5. So I ate a nice dinner, got bored, decided to check Twitter, and then Danny shows me this shiz. We all love Megan. Aw, thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks, Danny, for sharing. Douche Canoe Esquire, thanks for the 5. Okay, you've called my client a liar again. Now it's 200 billion defamation suit, Megan. We need snake chorus. Where's my snake chorus picture? Where's my snakies? Here they are. There they are. Snake chorus.
Danny has the snake hands down.
That's perfect. Wait, let's do it again. By the way, those of you in the chat who were like, you have to show Danny the
my God.
musical. We totally
is my
did
life.
on her birthday, and it was the most hilarious birthday stream ever. She watches the whole thing and reacts, and it's so fun. So go
I
watch the birthday
downloaded
stream.
it. I downloaded
It's
it
so
and
good.
listened to it on the plane. I'm not even joking. It was that it was that
Don't you
good. I
think
needed
it's
it for
gonna
my
put-
soul.
Don't you think it's going to put composers on Broadway out of business?
Oh, yeah.
1000%.
If AI can make music like that. I mean, I'm serious.
How
I
long
don't-
has they been using? I was telling Shizzy yesterday. How long do you think they've been using AI in,
Oh,
in
maybe
the
a
music
while.
industry?
Oh,
Well, they've
Giving
been
away
using
modern
they've been
music
using
sounds
it to write stories, news stories. I mean, I read the AP every damn morning, and I swear to God, 90% of that is nothing but
It's
AI.
AI.
Hey,
Yeah,
how
I
because-
about
bet you're right. I
How about
bet
because
you're
it's
right.
like
lawyers
whenever
who
you hear
use
there's certain keywords like enigmatic and whimsical that keep showing up regularly in there, and I'm just like, wait, that's AI written.
Ugh.
Yeah, because it likes to repeat
All right,
words.
and Kimberly, I don't want to forget you. Kimberly on Venmo, thanks for the 20, says, these bitches be bitches. Think female dog. Big hearts because Venmo is asshole like YouTube. Love, Kimmy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, guys, everybody take care. Go subscribe to all these people. No, Stephanie does not have a YouTube channel. She's a working lawyer. She works hard all day long. She does not have time for this. Those of you who are like, we love Stephanie. We wish she would come on more often. Well, she's always in court kicking ass and taking names. Okay. So when she comes here, it's a real gift to the show because normally she is working hard for her clients. She works hard for her clients. I'm telling you, all day long.
Clients. She works hard for her clients, so you better treat her right.
Just
All
ask
right.
my clients.
It's true. So
Mhm.
she doesn't have time for this nonsense. She's only
You just
here
have to
because
forego sleep and stream at night.
I
Ask my
begged
little
her.
Odin and Lucy that I saved from the death penalty. Megan can tell you all about my
Oh, yes, that was in the Washington Post. I have actually told that story several times.
I'm so
but
proud of
I
myself. I actually
do
made
it
it to the
again.
front page of the Metro section of the Washington Post.
Yes,
because I
she
got some
saved
dogs off
Odin and Lucy from death row, and it was lovely. All right, I'm
lovely.
leaving you. We're leaving you.
Bye.
And I am going to leave you with a song.
Another
And I
super chat.
I think, oh, shoot. Dang it, you super chatters. I love you. All right, let's see. Emil, thanks for the 5. Shout out to Jingleberry. She made 2 songs for me. Well, I love that. All right, guys, you know what I'm going to leave you with? I'm going to leave you with a song tonight. I'm going to leave you with, what shall it be? You know what?
Having the babies.
I think I might just play the musical.
Just do it.
It's 13 minutes, but
We
I
deserve
kind of
it.
feel like I want to sing along to the musical. All right, what did I call it? Was it All the Best? Where is it?
All the best.
All the best. All right, guys. See you later.
Mr. Gingras, Esquire. Dear Mr. Gingras, Esquire. Dear Mr. Esquire. I'm following up on an exhibit in Gregwood Nick's recent filing. That was an email from you to him claiming that attorneys you opposed in other cases have lost their licenses and or ended up in jail. Please respond with that identifying names of those lawyers and the cases and case numbers in which these alleged events occurred in order to report these new statements made. I need to do my due diligence and fact check those remarks.
All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very, very best, Megan Fox. I need to do my due diligence and fact check those remarks. All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very, very best. All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very, very best, Megan Fox.
Megan, I don't know much about you, but at least based on what I have seen, you're not a journalist. If you were, I'd be happy to answer your questions. Calling self a journalist is kind of like Hunter Biden calling himself an artist. In my view, you're not a journalist, you are a troll, and feeding trolls is never wise. Since I'm technically on vacation this week, here's a very short response. I'm not sure of the exact number of other cases where this happened, but in that email to Woodnick, I was thinking of 3 specific cases I've worked on where opposing counsel was later disbarred or otherwise lost their law licenses. That statement is 100% true. Note, I never said they were disbarred. That was certainly true. I never said they were disbarred directly because of the cases I worked on, but in at least one case that was almost certainly true. All 3 of those cases are matters of public record. So if you're a journalist, you can prove that by doing your research and finding those cases. Shouldn't be hard of those 3 cases to involve lawyers who also later went to jail, prison again. Public record, so should be easy to find this. Because I'm such a nice person, here's one. It's Scott Rubinstein. That's a guy who was opposing counsel in a case I worked on, who later went to prison. If it really matters, you'll have to do your own homework to find the prior cases to verify this. There were 2 of them. Both cases are federal. Both cases are federal. Look it up. Fun bonus fact, go find the name of the prosecutor who handled most of that bad conduct with someone I can mention. Hint, her name was Lisa Young, so disbarred. Clearly nothing to do with my case specifically, but still a fun fact nonetheless. You say you're a journalist, you claim you're a journalist. You're not a journalist, you're a troll. But I can't resist feeding you this extra content for your stupid yourself. You're not a journalist, you're a troll. But I can't resist feeding you this excellent content for your stupid YouTube channel. You're not a journalist, you're a troll. But I can't resist feeding you this excellent content for your stupid YouTube channel. Signed with contempt, David Gingras, Esquire. That's right, it's David Gingras, Esquire. The internet lawyer. Gingras, I'm Esquire, Gingras, Esquire. The internet lawyer. Kimbrell.
David, are you claiming that the prosecutor who went after you for the sexual misconduct case, which I have always reported was dismissed due to prosecutorial misconduct, but are you taking credit for her disbarment? I just want to make sure I'm getting this right and you're including her in that list. If so, how did your particular skills lead to that result? I will be chasing down your random cases and spending all my time attempting to dig up what you're hinting at. It either happened and you can prove it, or it didn't and you can't name them cause they don't exist. I can look up the one you gave, but as far as I am concerned, if you're not willing to divulge the other two, then my report is going to say Gingras refused to provide the names of the lawyers or cases he claims ended in disbarment or jail. So put up or shut up, David, you're the one who made the claim. Let's see the receipts. All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very, very best. All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very, very best. Megan Fox.
Megan, this is why I can't waste time responding to you. Because you aren't normal and aren't acting in good faith. As I told Dave Neal, I've done tons of media over the years, and I know what real journalists look. And trust me, it's nothing like you or Dave. Journalists have a code of ethics. You know, journalists tell both sides of the story in a fair and neutral manner. You don't. I understand selling drama is what you guys do, and that's fine, but you do it in a totally dishonest and unethical manner, which is not fine. So final message you will receive from me with 2 points. 1, I am not taking credit for Lisa Bouton being disbarred. Never said that no reasonable person would think that I was just saying this is a funny coincidence. Don't you agree? This is why I sent you a link to the case that explains why she was disbarred. Read it. If you can and you understand exactly what happened with her had nothing to do with me, feel free to publish a story that says you think I'm not being honest about the other lawyers who went to jail. Publish anything that comes close to implying that, and within 24 hours you'll be sued for defamation in Arizona. Test me, as the saying goes. That's not a threat, it's a promise. It's not a threat, it's a promise. And don't say I refuse to give this information, because that is false. I told you to go find that info yourself, because it's all available if you just take the time to look for it. If you choose not to and you imply I'm not being honest, you're coming to Arizona to prove that. And when that happens, trust me, I'll have all the receipts I need. I know you think publishing lies is funny. It's not funny. Ask Rudy Giuliani or Donald Trump. Goodbye and don't email me again. David Gingras Escobar, internet lawyer David Gingras Escobar. David Gingras Escobar.
David, it's not my job to follow poorly dropped breadcrumbs to find alleged cases you claim exist, but won't reveal the names of for anyone to verify. As to your threats to sue me for reporting exactly what has happened, I asked for the cases and you only provided 1 out of 3. It's absurd and you know it. I'd take that to a judge any day. Now, like your client who is always giving a going out of business final opportunity to comply with her demands to date her, I want to give you one more chance to provide me with those cases where you say your stunning legal prowess led to disbarments and or jail for the opposing attorneys. Before I share these emails with the public, which is 100% my prerogative, as I identify all the best, all the best, all the very, very best. Feel free to block my email address if you don't want to receive any more emails. As a member of the press, I don't respond to threats and will reserve the right to ask you, the attorney, in a high-profile case I'm covering, questions of newsworthy importance. When they come up, you certainly don't have to respond, but we both know you can't help yourself. All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very best, Megan Fox. All the best, all the best, all the best, all the very best, Megan Fox.